Testing, testing, testing. A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing, testing.
Their views on that, and that will come into play once we have the coin toss and see who's going to do what. Tom Abel and Tom Wesley, the two skips, just having their last chat from the umps. So Tom Wesley with the coin toss, mustn't go on the wicket. Tom Abel calls tails. And Essex have won the toss. I'll just call skip Tom. If I can just have you for a minute. Mr. Wesley. Quick. Right, we won the toss. Okay. Obviously, disappointing result from the over. There were some very good bits in it. Back in the game. Does it change the focus? Does it sharpen the focus for this week? You know Sam Cook's gone lame. Is there any other team news coming in? It's just that's the only change. Mention for the other spearhead, if you will, Jamie Porter playing his 100th game for Essex. It's quite something. Good. Right, you can get ready. Tom Abel, welcome, mate. Batting form, nice to come up with a century.
Oh, it's always nice, you know, isn't it, to get 100, but just trying to sort of contribute at the top of the order. We've had like all the guys sort of all the way down to be honest, been contributing, and that's been the most pleasing thing for us.
Now you've got your leading wicket taker Craig Overton back from the ECB. Presumably he's one of your team. Jade, any other changes?
Yeah, so Craig comes in and Siddle comes in as well.
Great to see Siddle back here. I'm sure there'll be plenty of chat going on between the two groups. Go well over the next 4 days. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Right, so Essex have won the toss. They are going to bat. We'll run through the teams in just a few moments.
2, 3, 4. After you, sir. Hey. Had a good winter,
There
right?
it is. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
It's all about leaning into it. There you
Oi! Yeah. Yeah, you got it. That is the technique. That is the technique. Okay.
Activity, wasn't it?
There you go. There's one.
Shanky's in. Shanky's in. I'm flying. I'm flying. Gotta stay on my rudder.
It's like slow play on the course. And he's moved the cup. And he's moved the cup.
beer pong.
That's nice.
You little
One.
beauty.
Unfortunately, that is the match.
Called it as well.
Cheers, mate. Pleasure.
Play, boy. Good luck.
Still on.
Leg by. The Essex side shows one change from the side that lost a key game at the Oval a couple of days ago. Sam Cook does not play here, and his place is taken by Aaron Beard. So the lineup is Brown, Cook, Wesley Lawrence, Walter Critchley, Rossington, Harmer, Beard, Snater and Porter. Essex choosing to bat after 1 over, a 1 for no wicket. And thank you, Anthony. Sorry to rob you of a ball there.
Not at all.
And Peter Siddle is going to be bowling, well known in these parts. He got a nice round of applause from the Essex supporters welcoming him back after his 3 seasons with Essex, as he comes in now around the wicket to bowl to Brown, an all left-hand opening partnership. First runs off the bat, beautifully played off the back foot by Brown. It's going to disappear to the wide long-off boundary for 4, and Brown, who battled well for his 48 at the Oval, he comes in now around the wicket to bowl showing Brown, an all left-hand opening partnership. First runs off the bat, beautifully played off the back foot by Brown. It's going to disappear to the wide long-off boundary.
Brown easing into a well-timed off drive. The sun's coming out.
Apologies, you're probably hearing faint music in the background, hoping that we will be turned off from mainstream in a moment. Siddle's in bowls, and this ball's just dabbed into the offside to point, and there is no run. 5 for no wicket. We're in the second over. Essex winning the toss and batting, and the Somerset lineup. Who is replaced? Is it Casey?
Casey Aldridge is in the side.
Yeah.
Two missed out from the game against Yorkshire. Marchant DeLanger and Jack Brooks. Their place is taken by Peter Siddle and Craig Overton.
And here comes Siddle again from the river end. Bowls. Brown leaves a ball that's well outside off stump, and that goes through to the wicket keeper.
Not much sign of swing or seam movement as of yet, just a little bit of bounce for Craig Overton. Tall man that he is, 6'5". Didn't play in any of the one-day internationals against South Africa. Played in all 3 against India.
Siddle again. Up and passes umpire Nick Cook. Bowls. Ooh, that kept low, and Brown just comes down on it in the nick of time. That was a much more testing delivery from Peter Siddle, beginning to find his range here, and Brown did well to keep it out.
Yes, I almost said signs of inconsistent bounce in that first Craig Overton over, and I thought that might be a bit premature, but that one from Peter Siddle keeping a little bit low.
Siddle again on his way in, a little bit of sunshine bespreads the ground. It's another good delivery, but well played by Brown, who comes forward into the path of the ball. And so the score remaining at 5 and no wicket. And at the end of the over, Anthony, I'll just hand over to you while I get studio to cancel the programme that's probably going on in the background. Apologies to one and all, but it will be sorted shortly. And Siddle, meanwhile, just has this...
You're not a fan of Chaka Khan, then?
Good spot on your path as Siddle's in, bowls to Brown, and played back to the bowler at the end of the over. I'm not an anti-fan at all, but rather I didn't have it while I was trying to tell people what's going on in the cricket.
There are, of course, strong associations between... Oh, there you are, that's done the trick. The Chaka Khan has faded away. Strong associations between cricket and pop music in the shorter forms of the game, but not usually when the game is actually in progress. End of the second over. It's 5 without loss, 4 of those to Nick Brown, the other one a leg by, and not much so far to encourage Somerset hopes of bowling Essex out cheaply. Here's Overton coming around the wicket to the left-handed Cook, who plays a characteristic defensive push into the offside. That was the loud voice you can hear on our effects microphone is that of Tom Abel. He's got a bit of a foghorn of a voice.
Always useful as a captain.
Yeah.
As you say, Somerset would love the wicket of Cook. He isn't actually in great form, but he does have a good record against Somerset.
Yes, Overton in and bowls, and Cook fences at that. A good ball from Craig Overton, who just gives Alistair Cook the eye. Alistair Cook ignores it and looks in the other direction. Experienced, vastly experienced cricketer that he is. This is his 334th first-class game. He has 25,532 runs, first-class runs, that is, to his credit, and 47.19. It's his 139th game for Essex. Overton bowls a Yorker, or a very full-length delivery in any case, which is dug out by Alistair Cook up to George Bartlett at mid-off. But he can't be in that, his form can't be that dreadful if he's got 691 runs so far this season.
Yes,
at an average of 46.
You're right, but most of those runs, particularly in terms of the big innings, have come, you know, a few weeks ago. So he would very much relish 100 here, Anthony. Whether he gets one remains to be seen.
Well, he's got a good record against Somerset. As Overton bowls, another full-length delivery, which is pushed into the onside without much timing from Alistair Cook. I thought that would be disappearing to the mid-wicket boundary because it was a leg stump half volley picked up by Jack Leach at wide mid-on.
I think he might just have been phased by what's quite a strong breeze blowing here today. It did seem to me that just swung a little bit late, and probably accounts for why, as you rightly say, he didn't time it with his usual alacrity.
Yes, more clouds than blue sky overhead. Quite warm here. As Overton bowls to Brown, who drives firmly but straight, well, almost straight to George Bartlett, who makes a tumbling stop to his right at mid-on. Yes, Alistair Cook's record against Somerset. This is his 12th game against them. And that single was his 972nd run, so he needs another 28 for 1,000 runs against Somerset.
Yep, no, he has got a good record. As you say, mainly cloudy, and indeed that is the forecast, that it will be pretty cloudy, at least for the first 2 days of this match, but little rain is anticipated.
Bowls, Brown has to adjust quickly, and that's an unintelligent piece of cricket by Craig Overton, who shied at the stumps, and a very good parry by James Rue, probably saving his side a couple of runs. They did pick up must have been a single.
Yep.
It was a single to Nick Brown, but it could have been another couple of overthrows. 7 without loss at the end of the third over, 5 to Brown and 1 to Alistair Cook.
Yeah, they say never run on a misfield, and keeper, as you say, actually did well to get a glove to it. Cook didn't at first see the opportunity to call his partner through for a run, but they eventually took it. So Brown remains on strike as he faces the first ball of a new Peter Siddle over, and will probably score 2 runs here. No, in fact, they're just settling for 1. He guided the ball past the slip cordon, and there was no real timing in the shot, so it only actually travelled a distance of about 35 yards and was easily recovered from backward point, and that takes the score along to 8 for no wicket, and we've had 1 ball of the 4th over.
Do Essex still harbour ambitions to win the county championship this year, or do you think Surrey are now too far ahead?
I think you're right, because the difference that made in the match that finished at the Oval, I've just come back to that after this ball from Siddle to Sir Alistair Cook, who plays it to mid-off, and there's no run, 8 for no wicket. Now, had Essex won the game, they would only be 32 points behind Surrey with a game in hand, and anything can happen from there. Because they lost it, they're twice as far behind. They are 64 points behind, and even if you win the game in hand from that point, you're still 40 behind, and trying to make up that leeway, by which time you'd have level games with only 3 or 4 games to go, isn't realistic. So all they can really do, I think, Anthony, is maybe hope for a place in the top 3. They're currently 4th. Siddle is in, bowls to Cook, long way outside off stump, and left to the good offices of James Root.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, it's between the top 3, isn't it?
Yeah.
Surrey on 187, Hampshire on 173, and Lancashire on 156, all from 10 games apiece. And all 3 strong sides who will who are unlikely to lose very many games of cricket.
No, that's right. I think Surrey deserve great credit in that they nearly drew 1 game and nearly lost the most recent one. Here's Siddle in bowls, and that ball goes down off something that maybe leg buys. It's gone down and nicely picked up at long leg. They go through for a single. It's a leg by signal by Nick Cook, and 9 for no wicket. So Surrey did so well to win at Scarborough in a game that looked certain to be a draw, and they got up and made about 270, somewhere around there, to beat Surrey, and they were in big trouble against Essex halfway through day 2. Essex had rallied to make 271 from 91 for 6. Surrey were 112 for 7, and here comes Siddle again around the wicket, bowls to Brown, plays it without timing to mid-on, no run, 9 for no wicket. But from that position of 112 for 7, Essex unwisely had dropped Will Jacks when he made 11.
I didn't realise they dropped him.
Yeah, he made a brilliant 150 not out. What would have been a lead had the catch been taken, probably of over 100 for Essex, was a deficit of 48, and Essex never really got back into the game. And it's almost true to say the season was there, you know. Take the catch, Essex probably go on to win. In the end, they're well beaten. And here, the next delivery from Peter Siddle is completely mistimed by Brown, looking to force through the offside. Thick inside edge into the ground. It ends up at mid-on. So a moral victory for Peter Siddle, but 4 overs in, winning the toss and batting. Essex are 9 for no wicket with 6 to Brown, 1 to Alistair Cook, and there have been 2 leg byes.
Well, Essex is a much better place than Somerset, who are languishing in 9th, with only Gloucestershire below them, 87 from 9 games, with 2 wins, 2 innings victories over Warwickshire and Gloucestershire, but 5 defeats and 2 draws. I'm grateful to my friend and statistician as Overton is in a bowls and beats Alistair Cook, I think. Well, perhaps Cook just drew his bat inside the line. Again, that one bounced quite nicely for Craig Overton, went through chest high to James Root, the wicketkeeper. Talking about Somerset's wins, losses and draws, as we were. Tom Abel has very few draws to his name, as Overton is in and bowls to Cook, who drives nicely down the ground, his first boundary, over pitch from Overton, and a nice smooth off drive from Alistair Cook, transferring his way beautifully into the shot. Overton is in and bowls to Cook, who drives nicely down the ground, his first boundary, over pitch from Overton, and a nice try parched outfield for 4 runs. He moves on to 5 and the score on to 14.
Just heard from Ken Newbury, who emails us at bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Ken, who's very keen that he hears us loud and clear from the start, says congratulations, up and running on time. Hope Essex get a better result than last week. Hope for a good game anyway. Why is Little Chef not playing?
This is pushed into the offside.
Yes,
well, he's got a niggle, hasn't he?
Yes, Sam Cook, as you rightly say, is nicknamed Little Chef. Big Chef is out there at the moment, Alistair. Yeah, Sam Cook don't think it's anything very serious, but these games come thick and fast, with the Oval game only finishing 4 or 5 days ago. So he takes a rest. His place is taken by Aaron Beard, and there's a bit of consultation going on. It looks as though it could be to do with Overton's run up there.
Well, it is a used wicket, isn't it? So it may be that the landing area is a little bit more crumbly than perhaps it should be.
And here comes the buggy that brings the ground staff round to attend to it. Maybe there's a little bit of a hole that has developed there from Craig Overton, who's a big man. He's bound to land pretty heavily when he delivers. And so we just have a slight hold up. 13 for no wicket is the score. We're in the 5th over with 2 leg byes, 6 runs to Brown, 5 runs to Cook, who hit his first shot in earnest for 4 earlier in this over. Essex, the one change, Sam Cook left out in favour of Aaron Beard. When I say left out, because he has a little bit of a niggle. Somerset, couple of changes, and their full line-up: Matt Renshaw, Tom Lammonby, Tom Abel, George Bartlett, Lewis Goldsworthy, James Rue, Lewis Gregory, Casey Aldridge, Craig Overton, Peter Siddle and Jack Leach. So we've just got a little bit of a hold-up in play, while an area just in the delivery stride of Craig Overton coming round the wicket to the 2 left-handers is mended. And I'm sure we'll be going again in a couple of minutes. Stuart Kerrison, Essex's excellent groundsman of many, many years standing. He's been here for well over 30 years in total. Is just supervising the work being done. And your 2 umpires on the day are Nick Cook standing at the River end and Chris Watts at the Hayes Close end. And hopefully a good game in store. There's a pretty dry forecast for 4 days of hopefully continuous play.
And I've got a Steve Pittard stat for you, Paul. This century, Essex, that's in the 21st century, have won 43.88% of their championship matches at Chelmsford, which is the highest proportion for any county at a home venue.
Well, that's a very interesting stat.
Followed by Surrey, who've won 39% of their games at the Oval this century, and Scarborough, where Yorkshire won 38%. And the least successful county at winning home games this century is Derby, poor old Derby, who've won just 18.92% of their home games.
Good stats actually. It's interesting. Scarborough has actually been anything but a successful ground for Yorkshire just in the last few years. And they, normally, as those stats would reveal, in the past it's been a great ground for them. And the Oval, you have to give Surrey some credit, because their pitches don't make it that easy to bowl a side out twice.
Here comes it. Overton, eventually, he's bowling to Cook. He's there and bowls, and Cook plays that defensively up to mid off the start. I was going to talk about with Tom Abel is that he has a very low percentage of draws to his name as captain. It's partly because Somerset have lost rather a lot of games of cricket in the last year or so. 5 so far this season, and 4 at the end of last season, but also going back to 2017, 2018 and 2019, and indeed the plague year of 2020. They won a lot of games, so there haven't been many draws, and I think that's also perhaps a reflection of the nature of the pitches at Taunton, again going back 2 or 3 years. Overton to Alistair Cook, and that did seem to do something off the pitch. It bounced, and Cook goes down and gives the pitch a meaningful prod.
Yeah, I got the impression that one was bowled round the wicket from Overton, right-arm bowler to left-hand batsman, pitched in line and then moved away off the seam and left Cook groping at thin air basically, and Cook goes down, does a bit of gardening, as does Overton in a different sort of way, because he's still not 100% happy with his landing point coming round the wicket from the Hayes close end.
Here he comes again. He's in and bowls, and this is appeal for LBW, but it was clearly going down the leg side. It's signalled as a leg by umpire Watts. It's the first time I've seen umpire Chris Watts. He's one of those umpires who didn't play any first class.
That's right. Yeah, he's fairly new, and I don't think he's sort of on the roster. If you'd imagine 6 rounds of games, I think he'd probably be one of the ones who had the fewest number at this stage of his umpiring career. So I have actually seen him before, simply because it's about his 3rd visit here, I think, but I haven't seen a great deal of him.
Being mentored, no doubt, by the vastly experienced Nick Cook.
Yes, indeed. Might even be Nick Cook's last season, I think, on the list as Siddle comes around the wicket. Light not great, actually, and that's gone through for 4 byes, and it was a pretty quick delivery from Siddle, but it was well down leg side. I think on the list James Root took off around the wicket. Light not great, actually, and that's gone through for 4 byes. Although I think he just got fingertips to it, it didn't really do much to stop the ball hurtling to the boundary at the Hayes close end. 18 for no wicket.
Yeah, a bit hard on the young man, isn't it?
It is.
That one, Siddle bowled it wide of the crease and angling it in towards the left-hander and just got it wrong.
Siddle bowls again, and that's perhaps over-corrected, because it goes through well outside off stump. Not in the, I say over-corrected, not in terms of the width of the previous delivery, and it's taken very comfortably by Rue, but it doesn't oblige Cook to play a shot. And 18 for no wicket, 6 over. You're welcome to email us at bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Do you have an address at all, Anthony?
No, I have a Twitter handle though, which is @Antkib. So I'll have a look at Twitter in just a moment. See what's been coming in.
And Siddle bowls to Cook, who turns this into the onside, wants a single, sees it isn't there, smartly fielded at square leg, just by the square leg umpire Chris Watts. And there is no run. As I say, we've got quite a substantial heavy cloud above. If there is any rain at all, I did drive through a few spots of rain on my way here this morning, but it's not expected to amount to anything. They probably would be able to play through it. We're not a million miles, I think, from the floodlights coming on, as Siddle, with 3 slips, approaches his former colleague Alistair Cook, beats him outside off stump. In fairness, I think Alistair Cook probably did leave that in the end. He certainly shaped to play it as he moved into line. It was a decent delivery from Siddle, and score remaining at 18 for no wicket.
Yes, these two obviously know each other very, very well, not just from Essex days, but from Ashes Test matches.
Yes, Peter Siddle's a very, very good man. He loves his cricket, gives splendid interviews. If you want to talk to him, he's usually most obliging. That is so wide.
It should have been given a wide.
Yes, it's very well taken by Rue. And, well, Nick Cook is being a little bit generous there. I think he's probably saying to Siddle, well, I've given enough extras against you for 1 over. But uncharacteristically, Siddle has been very wayward in this over on both sides of the wicket. And that one must just about have pitched inside the tram lines before then going away a long way, obliging Rue to dive in front of almost second slip rather than first, as Siddle's in again. Bowls to Cook, nice check drive, goes down to mid-off, and there's no run. The end of the over. We've now had 6 overs since Essex won the toss and elected to bat. Nick Brown has 6 with 1 boundary, Alistair Cook 5 with 1 boundary, both off drives of a fairly straight direction. And with a few extras added in, we had 4 byes in that over. We've had a couple of leg byes. It's 18 for no wicket in 6.
Yes, Philip Newman Hall on Twitter says that the wind is buffeting our effects microphone, so I don't know if there's anything we can do about that. He also says Essex's used pitch is disintegrating already after 5 overs.
Yeah.
But the ECB won't bring in the pitch inspectors, as it's their beloved Essex. Here's Overton in a bowls and defensive shot from Nick Brown, not Somerset. There is very popular conspiracy theory amongst Somerset supporters that the ECB love Essex and have got it in permanently for Somerset when it comes to pitches.
Well, I think both these sides always suspect the opposition to prepare the wickets specially. Just to our tweeter there that I have turned the effects mic down a bit to see if that helps. It is very windy, you're quite right.
Here's Overton into Brown, and he shaped as if he drew his bat inside the line of that one. We're at a decent angle. We're down at fine leg with the bowling from the Hayes close end to left-handed Nick Brown and the left-handed Sir Alistair Cook. So, and we've got a monitor as well. Still the 4 slips, all in their short sleeve sweaters, which gives you some idea of the weather today. Overton in and bowls to Brown, who digs that out, and again Overton quite gratuitously, because Nick Brown hadn't moved from his crease, rolled the ball back at the stumps, not particularly violently on that occasion. So
no,
it wasn't
very
risky.
gentlemanly.
It was a fairly pointless gesture though, wasn't it?
Rather like a father with his young son, just making sure that it was all along the ground and wouldn't do any damage. But as you say, he didn't really need to do it.
18 without loss. As Overton is into Brown and bowls a fuller length delivery, which is defended from the crease by Nick Brown, who is a substantial figure. What is he, about 6'2"
Yes,
tall?
I think
something
spot
like
on.
that?
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
Broad shoulders.
Light's actually improved literally in the last minute. We've got 1 or 2 flecks of blue sky. The wind has switched round to a northwesterly direction. It's quite strong today, and it's a huge contrast to a week ago when temperatures were soaring up towards 40.
Is Overton to Brown, right wide of the crease, and this has gone down to deep backward square leg, where it will be collected by Peter Siddle, and they'll come back for a second run. 22 without loss. Essex.
We'll bring Dick Davis in to join you, Anthony, at the end of this over. And 20 for no wicket is the score.
Scoreboard had that 2 runs up almost before the batsmen had regained their creases. Overton around the wicket from the Hayes close end, bowling wide of the crease again, and he bowled that wide of the crease, angled in at Nick Brown, and then it darted away off the seam into the gloves of James Rew. And I must say, of the 2 opening bowlers, it's Overton who's looked the more likely to make the first breakthrough. Tom Abel just having a chat with Peter Siddle, talking tactics as Paul makes way for Dick Davies. Tom Abel has retreated from the slip cordon, so we've just got the 3 slips now for Peter Siddle to Alistair Cook. He's in and bowls, and Cook is up on his toes, playing that square of the wicket to Lewis Goldsworthy, who keeps his place. There were suggestions that perhaps Somerset might bring Roloff van der Merwe in as the more experienced of the 2 left-arm spinners. Jack Leach, obviously Somerset's #1 spin option, but Lewis Goldsworthy can also bowl decent left-arm spin. This is full length from Peter Siddle, driven firmly back to him by Alistair Cook. It was almost a half volley, not quite, but Cook easing into a straight drive and parried by Peter Siddle, who's having a long chat with Nick Cook, who must be the most talkative umpire on the circuit. Peter Siddle likes to chat as well. Here he comes again. He's there, bowls, and Alistair Cook is calmly forward, playing it out into the offside. Good morning, Dick.
Good morning, Anthony, and
You in-
good morning, listeners. Good morning, viewers.
You in good health and spirits?
I think Dickens referred to one of his characters as being in a state of permanent hail infirmity, which suits me down to the ground. But yes, apart from that, and you?
Yeah, fine.
Good.
Fine.
Your journey up here all right?
Yes, it took about. It was M25 was a bit of a
Yes.
nightmare, but not too bad. This is turned away off his hip by Alistair Cook. I wonder how many times commentators have said that. And it's gone for 4 at deep square leg. Beautifully
Yes.
timed again.
But
But fast, not too bad. And rather bumpy and parched outfield. Turned away off his hip by Alistair Cook. I wonder how many times commentators have said that. On to 9. Yes, I was really surprised by the look of the outfield this morning. It looks like some of the fairways that you see on links golf courses when the weather's been
Yes.
like this. This is, again, tucked into the onside, but straight to the field at this time. Is it sandy soil here? I mean, it looks quite sandy.
Well, it's generally, well, we live best part of 20 miles away on the coast, and it's clay there. My wife's a big very, very enthusiastic gardener, and it's clay there, which isn't ideal, but I don't know what it is in Chelmsford.
Well, it's obviously been quite badly affected by the drought, or
Oh, yes.
extreme temperatures. Siddle bowls outside the off-stump bowling over the wicket on this occasion, slanting the ball across Nick Brown, but to no avail. 24 runs are on the board, and we have had 8 overs after Essex, in the shape of Tom Wesley, won the toss this morning, and to no one's surprise decided to have a bat.
Well, speaking of high temperatures, I must admit I was thinking of you last week, because I recall when we were there at the very end of April, I think it was, may even have opened up to April, May, but anyway, it was very early in the season, first away game for Essex, and we were in this portable structure without windows, and I thought that's fine for April, but in the middle of hot weather it's not going to be so good, as Overton moves in bowls, that's allowed to go by outside the off stump. But you were saying that you actually commentated outside.
We
It wasn't that hot anyway.
Somerset very kindly erected a gazebo
Oh, right.
for us. So Jonathan Deutsch and I were, which was actually, it got on the Wednesday evening when play seemed to go on forever, because they were making up time for the for the rain that had cost them time.
Oh, yes.
And we were freezing cold.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, we certainly weren't.
The wind was whipping round the corner of the
As
gazebo.
Overton moves in again, right arm round the wicket to Brown. Shorter length, and Brown, good shot there, went on the back foot and pummeled the ball away square, well, just in front of square. Overton moves in again, right arm round the wicket to Brown. Shorter length, and Brown, good shot there, went on the back foot and small cupboard stand, promoting the benefits of a well-known public school in Essex. And the score moves on to 28.
Yeah, Jonathan and I both had 3 layers on.
Good grief.
It really was cold. And
Incredible.
play went on till about 7 o'clock.
Yes. As Overton again, shorter length, and Brown ducks underneath that quite comfortably. Last week he was facing another Overton at the Oval, and now no sooner bite off the challenge of one than another one comes along.
The other one is slightly more fearsome.
Yes, I got that impression.
He
yes.
felled, in the game down at Taunton against Surrey, he felled his twin brother, who had to go off with concussion. And then he felled Josh Davey, who also had to go off. So Somerset had 2 concussion substitutes.
Good grief, as Overton moves in, ball of full length, just played out to, well, wide, mid-off or straight-ish, extra cover, pays you money, who takes your choice. And Brown goes down the wicket, does a little bit of cursory horticultural work on the pitch, so does Cook at the other end.
When he was asked whether he felt any guilt at felling his twin brother, he said, well, he didn't play it very well.
Oh, charming. Yes. So Overton again from the Hayes close end, moves in now, bowls and Brown plays solidly defensively, just putting bat in way of the ball, no attempt to score. It trickles out on the offside. So Essex in the first 36 minutes or so made probably a courting disaster here, but made a fairly comfortable, untroubled start. 28 without loss.
I was just going to say, I think one thing we can already conclude is that there isn't much in this pitch for the faster bowlers.
No, it looks quite green, especially considering the weather we've had, but it seems to be playing okay. Although, having said that, I noticed, well, it's difficult not to notice, that's just play defensively, trickles back.
Oh, Overton's gone down again.
Oh.
It's those footmarks at the Hayes close end.
Yes, I noticed, I was just going to say, that after only, 4 overs, the groundsman came on and repaired that. After 4 overs of the match, it doesn't seem too good.
Well, both the Overtons are prone to having landing problems, and that's
just because they're big men, presumably.
Yeah, I mean, earlier in their careers they'd quite often fall over and end up flat on their faces in mid-pitch and then just get up and get on with it.
Yes,
but they're less prone to that sort of thing now. But Craig is very particular about his foothold, where he puts his big left foot down when he lets the ball go. And I don't think he's over impressed with the state of things. And of course, he's bowling around the wicket because he's bowling at 2 left-handers.
Yes.
Casey Aldridge coming into the attack. Bowled very well against Yorkshire with 3 for 23 in the Yorkshire first innings. This is played to Lammonby at mid-wicket by Sir Alistair Cook. 3 for 23 in 16.2 overs, which, you know, against the likes of Harry Brook, Tom Kohler-Cadmore and so on, is good going. Here he comes again. Tall. This is driven, but it'll be cut off by George Bartlett at mid-off. The slips, Dick, are Gregory at first slip, Renshaw at second, and Overton at third. And if a wicket were to fall and they were to reinforce the slip cordon, then Tom Abel, the skipper, would probably go in there. He's fielding an extra cover. Aldridge in bowls to Cook. Gets one that, again, it doesn't bounce quite as much as 1 or 2 others. We have one from Peter Siddle earlier on to Nick Brown that kept a little bit low, and Brown had to come down quickly onto it. There's plenty of pitch prodding going on. Hard to say. Doesn't seem to be much swing. Here's Aldridge in bowls, full length, but just pushed up to mid-off, where George Bartlett, fresh from his 88 not out in the second innings of the game against Yorkshire, which was ruined, the game that is, by rain on the last day, which prevented any play at all, just when the game was set up for a good finish. Aldridge bowls, this is turned up to Siddle at mid-on. There won't be a run.
Aldridge is a new name to me and probably to lots of Essex listeners. I'm just looking up yet another product of Millfield.
Yep.
He'll be 22 on Christmas Eve this year, born in Bristol.
Born in Bristol, yeah, Bristol boy. Born in South Bristol, I think, rather than North Bristol, hence his allegiance to Somerset rather than Gloucestershire. This is played up to another Millfield boy, George Bartlett, at mid-off. Although the most famous Millfield boy in the current Somerset squad, James Hildreth, can no longer make the side, sadly. He and Steve Davis. Hildreth was dropped a couple of games ago, and Steve Davis was dropped for the Yorkshire game.
Now, I was next door before play started and for the first few overs. Not that's any excuse. Aldridge is playing. He wasn't our original card. You wouldn't know who's not playing that was on our original card.
And the two missing from the game that, against Yorkshire are Jack Brooks and Marchant de Lange.
Right. Okay, thank you. As that's outside the off stump.
And if Roloff van der Merwe's on the card, he's not playing either.
Oh, right, yes, he is. Thank you. And Overton now going over the wicket.
Yeah, presumably in response to his problems with the foothold. So I don't think it's a bad option.
No.
Looking to angle the ball across the bows of the left-handers.
Overton again from the Hayes close end. Moves in, bowls to Brown, who lets that go by outside the off stump.
Does rather, I mean, doesn't take the LBW out of the equation, but he will have to get the ball to hold its own if he's bowling over the wicket to a left-handed batsman. Otherwise, he'll have to, if he's going to hit the stumps, he's going to have to pitch it outside leg, which of course ain't no good for an LBW.
No, quite. In again. Brown plays solidly, but straight back to the bowler, who does well to stop it. He hit it so straight it may well have hit the stumps, but yeah, it was good stop by Overton, in which he partially lost his footing. Seagulls go screeching overhead.
Yeah, just going back to Casey Aldridge, he's a more than useful batsman as well, made 41 against Yorkshire, and a very good fielder. So a bit like Craig Overton, he's a proper all-rounder.
Yes, which nowadays is almost, well, not completely essential, but it does help, doesn't it?
It does.
I remember having a conversation with John Childs, former Gloucestershire and Essex and England spin bowler, very handy as well, who's now, to be honest, I don't know quite what his role is on the Essex setup, but he's still there. And he was quite willing to admit that he probably wouldn't even get in a county side now, because he said I was a useful bowler, but I couldn't bat and I couldn't field. And that's down the leg side, well taken by the keeper there, moving away to a long way to his right, the keeper being James Roux. And yeah, that was really quite spectacular. Only a little fella, which of course many of the best wicketkeepers have been, and very nimble.
He's not that small.
Is he not? He just appears it in comparison with the others.
He's standing. You see, he's about the same. He's about the same height as Lewis Gregory. He'd be about 6 foot, maybe 5 foot 11. Something
Good Lord.
like that.
I was going to say, if you'd said he was the same height as Overton, I just wouldn't have believed you.
No, not the same height as Overton.
That's just played solidly. Well, how deceptive. I had laser eye surgery during the winter. I think I'll go and get my money back if I think he's...
Well, you can see him next to Lewis Gregory now.
Yes.
And they're about the same height. He's a solidly built lad, is James Roux. Just 18 years old, just finished his A-levels at King's College, Taunton.
Well, nevertheless, it was still a very nimble piece of wicket.
Oh, yeah, he's a good keeper.
Irrespective of his dimensions, but...
And he batted very well against Lancashire up at Southport, made 70 in the first innings. In his maiden county championship innings.
Londoner, born in Lambeth.
No, he's not. He's a Somerset boy.
Oh.
This is outside the off stump from Aldridge. Yeah, he's been with the Somerset age group side since he was 10 years old. I think the family, rather as Brian Rose's parents happened to be staying with his mother's mother in Kent when Brian arrived.
Oh, right. Yes.
Is Aldridge in bowls and turned down to deep backward square leg. So people say, oh, Brian Rose is not from Somerset, he was born in Kent. Well, he's a Western-super-Mare boy through and through. And Josh Davey, they say, oh, he's a Scotsman because he was born in Aberdeen, because he does play for Scotland. But his father worked in the oil industry and just happened to be in Aberdeen when Josh Davey came along. He's an East Anglian, Suffolk.
Well, much the same way as Alistair Cook was born in Gloucester because of And on Christmas Day, which isn't coincidental, they were on their way to Cardiff for Christmas, and he arrived too early.
Aldridge rather, as that's played into the offside. And Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Kohler-Cadmore's a Yorkshire family, but he was born in Chatham, because that's where his father was working at the time as, I think, a prison officer. But Kohler-Cadmore, of course, joining Somerset next season, a very useful acquisition he will be. Here's Aldridge bowling into the wind. Good bounce and carry through to James Root, but no need for Nick Brown to play a shot. 29 without loss. We're in the 12th over of the morning.
You mentioned Scotland cricket, or cricket, yeah, player coming from Scotland. They're quite an eventful day for them today, isn't it? And yesterday, with their board resigning and reports coming out today.
Yeah, sad business.
It is, isn't it?
Aldridge bowls again across the bows of the left-hander, but not close enough to the off stump to demand a shot. But again, the fact that Brown is going round and just prodding at the pitch suggests that they just have deviated off the seam. 3 slips, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, backward point, and a long leg is the field. Aldridge bowls. This is driven down the ground. Nice shot. Over pitch from Aldridge, and the ball speeds away over this very dry, parched, slightly bumpy outfield for 4 runs. 33 without loss. Nick Brown on to 16. Dick Davis's mobile phone goes off.
Yep, sorry about that.
Very musical, I must say. Yes, Essex winning the toss here, and I'm afraid it's, from a Somerset perspective, it's probably quite an important toss to win. It's a good crowd here, I must say.
Yes, there is,
Lots
isn't
of
there?
people sitting in the stand away immediately to our right.
Well, it's always busy there, the Tom Pearce stand, the members' enclosure, but it's also, you know, very well occupied on the public enclosure over there. Still, it's the start of the school holidays, but yeah, so it all helps. They're not all stuck. Oh, I'm sorry, they're not all stuck on the way to Dover. Some of them are here.
Yep. And some Somerset supporters amongst them as well.
Oh, good.
Yep.
As Overton.
No, Siddle.
Oh, Siddle, yes, of course, to Overton, no, good lord. Still going round the wicket, but to Cook. And Cook will have nothing to do with it, just plays it out on the... or doesn't play it, rather. Sorry, I'm just trying to concentrate on the cricket and turning my phone off, although if I turn my phone off I can't look at the emails, but by the time I turn it back on, perhaps the caller will have got fed up with keep ringing me. As Siddle moves in again, right arm round the wicket to Cook. Ooh, and that's just outside the off stump and goes through the wicketkeeper. The car park attendant, John, who's always very helpful, he said Peter Siddle arrived with Simon Harmer today in the same car. And I said, oh, well, yes, there's a pretty good relationship between these players, and he did play here. They're only at odds with each other on the field of play.
Yeah, exactly.
In fact, in the old days, the real old days, even before my time, that's outside the off stump. I mean, the likes of John Lever will tell you that when the players went to away matches, they'd often actually, because none of the clubs had any money, Surrey may have done, but all the normal clubs, they actually stayed with members of the opposition. Yeah, like equivalent today, Somerset would have arrived maybe yesterday sometime, and the Essex players would be here and saying, "Oh, you're staying with me. I'm putting you up, so and so." Wonderful relationship, as I say, and till they get over the white line, as Siddle moves in, bowls again outside the off stump, again goes through to wicket-keeper Rue.
He looks happier bowling from the Hayes close end, Peter Siddle, with the wind, I think, more behind than against. And then there seemed to be a little bit more in the pitch from that end as well, judging by the bounce that Craig Overton got from it. So I think that will be the favoured end, and maybe Jack Leach will operate from this end, throwing the ball up into the wind.
as Siddle moves in again. And again it's outside the off stump. Again it goes through to Rue. Yes, there's a flag at the far end. There isn't one on the top of the pavilion I can see. There's one on the far end which suggests, yes, the wind is coming in this direction. I think that flag must be sheltered by the trees. It's not billowing a lot, not enough to determine what it portrays actually. But, certainly not Essex or Somerset.
No, I don't know. Perhaps it's the school flag, isn't
Oh,
it?
it could well be, yes, actually. Yes. As that's just played quietly on the onside. No addition to the score, which is 33 without loss after 13 overs, with 10 to Sir Alistair Cook and 16 to Nick Brown.
Couple of tweets. Effects microphone much better. Lots of people saying thank you for that. Greg Hill down there in Huntington, good morning, thanks for the coverage. Can't listen all day because my sister's coming for lunch and she hates sport in general. Yeah. And Roland Pascoe says gloomily overcast here in Norfolk, possible rain later. Will it save Somerset? Poor old Roland sounds a bit gloomy. Here we got Aldridge to Brown, and this runs off an open face down towards third man. Craig Overton is in pursuit. They're coming back for the second. Throw comes into the bowler's end, and Alistair Cook safely home. 2 more runs, 35 without loss. Nick Cook on to 18. This is developing ominously, this opening partnership for Somerset. I suspect it won't be long before we see Jack Leach into the attack to see what he can get from this pitch. Aldridge to Brown, who's forward defensively. Nick Brown has 18 from 38 deliveries, and Alistair Cook 10 from 41. So neither in a tearing hurry. Aldridge bowls. This is tucked away into the onside, but straight to Tom Lammonby at mid-wicket. The Somerset fielders are settling in for what could be a long day in the field. Game down at Taunton between these two sides, of course, was over before lunch on the third day. As Aldridge bowls full length, which is going to be cut off by Tom Abel from extra cover, and if Abel hadn't stopped it, then Bartlett was there behind him, but that would probably have meant a single. The fact that Abel made the stop coming across from extra cover, saving his side a run.
Thank you, Barry, for your email, which I'll read at the end of the over.
Aldridge. Quite a strong breeze.
There is, isn't there? Yes.
As Aldridge is in and bowls on middle and leg. Defensive shot from Nick Brown. The arrangement of the close catches has changed slightly. Now we've got 2 slips and a gully rather than 3 slips. That's probably in response to that open-faced shot that Nick Brown played earlier on in the over. Jack Leach giving the ball a good polish before tossing it to Casey Aldridge, who's bowling around the wicket to Brown, full of length, and they've gone for a single. Leach is onto it and shies at the stumps, which is and the throw is backed up by Tom Abel, but Brown would have been comfortably home, even had Leach hit, which he didn't. End of that over, the 14th over of the innings. It's 36 without loss, 19 to Nick Brown, 10 to Alistair Cook.
Well, yes, we've had this email from, well, in a way I think it's from Barry, but he signs off as IOW Shrimper, Isle of Wight Shrimper. Good morning, gentlemen. Whilst we have endured, in quotes, not quite sure why it's in quotes, because I certainly didn't find it much fun, but anyway, last week's heatwave, I'm delighted to see the Somerset boys sporting for me in brackets, proper cable knit sweaters with colours. The good old days, great commentary as always. Yes, I couldn't agree more, but we have to put such things or thoughts to the background now. That's Siddle still continuing from the Hayes close end. That's outside the off stump. The keeper stops it rather than takes it, but no bye ensues. But yeah, we just have to accept, like it or not, that cricket is changing in almost every possible way, and it seems that Andrew Strauss is determined that it should continue down that path. But, well, yeah, I make no further comment. I don't think everybody is entitled to their views on these matters. And that's a good-looking shot, but non-productive as it's hit powerfully, but straight to the man at short-ish extra cover.
I take it you're not a great enthusiast for the 12-6 option.
Not really, no, I'm not, no.
Or of playing the first 2 rounds of county championships in Dubai, or
How can anybody, apart from the ECB, be in favour of that? It's just ludicrous, isn't it? In my humble opinion, just played out on the offside. And
well, I think we were discussing this last night on the Always Look on the Bright Side of Life podcast. Excellent podcast it is too, even if I am part of it. And I did say that the saving grace, or possibly the saving grace, is that any changes are going to have to be approved with a 2/3 majority by the assembled county chairman.
yes, that is some form of solace. I must admit that's outside the off stump, taken by the wicketkeeper.
And I cannot imagine that as many as 12 of the county chairmen will approve something that is barking mad.
There's a man who's not prepared to sit on the fence. Good for him too. Thanks, Andrew, for that. Sorry, Anthony, for that. I noticed also there's a petition highly successfully being started by Lancashire County Cricket Club amongst the members against the proposed changes. That's just pushed out on the onside. No addition to the score.
But of course it does make it very difficult. I mean, for a county like Somerset that's bopping along at the bottom of Division 1, they don't know what they've got to do. I mean,
no.
You know, I guess they've got to get themselves out of the bottom 2. But how vital that is, you know, if the top 12 counties out of 18 are going to go into 2 sort of superior divisions.
Yes, as Siddle moves in, ball that's outside the off stump. Yes, I mean, so many changes like this were brought in, we thought, temporarily to cope with COVID, and we were all prepared to make allowances for COVID. It had a strange effect on all our lives, bar none, and we just have to accept and you know, realistically, sport was the least important facet of COVID. Let's face it, there are other things that are going on which were infinitely more important. But nevertheless, some of these ideas or considered necessary measures seem to be continuing now that we're, you know, thankfully out of the worst of COVID.
Well, the bowling change that I was predicting a couple of overs ago is materialising.
Yes.
With Jack Leach bowling from this river end. Into the wind, into the breeze, and George Bartlett has armed himself with the helmet and the fielding pads. He'll go into short leg with Jack Leach, of course, turning the ball into these 2 left-handers. He probably prefer to be bowling to right-handers.
Oh yes.
He's got a slip and a short leg. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3 on either side, saving 1. And a man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Leach bowls to Cook, and a little bit of turn there. You'll be aiming for what little rough there is outside the left-hander's off stump. Maybe looking for a little bit of bounce as well as some turn. He's there and bowls shorter, and this is whipped away out to that man on the mid-wicket boundary, who's Casey Aldridge. Good return to James Rue. Jack Leach, follically challenged. It's not, he hasn't shaved all of his hair off, it's, he's got a sort of tonsure. He's wearing his cricket shirt untucked from his waistband. This is, again, is played into the onside, and they'll pick up a single as Lammerby does a nice piece of fielding, sliding to his left at mid-wicket, sending in the left-handed return. 38 without loss, Essex. Leach to Cook. Again, it's a little bit too short, and Cook can just work that away through a gap on the onside out to Casey Aldridge. Leach just being milked at the moment by these two left-handed opening batsmen in front of a good crowd at the Cloud FM County Ground. And oh, this is appeal for a catch. I don't think it hit the bat. I think it came straight off the pad, but it bounced and turned. And umpire Watts not impressed, and I think that was a rather opportunistic appeal.
Yes, it didn't have that air of conviction about it. It was more hope, born of more of hope than absolute conviction.
But well, looks as if it might turn this pitch. Leach
Yes.
is in bowls, and Brown back on his stumps, turning it to George Bartlett at forward short leg. But hopeful signs there for Leach and for Somerset. End of the over. It's 39. Without loss, and I'll take a break, and Paul Newman will come in alongside Dick Davis.
Thanks, Anthony, very much indeed. Just unplug your microphone so that Paul can put his in. Yeah, so a good start, the first hour and a couple of minutes. 39 without loss, not too many alarms, and in fact that appeal for catch there was one of the very few that have taken place. So it's going to be Siddle to continue from the Hayes close end, moves in now, bowls to Cook, and that goes through outside the off stump. A cloudy day here, quite a good day. It's warmish, as you'd expect towards the end of July, but a good day for watching and playing cricket. Not that intense glare, nor that intense heat of last week, which fortunately we're at the Oval to watch it, watch cricket and commentate on cricket. Considering the weather, I say fortunate because and that got the better of Cook. I don't know that he took his bat away from that or not. While you're on your feet, could you actually angle the replay screen a little bit towards us, Paul, please? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we were grateful to be at the Oval last week because they have air-conditioned commentary boxes. In fact, as seems to happen with so much air conditioning, it was overdone and it was actually quite chilly, as that's outside the off stump. So the setup is at the Oval. Understandably, there's a corridor that goes along the back, and then quite a few little commentary boxes coming off it. Well, not all that little, and each box has its own air conditioning, and they'd propped the door open so as to actually let the warmth in from the corridor at the back. It seems so often that air conditioning is set too low or doesn't work properly in excessive heat. And Siddle moves in around the wicket to Cook, and again it's outside the off stump, and again it goes through to wicketkeeper James Roux.
Now these two openers, Dick, are playing in the manner, it's not exciting, but they've played themselves in.
Yes.
Now this is precisely what, from about number 6 onwards at the Oval the other day in the second innings, the batsmen didn't do. They came in and played as though it were the closing stages of a T20 match.
Yep, quite. Which we see all too often by all players of most counties, or many counties.
Yeah.
It's played out on the onside, no addition to the score.
What I thought was a pity, Dick, Essex's whole season depended on not losing the game at the Oval, even if it was a draw. They'd all the time in the world, you know, there was no hurry. And to be fair to Brown, Wesley and Lawrence, although they didn't find it easy, they did try to graft. And then the next 4 batsmen in, had a train to catch.
Yes, quite. And that's pushed down the offside. No addition to the score.
Have you read the most recent emails?
Well, there was one from IOW, Isle of Wight Shrimper, but that's the only one I've read.
Right.
Don't know if there's been any since then. He was commending that Somerset for wearing proper, good old-fashioned cable knit sweaters.
Yes, stop me if you've already read anything I'm about to read. Jeff Hawes says, "Morning all, does anyone know when Harmer Rum joins up with South Africa?" And I do know, actually, because I asked the man himself recently, Jeff, and Simon said, well, I can play in the match at the Oval and the match at home to Somerset. The only two I should miss in the Championship, I break in because Jack Leach is on his way from the River End and played with studious correctness by Nick Brown, just stops the ball virtually in the crease. And he said the only two he should really miss are Canterbury and Headingley at the beginning of September, as Leach is in with a slip in the back pad and down the pitch. Good use of the feet by Brown, who is actually a good player at spin, and he gets a single and the score goes along to 40 for no wicket in the 18th over. Essex winning the toss and batting. Sam Cook with a bit of a niggle, so his place taken by Aaron Beard is the one change for Essex. Jeff continues, might Harmer play in some early one-day cup games? I don't think he will, but theoretically it might be possible, as Leach's Ilwood sweep here, and that's got to be close, but it's given not out by Nick Cook. But Alistair Cook, could be a case of too many cooks, I suppose you could say, pulled across a straight one there, and I wouldn't have been all that surprised if the batsman had been found guilty. What did you make of it, Dick?
Well, as you know, I very, very rarely comment. I don't think it's what we're meant to do, but I just always go along with what the umpire says. I thought this was Watts at this end, but
as this ball is played to mid-wicket and there's no run, well, you may be right.
There's a 50-50 chance,
yeah. As this next ball is just played a few yards back down the wicket. I must say, I think the mannerisms remind me more of Nick Cook being at this end, but we'll try and sort it out as Leach is in and bowls, and Cook has heaved this one away, and that's a rare sort of shot from Alistair Cook here. Sorry, it's Brown. That's no, it is Cook.
It is Cook.
It is Cook. Sorry, my apologies. And it goes for 4. You'll gather from the applause, and 44 for no wicket at the end of that over. But yeah, lofted over mid wicket, and not a million miles from going all the way, and
no.
as I say, it took me a little bit by surprise there. But Alistair has moved along to 16. Brown has 21. There have been 7 extras, 44 for no wicket in 18.
And Paul mentioned the one-day competition that's starting fairly soon. There's a warm-up game at the delightful ground at Saffron Walden next Sunday. Theoretically, they're away to Cambridgeshire, but Cambridgeshire quite often use Saffron Walden ground for their home games. It's only a few miles down the road, and you're in Cambridgeshire. And that should be a very good day. I was at Saffron Walden only the weekend before the one that's just passed, and it's a big event there. The whole going on just finished now, but this is also part of the event run by the local round table and raising a lot of money, so do try and get along to Saffron Walden. Wonderful cricket club next Sunday afternoon if you can. Well, not Sunday afternoon, of course, being 50 over match, that's down the leg side. It'll start at 11 o'clock, but I'm still inclined to think Sunday cricket means after lunch, but which of course it always used to.
Yeah, great days. Always used to love those Sunday games. Do I remember Tom Wesley playing for Saffron Walden?
Yes, he learned his trade at Saffron Walden, amongst numerous others who've gone on to play for Essex, but he's the only one in the current setup. Saffron Walden lost by 1 run on Saturday, which was sad to note, as that's outside the off stump.
Email from Stephen Leach to BBC Essex Cricket @gmail.com. You say, enjoying the coverage as usual, but hampered today by the microphone on the camera picking up all the wind noise. Any chance it can be muted? Probably not, unfortunately, because it is very windy. we've turned our effects mic down here so as to try and keep the distraction of the wind away. But thanks very much for your email.
As that's just played out from the offside, no addition to the score. It's Lewis Gregory bowling from the Hayes close end to Nick Brown.
It really is. I've just, while I was having my half hour off, I've had a little walk round the ground as I usually do, and it really is extremely windy. It is such a contrast really to events in the recent past, and the temperature would probably be about 23 or 24, but with the wind chill factor down to about 20.
Gregory to Brown plays it out in the offside, no addition to the score of 44 without loss, of which Brown has 21 and Cook has 16. So a useful start from Essex.
Yes, we have another email from Dean Allen, who says, "Morning guys, unable to make this match, so having to settle for the next best. Are you on the runway of Stansted Airport? Is it rather windy there?" Yeah, well, I think it's probably windy everywhere actually today. The wind's gone round more to a sort of northwesterly direction.
I didn't realise, I must admit, as Gregory moves in and bowls, that's played, that the camera actually had a microphone on it. I'm just wondering, purely for if our listeners can give us guidance, if we switch the effects mic off altogether, does it then sound dead, or is it more comfortable? I'm switching it off now. So there, we now don't have our effects mic on at all. If you're still getting wind in the microphone, it's not our microphone. So if you could email us so that we know, you can act as our quality control. Thank you. No payment, I'm afraid. It's just a purely voluntary position of quality control for BBC Essex commentaries. Played back to the bowler, no addition to the score of 44 without loss.
Yes, it's Essex winning the toss and batting. Just the one change, Beard coming in for, I think it's just a minor niggle for Sam Cook, hopefully. Nothing worse than that. A superb player, Sam. And Somerset, as against the scorecard, which had Roloff van der Merwe on it, are playing Casey Aldridge, who's bowled a few tidy overs from the river end. But few alarms for the batsman, it would have to be said. One or two plays and misses, as you invariably get at the start of a game, but nothing greatly to encourage the fielding side. Again, just a very minor amount of turns so far for Jack Leach, who comes in slow left arm over the wicket from the river end, bowls. Cook plays into the covers, and score remaining 44 without loss, with the 20th over currently being bowled. So Essex, they're not a quick scoring side, as the next ball is forced off the back foot, but I thought that might just wake Cook up if he heard me saying not a quick scoring side. 4 runs, lovely force off the back foot through the covers, typical Alistair Cook shot, and that takes him to 20 and the score to 48 for no wicket.
Yes, the fact that they're slow scoring is amply demonstrated by the fact that they have a slower rate of fewer bonus batting points than any of the other 17 counties.
Yes.
Richard says, I'll tell you what he says in a minute.
This ball is played by Cook down to mid-on, and there's no run, and yeah, I think we've got a reply already, Dick.
Yes, Richard, my namesake, says, I think the effects mic issues were on the stream only.
Played back to the bowler.
No such problem on the BBC app or
that
website.
Case we'll turn it back on in that case. And yes, thank you very much for that, Richard. Very quick of you indeed. Very helpful. Here's Leach bowling to Cook. Plays it into the offside, and score remaining at 48 for no wicket. But in a sense, you could say that Essex are approaching a danger point. Come back to that point in a moment as Leach is in, gives us a little bit more air. Cook defensively into the offside, no run. End of the over, and the score remaining at 48 for no wicket. I'm pretty certain it is in fact Nick Cook at this end, Dick, because he has a slightly bent gait, whereas Chris Watts, who I think it is at the Hayes close end, is fairly erect. Coming back to saying that Essex might be approaching a danger point. They were 50 for 1 at the Oval, and collapsed to 91 for 6 in the first innings, and for that matter 130 for 3 in the second innings, and collapsed to 167 for 8. So really, in pinpointing any shortcomings for Essex, Dick, I think for some time now Essex have been just not making enough runs.
As Gregory moves in and bowls to Brown, who plays solidly, it just trickles out slightly to the leg side of straight, and it just about has enough legs on it to reach the man at mid-on, who picks it up. And the main reason I thought this would cook this end was because Anthony Gibson thought it was, and a man of such reputation as Anthony Gibson, I'm not going to disagree with. I don't mind disagreeing with you, you see.
Well, what about my reputation?
Well, precisely. That's why I'm prepared to disagree. And that's just play trickling out on the offside, no addition to the score.
Another reason for thinking it's Nick Cook at this end, he is an incessant natterer when standing at square leg with whichever fieldsman he can most readily buttonhole. And he's that victim is Nick Brown, and yes, there goes Nick Cook waving his arms frantically at Nick Brown in impassioned speech. He is a very passionate man, Nick Cook. I do know him a little bit. A great friend of Neville Scott's.
Sorry, who was he talking to there? You said Nick Brown. Nick Brown's batting.
Yes, so he is.
And Essex are batting, and it's the Somerset who are in the field.
You're right, I've got no defence whatsoever other than having been very offended by your slandering my reputation. I thought I'd better put something in that would give you further reason.
He was speaking to Jack Leach.
It is Jack Leach, no less, yes, of course. And of course, they will know each other very well, Nick Cook and Jack Leach, because, you know, two slow left arms together. Wouldn't mind betting that Cook has given plenty of advice to Jack Leach on his bowling down the years.
But the similarity between Jack Leach and Nick Brown, for me, is difficult to discern.
It is. I must admit, even I find that difficult.
That's just played solidly by the aforementioned Nick Brown.
Well, I could see Brown was out there somewhere, you see, and I thought it will be Nick Brown's turn when Essex are in the field, because he will be fielding somewhere in the environs, I think, of Nick Cook.
Or, of course, when he's at the backing up this end.
So it's 1-1. You mistook the umpires, and I've mistook the person the umpire was speaking to.
Yes, now that reminds me of some comment made by, I can't remember, it doesn't matter. Let's work our way back to the square on the onside. They'll go through for a single. They'll not think about a second. That would be very imprudent, and especially since the throw came in right beside the stumps. And no, they wouldn't have even got 1.5. Can't identify the fielder, I'm sorry, but he threw it in left-handed.
I think it's Tom Lemonby, but as you imply, the Somerset sweaters don't have numbers on the back, and it's cold enough for nearly everyone to be besweated, apart from the wicket-keeper.
Yes, to be besweated even, yes. As Gregory moves in, bowls to Cook. Cook lets that go through to the wicketkeeper. No addition to the score. Essex, having won the toss and chosen to bat, are 49 without loss, of which Cook has 20 and Brown has 22, leaving 7 extras.
It's going to be interesting to see when the 50 over competition gets going in just over a week's time, whether Josh Rymel suddenly appears, because I don't think he's really played at all this season so far, and he looked a real discovery last season.
Yes, and Jack Plom has sort of hardly played at all. We're talking about second 11 as well as first, and as for the mysterious man Adam Wheater, of course, we know not of his whereabouts.
As Leach is in bowls, and this ball is turned into the onside, there'll be no run. I mean, I think it's highly likely we may have seen the last of him, sadly. It was said that he himself said he'd lost his appetite for the game, apparently, before the season started. Leach is in bowls and turned away to deep backward square leg for a single, brings up the Essex 50. We're in the 22nd over. They won the toss and batted, and there are 23 to Nick Brown and 22 Alistair Cook.
Yes. Well, I would imagine a lot of county cricketers, when they get to a certain period in their career, lose their appetite for the game, to quote yours, but they have to just to pay the mortgage.
Indeed.
Same as anybody in any other job.
Leach is in, bowls to Cook, and Cook will in turn pick up
yes.
a single. As there's a failed attempt to stop it from wide mid-on, but they were going to get a run anyway, and it's eventually backed up from deep mid-wicket. Oh dear, and the fieldsman looks as if he's in some pain there at mid-on. I don't know who it is, because as I say, there are no numbers on the sweater, but he went down, got a hand to the ball, didn't appear to be anything else, but he twisted himself by the look of it, and he's in genuine pain out there, and we wish him a speedy recovery, and the physios are now charging on at some rate.
Well,
and
one is anyway.
It looks such an innocent moment, not one from which you would expect to see anybody injured.
No.
But we'll just hope that it's not as bad as it looks.
I'm just looking at the screen, which has a closer up view than our aging eyes, and it seems to be his right shoulder that's causing him problems.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? Sitting up now. Just wondering if that might be Craig Overton. I'm not sure. Just wondering if Anthony's not around just at the moment to get the verdict from him.
And the Essex physio, Chris Clarke-Irons, also comes on as well.
So I think he is sitting up and not looking in quite as much pain as he was. So hopefully it's nothing serious there. 51 for no wicket. George Farrow came through asking for us to repeat the score if we have in any way. I've not been giving it regularly enough for you, George. I always do try to give it after every ball, but it is possible with Leach bowling that he's through his over so quickly. So 51 for no wicket, with 23 to Nick Brown, 21 to Alistair Cook. And I think that is Craig Overton, and he's clutching his right shoulder, which would be bad news from a bowling point of view. He's still holding it with his left hand on the right shoulder.
And he's going off.
Yep. He's just gingerly whirling his arm round, because obviously he's very concerned about his ability to bowl. If it were the left shoulder, it wouldn't matter so much, but he does seem to be able, admittedly with a certain amount of trepidation, he does seem to be able to bring the arm round full circle.
Yes, I wouldn't take up the point too much about the technicalities of bowling, but I'd have thought you use your left arm almost as much as your right when you're bowling to get the pivot. But he doesn't actually appear in too much discomfort now.
Yeah, but you don't whirl the arm right round with your non-bowling arm. So there's no way you're going to exercise it as much as if it's the right arm.
You obviously never saw me bowl.
No, no.
Weren't you lucky?
Nor you me.
No, equally lucky.
Leach is in, bowls, and Brown plays the ball out to mid-off, and they're able to scoot through for a single, and it's 52 for no wicket with 24 to Brown. Alistair Cook comes in to strike. We've heard from Michael Biswell again. Michael, thank you very much indeed. And you get a mention from him, Dick. I'll be back with that in a moment. As Leach is in, bowls, play back to the bowler. Listening to Mr. Davis at the Oval last week, it sounded as if he was planning his retirement. Is this something which is due shortly? He sounded as if he was off to Surrey. As Leach is in and bowls, and it's played to mid-on, there's no run.
I wonder how he inferred that.
Yes, he does misspell your name, so perhaps this was a different Mr. Davis. He says, when will the ECB publish its proposals for the county game, and why cannot the counties organise themselves just like the Premier League?
Yes, I can't imagine what I would have said that gave the impression I was going to go and... Surrey wouldn't have me for a start.
No, well, that's certainly true.
Yeah, that's certainly true.
They were only saying that to me when I was there the day before you arrived.
I'm sure they were. If it was just because I was in praise of Surrey, that's because I try and commentate in a totally objective manner and appreciate that Surrey is by far the best of the 18 counties. But no, that's just played back to the bowler. Oh, I think I was, singing the praises of the Surrey ground, which I do always like going to the Oval, and you always get a very warm welcome when you go there. The moment you sort of enter the ground, or even before, the gatemen and women always seem to be pleased to see you and welcome you and, show you around if needs be. I like the Oval. And it's fairly straightforward to get to. Number 133 bus from Fenchurch Street. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the wicketkeeper. No addition to the score of 52 without loss. And the only trouble is that because we go fairly obviously, because you don't want to run the risk of driving into London with congestion charges and parking and everything, that we have to lug our kit on public transport, which is a minor burden, but a trouble halved is a trouble shared or something. That's played out to the offside, no addition to the score. But, I'm a great fan of the Oval.
Yeah, it's the first ground I ever went to, actually, among the
was it?
First-class grounds.
Mine was Chalkwell Park.
My dad drove me up to London in the days when it was Surrey v the West Indies in 1957, and West Indies batted. I do remember that, and it is a terrific ground.
Gregory moves in and bowls, and that's played pleasantly by Brown. He's going to pick up certainly one. They'll think about a second, and it's there quite comfortably, as it's Jack Leach who chases after it, turns and throws, and the ball comes in right beside the stumps into the gloves of James Rew, R-E-W. So not a name he'll regret. And the score moves on to 50. Have they clicked it up? No, I'm sure it was already.
Yeah, it's 54 for no.
54 now.
Yeah. Played well this morning, Brown.
He has indeed, very well. I'm really glad to see it, because he's been getting a lot of stick on social media, to which people are quite entitled to have their fourpenneth. But I'll always defend Brown. I think he's a good, solid, old-fashioned type of opening batsman.
Yes, and there are one or two Essex batsmen who appear not to have switched back from T20 mode, judging by the way they got out at the Oval.
Well, yes, and various other places.
And Brown, of course, played, although he wasn't out to a good shot, but by and large he played very studiously.
Yes, I mean, Brown has, to my mind, great advantage of not playing T20 cricket. I say it's the advantage to play 4-day cricket well. It's an advantage not to play T20 cricket, just obviously. And so Brown doesn't have that thought weighing at the back of his mind like, oh dear, I've played out 5 dot balls already this over, I must make sure I hit one or the other for ideally a boundary. But because that doesn't come into one's way of thinking in 4-day cricket.
No, it's certainly a good point made that Brown, whatever you think of him, he plays red ball cricket. And as you say, has the advantage of not playing white. We'll bring Anthony Gibson back at the end of this over, as Leach bowls over the wicket from the river end, and Cook just dabs the ball out to Lammonby in mid-wicket region, and there's no run. Cook on 21, Brown on 26, 54 for none, 24th over being bowled, and Leach with a slip and a bat pad bowls, and this is very elegantly played by Cook. It may go for 4. I think it'll just be pulled up short of the backward point boundary. Lovely shot from Cook, just getting onto the back foot and stroking it gracefully away behind point. Picks up 2, 23 to him, 56 for no wicket.
So a very good start from Essex indeed. Just got to make sure they can build on it later on.
Leach bowls again. Cook returns it whence it came, and that will mean that the over can be accomplished even more quickly than might otherwise have been the case. We're in the 24th over already. Very good over rate from Somerset, I must say, aided of course by a few overs bowled by the spinner. Here is a lovely shot from Cook. I think this one probably will go for 4. It's being chased down to the extra cover boundary, or wide long off boundary, whichever you prefer. It's more or less on the very limits of the two. A lovely graceful drive from Cook and suddenly he speeds past his partner, Nick Brown. The Cook now has 27, Brown 26, 60 for no wicket.
Yeah, probably the shot of the morning.
Certainly be on the short list. It's Leach passes umpire Cook and bowls to the other Cook, plays it back to the bowler, and no run. Good to see Jack Leach here in action on the first morning here at Chelmsford. Nothing really turning for him so far. Cook leans on his bat again, slightly open stance. Leach bowls, and it's just tucked away, and yeah, Cook is actually just hobbling a little bit out there. I think he's sort of caught himself. He'd be all right. It's not going to require him to receive attention. The over ends, and 60 for no wicket up on the board as we prepare. Thank you very much to Dick Davis, who will now possibly even snap up an early lunch. As Anthony,
good timing to
yep,
get out there at 12:30 and miss the queues at 1 o'clock.
Yes, although we have a few outlets here at Chelmsford now, so probably there won't be too long to wait anyway. But thanks very much for rejoining us, Anthony. And at the moment, Somerset could do with a wicket.
Certainly could. It's quite a bit wandering around the ground. It's really quite breezy out there. And I think Jack Leach is struggling to get his length right into the breeze. Here's Gregory in from the Hayes close end down the leg side, well taken by James Rew. As the sun comes out, it's quite out of the breeze, it's lovely, but it is a very blustery southwesterly blowing across the ground, and I was expecting Leach to toss it up and give it a little bit more air, get it to hang in the air, but he's just been bowling, I think, a little bit too short, probably because he can't quite get his length right.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment.
Breeze.
He's it's not that he hasn't bowled well, but as you say, I think he would have challenged the batsman a little bit more if he'd given it more air.
Yeah, I think so. The ball, guess what? Guess what?
Yes.
I tell you what, at Taunton last week against Yorkshire, we went through 2 whole innings without a change of ball.
Remarkable.
Other than, you know, the appointed new ball at 80 overs.
Someone must have smuggled in some, in inverted commas, illegal balls, which didn't go wrong.
Well, it's the antithesis, if that's the right word, of this outfield at Taunton. It's absolutely beautiful at the moment, like a carpet, and I think that probably helped. Gregory then coming round the wicket to the left-handed Nick Brown. He's there and bowls, and that's edged, but along the ground to Lammonby at third slip, played with soft hands by Nick Brown, but I think that's just about the first time that the edge has been found this morning.
Yeah, I think you're right.
60 without loss, and that was an authentic edge, but it went straight down all along the ground to Tom Lammonby, who's got a very natty pair of blue sunglasses perched on the peak of his cap. Renshaw at first slip. Gregory bowls. Played back down the pitch. Siddle will pick up. Abel at second, and Craig Overton still off the field with that shoulder he damaged when he went to stop a shot at mid-on and landed rather heavily on this parched outfield. Stayed down for some time. Here's Gregory to Brown, bowls down the leg side. Not a good ball from Lewis Gregory, and he knows it. He looks to the skies as if to say, what did you do that for?
We've heard from John and Margaret Parson emailing us at bbcsexcricket@gmail.com. You say when Paul turned the effects microphone down earlier, the wind noise stopped immediately. We can still hear a little background chatter and applause from the crowd, which adds to the occasion. And then they say, I remember Alan Gibson commentating on cricket some years ago, possibly on test matches. Is the smooth-talking Anthony currently with you? Any relation?
Afraid so. Eldest son. There's Gregory in and bowls, and defensive shot from Nick Brown. Well, it's quite a few years ago. My father did his last test match commentary back in 1973, so I think
Yeah. Anyway, it runs in the family. Excellent. And you say much enjoying the commentary in conjunction with the live stream from John and Margaret in a cooler Suffolk. And yeah, I think it really is, although it's possibly just a little bit more windy than would be ideal, and you wouldn't mind an extra degree or two, but I have to say I'd be a lot happier in these temperatures than those of last week.
Yeah. Here's Gregory to Brown. And this is turned away through the onside. This might run away for 4 runs. It will run away for 4 runs. Nothing that Tom Banton, who's on as substitute for Craig Overton, can do about that. And that's 64 without loss. And takes Nick Brown on to 30.
I'm just looking at Jason Rue. He's taken his cap off for the first time, and he reminds me of a slightly smaller version of Johnny Bairstow with the red hair. And he does sort of move in a similar sort of way. Anyway, for anyone who wasn't with us earlier, Craig Overton, who
he's back.
Yeah, I was just going to say he's come back onto the field, so that's very good news. And he was just trying to field the ball at mid-on. He dived and fell awkwardly on his right shoulder. But it's good that in the end, although there was a 3 or 4 minute hold-up, he was beginning to be able to practice turning his arm over again. And although he did it gingerly, I think he has recovered fully by now, which is great to see. And he signals to the pavilion that so far so good. He's feeling all right out there as Leach begins a new over from the river end, and this ball's turned into the onside to backward square leg. There will be no run, and score remaining 64 for none at the start of the 26th over.
Yes, I think he's okay. I think he just landed a bit heavily. He's probably had a painkilling injection in it.
Leach bowls and played back to the bowler, and of course it hasn't really been his morning because he struggled with the footholds and clearly was not particularly happy with that either, so hopefully things will improve for him as Leach is in, bowls to Cook, who sweeps but straight to backward square leg, and again there will be no run.
Yes, he's not had a great morning. He's one of those cricketers who, when he's not having a good day, makes it blindingly obvious to anyone who's watching him.
As here comes Leach, and this ball's just turned past, well, 2-bat pad, nifty piece of fielding, and there's no run there.
He's not an understated cricketer, is Craig Overton.
As Leach passes umpire Nick Cook and bowls, and this ball's nicely turned round the corner, and it's going down towards the backward square leg boundary. It will just be, in fact it has gone for 4, and the fieldsman seemed to have caught up with it, only to find it slips through his hand, and they get 4 runs, so the score to 68 for no wicket, and Cook moves along to 31.
Yeah, little Lewis Goldsworthy, who's quick across the ground, just didn't quite get a strong enough hand on it. And the momentum of ball and fielder and a slippery outfield saw ball and fielder run over the boundary rope.
So Leach to bowl again to Cook. It was a nice shot that from Cook, just lapping it round. Next one will take something of a leading edge there, a little bit of encouragement for Jack Leach, as Cook was really looking to play that much straighter than he actually did, and came off a leading edge along the ground, let it be said, out into the covers, and no run. Cook 31, Brown 30, 7 extras, and after 26 overs choosing to bat, Essex are 68 without loss.
And that 4 took Sir Alistair Cook to 1,000 runs against Somerset, which is quite an achievement. I'm not sure that there are any first-class cricketers currently playing who can claim 1,000 runs against Somerset. If Steve Pittard is listening, no doubt he'll check it out, but there may have been, I'm sure there were cricketers in the past who've passed that milestone, but it's quite a record. Casey Aldridge coming on from the Hayes close end. He's bowled his 3 previous overs from the river end.
Tidy overs they were as well.
They were, but not particularly threatening. He's in to bowl to Brown. Pushes that out into the onside, and Peter Siddle fields.
What I would say there, Anthony, is you're quite right to say they weren't particularly threatening, but all you can do really, if there aren't wickets in the offing, is at least make it difficult for the batsmen and try to make sure Essex don't sort of seriously start tanking along at a quick scoring rate. So he might have a very important role here.
Yeah, he's, in those terms, he's certainly done the job. This is a full-length delivery, which is defended by Nick Brown. We're in the 27th over, only 68 runs on the board.
Obviously, in these conditions, it is harder for bowlers, with the strong wind to contend with. And I think the young man's done very well, actually, to keep a very good line and length.
He's changed his action slightly, as Casey Aldridge, getting more side on. And that's played into the onside by Nick Brown. He looks a much better bowler for it. Lots of rain elsewhere, Lancashire and Yorkshire. Yorkshire 33 for 6 against Hampshire.
Good heavens.
That is... guess who's got the wickets?
Yes.
This is dropped down in front of him by Nick Brown, Mohammed Abbas, Barker, Mohammed Abbas, Abbott.
Yeah, fairly predictable, but you have to give them their due. They are a very effective unit. Yeah. And, well, Surrey will be just having a slightly nervous look over their shoulder, because Hampshire are within range should they win a game and Surrey lose one. And Hampshire have actually won 7 matches to Surrey's 6 this season.
Here comes Aldridge, in bowls to Brown, mixture of bat and pad, just backward of square, pick up a single as Lammonby comes in off the boundary.
If it's any consolation to any Yorkshiremen who might just happen to be listening to our commentary, Yorkshire came here and were in perhaps even bigger trouble. They were all out for 50 one day in 2018 and went on to win the match. Has to be said, they did have both Root and Bairstow in the side at that time.
Aldridge, he's in bowls to Brown, uppish, and just short and to the left of the bowler in his follow through. It wasn't a chance, but maybe that one just stopped a little bit, or maybe it was just a case of mistimed shot. Gloucestershire 98 for 2 against Northants, that's at Cheltenham. Warwickshire 65 for 2 against Surrey at the Oval. Those are the other First Division scores, and Derbyshire 53 for 7 against Worcestershire. Durham 65 for 0 against Middlesex. So those are the scores around the country. Here it is 69 without loss. Essex, we've had 27 overs, so they're going along at a steady scoring rate.
So it's Jack Leach to continue from the river end, initially to Nick Brown, and Leach just waits for Brown to be ready, and perhaps for a gusting wind just to die down a little bit, and comes and gives us a little bit more air. Brown nudges it away to backward point. Peter Siddle runs round, does the fielding, but not before they've crossed for a single, so that takes the score to 70 for no wicket. And Brown again just takes the lead from Cook, 32 to 31. We've heard from Paul Schneider, who says much better with the effects mic off. I'm watching on the stream and was being blown down the street. Yes, we think, Paul, that the problem is with the, not our actual effects mic, but the microphone. We have tested it out, and it is a problem down with the camera mic. Nothing I'm afraid we can do about that, but here is Leach to come back again. We've got a rare little burst of sunshine this morning on the ground at the moment as Cook comes forward in defence and plays it back to the bowler.
That was better from Jack Leach. He just got that up above the batsman's eye line.
As Leach bowls again, Cook turns it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 70 for no wicket, and good start this for Essex, who've often had the experience of losing a few wickets early on in matches this season, but another single onto the board as Cook turns the ball mid-wicket, gets a hand to it but can't prevent it going through toward the boundaries. Only one run, the way he was taken off. It's 71 for no wicket, and it's once again a score draw on the board, 32 to each Essex opener. Brown just waiting, a slip and a back pad in for Leach. Balls to Brown. Brown whips this one off the pads to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 72 for none. Essex with the one change. Sam Cook with a bit of a niggle misses this game, and Aaron Beard, who was 12th man at the Oval, takes his place. Leach bowls again. Again it's turned to mid-wicket. The over ends. Good over rate from Somerset this morning. We're going to be certainly 30, probably an over or two above in the morning session, which is very unusual here at Chelmsford. 28 overs have been bowled, and Essex choosing to bat with Cook and Brown both on 32 are 71 for no wicket.
Yeah, Somerset do bowl their overs promptly, expeditiously, don't waste any time. Unlike Shannon Gabriel, who was bowling for Yorkshire down at Taunton last week, took 6 minutes to bowl one over. Admittedly, it did include at least 2, if not 3, no balls, but even so, he walked back at a funereal pace. Here we got Casey Aldridge going to be bowling to Alistair Cook, who's on 32. 2 slips in a gully. Aldridge in and bowls, edged from, or almost a leading edge from Alistair Cook, but again not in the air, out into the covers between backward point and cover point. Picks up a single for it. 72 without loss. These two haven't been making entirely untroubled progress, but it's despite the grass on it, I think it's a pretty slow wicket, this one.
Yeah, I must admit, I think if I had to envisage who might make the breakthrough for Somerset, it would be Casey Aldridge. I think he's been the pick of the bowlers this morning.
Tall lad, 6'5", gets, oh, and then he gets that one to bounce, which was just what I was going to say, that he can summon quite a lot of bounce with his height, which he uses well. It's a single out into the onside. 73 without loss. Essex, Somerset not letting Essex get away. They bowled well this morning on a fairly unresponsive pitch. Jack Leach maybe got 1 or 2 to turn. As Aldrich is in and bowls, and this is whipped into the onside by Alistair Cook. It won't go for 4. Jack Leach is in hot pursuit. He pulls it in. They come back for a comfortable 2. Didn't time that quite perfectly. Alistair Cook moves on to 35. 75 without loss. Somerset would dearly like to make a breakthrough before lunch, which is coming up in around about 10 minutes time. Good crowd here at the Cloud County Ground.
It is a good crowd.
People all round the ground as Aldridge bowls to Cook, who's up on his toes defending that back down the pitch. I was just when I was off commentary, wandering around the ground, I had a good look at the pavilion. It's not a building of great aesthetic beauty.
No, I think I can give you that one. Yes.
There's prominent things about it is the name of the ground, complete with the sponsor's name and the sponsor's logo. This is driven by Cook. Full length ball from Aldridge again, though he doesn't really time it.
Well, no, and he was aiming to mid-off, and it goes to mid-on. I think that's partly down to this strong breeze, but I also give some credit to the bowler, because I think Cook has found it more difficult timing the ball against Aldridge than any other Somerset bowler I've seen this morning.
Here's Aldridge in bowls, another full-length delivery, and again Cook mistimes his drive, his off drive, which was the obvious shot to play to that delivery on Twitter. Johnny Nexus says, if it turns into a really good spinning wicket, do you think we can complain to the ECB about them and get them docked points for next season? Ho ho. Mark Shane, He's not one of the most optimistic Somerset supporters. No wickets for the first 20 overs, going to be a long, hard slog. Well, that's the way it is looking at the moment for Somerset, it has to be said, especially with Craig Overton down there holding his right shoulder, as he's clearly not happy with it. And he would normally be Somerset's main man. And well, here we go.
Matt Renshaw coming into the attack
with his round arm off spin. You watch this. It's one of the more unusual bowling actions around at present.
Going to be bowling to Nick Brown initially. 75 for no wicket in 29 on the board, with Brown 33, Cook 35, and Renshaw in. And yeah, very interesting. And this one's gone well down leg side. They're going to pick up at least one, and just one. They're just being signalled by Nick Cook, so the score goes along to 76 for no wicket. We've heard from Liam Hughes enjoying the commentary. He says, connected to the issue of changing county cricket, why does the ECB schedule all the games during the week in the summer months, and indeed for all the September fixtures? As here's Renshaw against a much better delivery, played back to the bowler by Alistair Cook. He continues to clash with football. In September is just not valid and would affect a handful of season ticket holders for a maximum of 2 days in the month, as the next ball is played to backward square leg and there's no run. And most football sides rarely play at 3 p.m. on Saturdays these days in the Premier League. Friends and I took a day off work for day 2 of the Essex-Hampshire game a few weeks back and are aiming to see day 4 of this game if there is any play, but sadly that probably will be the only cricket we see this summer. Renshaw to Cook. Cook has whipped this one away off a mixture, I think, of bat and pad. It's going down to the fine leg boundary. It'll be pulled up by Goldsworthy, 5 yards short. They take 2 runs, 78 for no wicket, and Cook moves along to 37.
I do agree with that. I think it's ridiculous that there is no county cricket being played at weekends.
Yes.
This month or in September.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Very good point, Liam. You conclude also from the T20, there is and was zero strategy from the ECB to get people to come into county cricket. That was the entire point of T20 back in 2003. I can't see any strategy from the ECB to get any of this new audience from the 100 to county cricket. It is hard not to conclude that the ECB seems to want to kill county cricket. Strong stuff, Liam, and I think you're right. As here is the next delivery from Renshaw, in and bowls, and that's down leg side. It would have been a wide all day in T20 cricket, not in Championship cricket. And the score remaining?
It's been a dreadful over so far.
78 for no wicket, as Renshaw bowls again, and this ball's whipped away to deep square leg for a single by Cook, who will move to 38, 33 to Brown, and the end of a not particularly distinguished over is reached. 30 overs bowled.
Very polite of you, Paul.
79 for no wicket.
A dreadful over from Matthew Renshaw, who took career best figures up at Southport against Lancashire. 3 for 29. And he pinned Tom Kohler-Cadmore, LBW, a couple of balls after TKC had reached his 100 at Taunton last week against Yorkshire. I think he's got a little bit carried away with this. I think he's only taken 6 first-class wickets in his entire career, so he doesn't have a huge bowling reputation behind him.
Just read an email from Harry Edwards, who says, afternoon all, very much enjoying the video and audio combination while working on my other screen. Keep up the good work. Really think the focus the counties have made on the video streams has been a positive outcome of COVID. My question, Essex's batting has not been their strong suit. Does the opening combo of Brown and Cook create pressure down the order due to their generally slower rate of scoring? This perhaps prompts others to come out and try and catch up a little.
Is Aldridge in and bowls down the leg side, and just, I'm not sure whether he got anything on that. It landed just short of James Rew. Might just have flicked the inside edge, but
yeah, I think it certainly hit something. I think possibly the pad more than the bat, because there wasn't really any sudden raising of arms among the Somerset fielders there. Just to finish that point from Harry, it's a good point you raise. I'll come back to that in a moment.
Here's Aldridge round the wicket to Cook. Cook drives without timing and be picked up by Bartlett at mid-off, no run.
Your point is a good one, Harry, because a slow-scoring opening partnership, even if it puts on 50 for the first wicket, it can create pressure further down the order. But I don't really think that's necessarily the case, because others don't seem to be able to bat any more quickly either. Tom Wesley's been slow this season. Dan Lawrence hasn't really been his usual self this season.
Here's Aldridge to Cook, who's picked up a single out into the onside. Jack Leach comes trotting in off the deep mid-wicket boundary to do the fielding. 80 without loss. Well, I think being overcritical. I mean, 80 without loss is a tremendous platform.
It is, yeah. Obviously, this is not their average opening partnership. You know, this is probably they have, I think, on one occasion got more than this in the opening game of the season, because they both got hundreds. But yeah, it is. I think what doesn't help either, Anthony, it's a slowish pitch. Typically, Chelmsford always is, and it's not going to be a particularly quick scoring ground.
Aldridge to Brown, who defends. Yes, it's strange that, isn't it? Because in T20 cricket, it's one of the very fastest scoring grounds.
It is. I was just thinking the same thing. That's right. And often, I think another point would be each county prepares pitches they think suits their team, and probably T20. They want the ball coming onto the bat. In this sort of form of the game, they're thinking of Simon Harmer.
Yeah. Aldridge bowls down the leg side, and nicely taken by James Rue. I fancy Craig Overton is still feeling that shoulder that he damaged fielding in the outfield.
Yeah, I think it's very natural. When you have any sort of injury at all, it's to, it dominates your thoughts. The human anatomy is a very delicate thing, and I think it's naturally would do that.
Aldridge inner bowls, bouncer to Brown, and quite a good bouncer as well.
Yeah.
Just a fraction too short, but Nick Brown taking evasive action, rapid evasive action at that. End of the over, 80 without loss, 33 to Nick Brown, 39 to Alistair Cook. We've had 31 overs, and we've got time for one more before lunch, which will take Somerset to the appointed ration of 32 overs in the session.
Yes, I've been impressed with Aldridge, as I've been saying. He's kept good control in these difficult conditions today, and for a young bowler, I think he deserves credit, as Renshaw is about to deliver this last over before the luncheon adjournment. I will be staying on to do an update into the 1 o'clock BBC Essex News. First ball of the Renshaw over, single to square leg. Lammerby Fielders 81 for no wicket, and that takes Cook along to 40. We've heard from Rodney Ward, who says, "Gentlemen, really enjoying the coverage and commentary. Blustery and overcast down here in Penzance, where the list of jobs left for me by my beloved is being studiously ignored. Well done, sir," as this ball goes down leg side. Nicely taken by James Rue. Long day for us in the field, I fear, us being Somerset. He says, "Time to give Aldridge a spell with the wind and for Abel to take over from Leach." As Renshaw, who has actually taken over from Leach, takes Brown on the pad. There's no run. You say, "Keep up the good work. Best wishes, Rodney Ward." Rodney, thank you very much indeed. And nice to just get that one in on the stroke of lunch as Renshaw prepares to bowl again. We've also heard from Lindsay Wall as Brown plays the ball into the onside, no run. Just a thought, folks, with Simon Harmer's absence, will Aaron Nijjar get an opportunity? In addition, what are the team's thoughts on second 11 players getting promoted to first team action? Yours in Warmish Conservatory in Chelmsford. Thank you, Lindsay, as this next ball is played away, and that's going down toward the fine leg boundary. I don't think it'll reach it. It's going to be pulled up about 10 yards shy, and they come back for 2 runs to Nick Brown, who has 35, and the score is 83 for no wicket in this 32nd over.
Life support treatment to Archie Battersby from Southend.
Just waiting for, I think this is going to be the last ball before lunch. And Renshaw is in, bowls, and Brown plays it to Lammonby at mid-wicket, and there is no run, and that will be lunch, with Essex choosing to bat 83 for no wicket in 32 overs, Cook 40 and Brown 35.
Yeah, it's been Essex's morning, without question. Not much in it for the quicker bowlers, and no sign really of much in the way of bounce and turn for the two spinners that we've seen, Jack Leach and Matt Renshaw, and some hard slogging work in the field in prospect for Somerset this afternoon.
Anthony, always a pleasure to welcome you here to Chelmsford. Thank you very much indeed for your contribution so far, and you will be joined by Dick Davis for half an hour after lunch, and I'm just holding on so that we can update the BBC Essex 1 o'clock lunch bulletin. And as Anthony said,
Chelmsford on this first day of the county championship match between Essex and Somerset. And if you're an Essex supporter, then you'll be quite pleased how the morning went, because it wasn't spectacular, but similarly they didn't offer many chances, if any, as Essex reached 83 without loss, with Nick Brown not out 35, Alistair Cook not out 40. The pitch didn't seem to harbour too many demons in it, and from the Essex point of view, it's to be hoped that they can build on this solid start and set the West Countrymen a challenging total. My name is Dick Davis. With me, a couple of yards to my right, is Anthony Gibson, and it's undeniably an Essex morning.
Undeniably. Yes, it's. I think it will have fulfilled all Tom Abel's worst forebodings when he lost the toss this morning.
Yes.
The prospect of bowling at Sir Alistair Cook in the first innings and facing Simon Harmer in the fourth. But I think the consolation from the Somerset point of view is that there don't appear to be any demons in this pitch.
No, there certainly doesn't. No. There was a nasty moment when Craig Overton fell on a shoulder and had to go off the pitch, but that's just played out to mid-off. But thankfully, he's back on the field, I think, anyway. And certainly,
he is, he's feeling in the gully.
And during the lunch interval, he was sort of testing out his shoulder, and it seemed all right. So that's good news.
Testing out there, wasn't it? He didn't. He wasn't bowling full out.
No.
Kirby out there. And he's also limping slightly from his problems with the footholds at the far end. So
yes,
not the happiest bunny.
No, quite. Siddle to Cook, and the Cook plays pleasantly, but straight to the man at the covers, and at extra cover. Well, no cover, I suppose. Yeah, cover. No addition to the score, but 83 without loss. As I say, we had exactly the requisite number of overs, 32 overs in the morning. I say requisite in as much as they are deemed to bowl 16 an hour. Then at that rate we should get through our 96 by about 6 o'clock. So
which would make a very welcome change.
It would make a very pleasant change indeed, yes. And that's outside the off stump. So Somerset have got on with it. Admittedly, we had a few overs from Jack Leach. I'm not quite sure how many, but it was predominantly a seam attack, as you'd expect on the first morning. So so well done Somerset to getting the game moving. Sometimes you can only get 29 or even 28 in the morning, and it sets the pattern for the day.
9 overs of spin, 7 from Jack Leach, and 2 pretty filthy overs from Matt Renshaw.
Oh right. Yes, so the other 23 of seam. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the wicketkeeper.
But it still reflects well on Somerset, because there was a long hold-up for the injury to
yes, there was. Yes, there was. So, yeah, it does reflect well, I agree entirely. Well, for the injury and for the repair of the pitch at the far end.
Yeah, that took a few minutes as well. So Somerset ahead of the rate.
Yes.
Because there will have been allowances made for those two.
Oh yes, certainly.
Happenings.
Siddle moves in, bowls to Cook round the wicket, so that Cook plays it again out into the covers. Pleasantly, but no addition to the score. Our email address is bbcsexcricket@gmail.com if you want to communicate with us, and Somerset listeners will know Anthony's.
At Ant Gibb.
There we are. But of course we welcome emails from any cricket supporter, Essex, Somerset, anybody really. Everybody welcome. That's outside the off stump, goes through the wicketkeeper. End of the first over after lunch, which is a maiden, because they were 83 when they went off at 1 o'clock, and they're still 83 without loss here on an overcast but warm and windy day.
Yes, it's Andy Cleve has on Twitter has spotted in the gents here behind the pavilion, there are various little sort of posters up with cricketing terms in them. I noticed the one googly this morning, and he's picked out the one Bunsen. No surprise, a pitch that favours spin bowlers, from Cockney rhyming slang Bunsen burner.
Yes.
Person 1, did you see the score at Hyderabad? Person 2, yeah, it's a raging Bunsen down there. Person 1, Simon Harmer would fill his boots.
Well, Overton is going to start the attack from the pavilion end, not the pavilion end, the river end or the city end. So that's good news.
It is. He's going to be bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Nick Brown. He's there and bowls, and Brown defends.
Yep, Bunsen burner is about the only thing I remember from a minimum of chemistry lessons at school. I dropped it pretty quickly. I could never quite see. I can remember we seem to have the lessons of mixing up various chemicals and then describing the effect of when you mix them up and maybe heating them, but nobody told me why you'd want to mix them up or heat them in the first place. So I never quite understood chemistry.
Obviously didn't turn you into a scientist. Is Overton in a bowls and a good length delivery. Bowling well within himself, Craig Overton,
yes,
at the moment. Not really running in.
No.
Feeling his shoulder. And limping as well for old Craig. Still, he's had a week off. Didn't play in any of the 3 one-day internationals against India. His last outing was in the... Okay, here he comes again. He's there, bowls. A little bit of swing there, but again at a fairly gentle pace and starting wide and going wider. Fancy it's not quite so blustery this afternoon.
No, I don't think it is. That flag at the far end is hanging fairly limply by the flagpole in the southeast corner of the ground.
Overton. It's long, loping approach. It's there, bowls on middle and leg, played into the onside. Tom Lammonby will pick up from mid-wicket. Plenty of conversation going on amongst the mixture of Somerset and Essex supporters sitting immediately outside our commentary box. There's a good crowd in here, people sitting all around the ground.
Yes.
Those in sheltered spots, enjoying what is a very pleasant day. And Craig Overton just looking at the ball a little bit. Haven't had it changed yet. He's in to bowl to Cook. Cook thinks of playing at the ball, just leaving him a fraction outside the off stump. Somerset, I think if you'd asked Tom Abel this morning, would you settle for a draw with 7 or 8 bonus points, I think he'd have said, yeah, that would do nicely, because that would take Somerset above Warwickshire and out of the relegation zone, if there is to be such a thing as relegation. Overton's in and bowls again outside the off stump, as were all of the deliveries in that over, barring one, which was played defensively. It was a maiden over. He's bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 12, 35 to Nick Brown, and 40 to Alistair Cook, who, when he reached 29, reached 1,000 runs in first-class cricket against Somerset.
Oh, really? Right.
And I don't think, well, I'd be very surprised if there is another current cricketer who has scored 1,000 runs.
No, probably not. No. So Siddle to continue from the far end, the Hayes close end. Moves in now, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Cook, who lets that go by outside the off stump. Well, I hope that Somerset supporters who are down here have a very, very pleasant day. Well, very pleasant few days, depending on how long they're coming for.
Weather seems to be improving at the moment.
Yes,
more blue sky, less cloud, not so much in the way of blustery wind.
No. That's outside. That's well played by Cook, well, which is almost goes without saying. He plays it well, but he plays it straight back towards the stumps at the other end and Siddle himself.
Has he been signed up for another year?
I believe he has, yes, so he must still enjoy it. It's not as if he needs it. He's got plenty of other things going on in his life, not least a farm. Although you would know better than I, maybe to say you have a farm doesn't necessarily mean that life is all good. As that's swung away down to fine leg for a single, just part of the ground that we can't see, but yeah, there's obviously fielding there.
Not sure who it is down there.
I mean,
yeah, he's very keen on his farming, is Alistair Cook. Farms in Hertfordshire, I think, with his partner, who's
right.
Farmer's daughter.
As Siddle moves in, bowls. And that's very well played by Brown. That's 4 runs. The fielders are only going after it to retrieve it, not to reduce the number of runs. It was very well timed and just fractionally in front of square on the offside. Just dropped his length a little bit there, did Siddle, and Brown was keen to take advantage of it, which he did very well indeed. Moves the score into 88 without loss.
Peter Siddle was touch and go for this game. He had picked up a minor injury in the game up at Southport, and playing on finals day didn't help.
No, that's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper.
So he missed the game against Yorkshire last week down at Taunton.
And you were at Southport?
I was.
Pleasant ground. It was on the. I've never been there because it's not a headquarters. It's a.
Yeah, very, very pleasant. Sort of suburban ground.
Yes.
It's not far from the sea, not far from Royal Birkdale Golf Course and all the rest of it.
No, it's a nice town, isn't it, Southport?
Yeah. It's more in Birkdale than Southport.
Oh,
it's
right.
The Southport and Birkdale
Yes.
Cricket Club, but very well organised, very hospitable,
Out,
and
yeah.
pretty good pitch.
As that's outside the off stump. Yeah, almost without exception, I've always found when you play at an out ground, whatever county it is, there is always great hospitality because it's a big event for the local club there. And as soon as the fixtures have come out and they know that they're going to be hosting this game, they put a heck of a lot of effort into it, much of which is voluntary. And yeah, it's always splendid atmosphere at out grounds. End of the over, 88 without loss.
And do Essex play any out-ground cricket in the county?
Not at all now, I'm
You
afraid.
used to have loads of grounds, didn't you?
Yes, oh yes, but they were nomadic with ringing the changes among 9 different grounds. Every season they played at 8 of the 9 grounds for, well, ever since their foundation. And, well, gradually building up that number 9, but no, now it's here and nowhere else.
Same with Somerset and Taunton.
Yes.
This is defended by Alistair Cook, which is a shame.
I think it's a shame. I can understand why to a certain extent. I mean, the very use of outgrounds is a little historic. You could almost say anachronistic, because it's when not everybody had cars and they can get around, so they took cricket to the masses rather than bring the masses to the grounds. But
even so, I mean, it's 50 miles from Taunton to Bath. Taunton's really in Devon. Is Overton in bowls, and this is an attempted pull shot by Alistair Cook. Got nowhere near it really. It was the right length for the shot, but not the right sort of execution.
yes, in my early days of doing this job, I watched Essex play Somerset at both Bath and at Clarence Park and Weston-super-Mare.
I don't think either of those are possibilities, but I don't see why Somerset couldn't play a game at Millfield School, for example.
Oh no.
It's Overton in bowls, and this is driven nicely into the offside, but straight to Casey Aldridge at extra cover, or Lansdowne Cricket Club, just north of Bath, which is a very well organised, successful club. But I can't honestly see it happening, and of course there isn't the imperative to play out-ground cricket that there is at some of the big test grounds.
No.
We've got almost too many games to be fitted in as this runs off a leading edge out into the offside from Alistair Cook, picked up by Lewis Goldsworthy. And anyway, Taunton's a lovely ground.
Oh, it is indeed, and of course in many respects Taunton and the grounds at Chelmsford and at Taunton are similar in as much as they're walking distance from the town centre. Well, they virtually are in the town centre, or city centre in the case of Chelmsford, but yeah, it couldn't be more convenient in either case.
Overton bowls, and this is defended firmly, and the ball comes back rapidly from Craig Overton, just in case Alistair Cook had strayed out of his crease, but he missed, and Cook is back in his ground in any case. 88 without loss. Essex going along steadily.
Yes, that's the word. 35 overs for 88. What's getting on for 2.5, I suppose.
Overton in bowls. This is whipped away into the onside, but cut off by Tom Lammonby at mid wicket, and that's the end of another over. Gives Craig Overton figures of 8 overs, 4 maidens, none for 12. He hasn't been at his absolute best. Tremendous piece of bowling, of course, at Taunton in the game between these two sides earlier on in the season, when he took 7 for 57 in the first innings and 6 for 30 in the second, as he almost bowled Somerset to victory.
And boy, did Essex make hard work of scoring. What was it, 82 or something? They
84.
84. They lost 9 wickets in the process on that Saturday morning. Dear oh Lord, how to make what should be a simple job look difficult. As splendid shot, but only straight to the fielder from Brown, and it was Adam Rossington. I'm not very good at remembering games, but some games I do. It was Adam Rossington that really just about helped us.
29 not out.
Yes, it now doesn't sound a big thing, but out of it 84, that's quite a significant score. And yeah, so
there was nearly a run out off the.
Yes, there was, wasn't there? Yes, it was a scrambled.
That's where they hit the stumps.
A scrambled by, wasn't it?
Yeah, then it would have been a tie.
Yes.
Well, the slip cordon is being weakened for Somerset, with Matt Renshaw going to short extra cover where Nick Brown hit that last shot in the air.
Yes. So Siddle in his 10th over moves in bowls, and again still manages to find a gap and pick up 4 runs through the offside, through extra cover. As Anthony said, the cover side had been strengthened, but still Brown managed to thread it through, and a well played shot, a well directed shot, a well chosen shot, well executed shot. It was altogether 9.5 out of 10. I never give 10s. As Siddle moves in bowls, and
he's bowling for that off drive, isn't he, Peter Siddle?
yes,
not that one, the previous one. He just over pitched a fraction,
Yeah.
and Nick Brown took full toll of it. But
yes,
Somerset have a plan.
yes, indeed. And I know it's a cliche, but a batsman's strength is sometimes his weakness as well, because he wants to play to his strengths when maybe the ball isn't quite there, quite appropriate to do it. As Siddle moves in and bowls. Oh, and that wasn't one of Brown's most convincing shots. It goes off the edge to the man in the gully. It went along the ground though, so his wicket was never endangered. But it was certainly an uncertain shot.
It's the second time the edge has been found.
Yes.
From the Hayes close end. Casey Aldridge finding Nick Brown's edge before lunch, and that too went along the ground into the gully.
That's
Sharp
over
piece
to
of fielding by Craig Overton.
He felt his shoulder again after that one, I noticed. As Siddle moves in again and bowls, and that's just played out in the offside. Well, football season starts on Saturday, and that was a good bit of fielding skill there, flicking the ball up by the man at shortish extra cover.
So is that the Charity Shield being played on?
Well, it's, I believe, I mean, I'm a rugby man like you rather than a football man, but I believe it's the Championship, first and second divisions.
Oh, I see.
Yes, I know my hometown, Southend, I know they've got a game. That's about the extent I know about it. Whoa, that's whipped away down to backward square, where Leach is in the action, and Fields. They go through for a comfortable single. And reaches the end of the over, and because it was the last ball of the over, Brown will retain the strike. With he on 44 and Essex on 93 without loss. No, yes, 44. That's right. He's overtaken Brown again. Cook with that splendid boundary.
Looking at the ball again for the umpteenth time this season, Tom Abel showing it to umpire Nick Cook, who no doubt has something to say on the subject. He in turn shows it to umpire Nick Watts. And I expect Matt Renshaw is in there as well. He can't resist having a say about anything.
Now, normally there's a ploy here which Essex have adopted over the years, and sometimes the visitors latch onto it. If you want to swap the ball, one sure way is to bowl some fairly indifferent slow bowling from this end and get hit back over your head into the river. But on the other hand, neither Alistair Cook nor Nick Brown is likely to dispatch a ball in that manner.
And Nick Cook has agreed that the ball is no longer fit for purpose.
Yes. Excellent.
Well, for the umpteenth time this season, it's a duff batch of balls that have been produced for this season. Manufacturers blaming the quality of the leather. And quite why the leather should have deteriorated, I don't know.
I spoke earlier of the generally very good rapport between players, and I think this is demonstrated here as during this interval Overton is having a natter. It seems quite amicable with the two batsmen in the middle of the wicket, with Brown and Cook. Would it be fair, or would it be a wind-up?
No, I'm sure the players get on really well together. The game against Yorkshire last week, Tom Bess was bowling to Tom Abel, and they're best mates.
Yes.
Tom Bess and Tom Abel, and similarly, Adam Lythe and Jack Brooks went out for a beer together because they too are best mates going back to Yorkshire days, and friendships transcend county loyalties. Not when it comes to playing the game hard and fair.
No, but
once it's all over, it's good. It's good to see the game played in the right sort of cricket. The Somerset and Yorkshire bowlers were actually warming up together on one of the days played down.
I can well believe it. Yes, that sort of rapport.
Down at Taunton.
It's good to see that some things still remain more or less the same.
Craig Overton wandering off to see what's going on with the ball, I suspect. What have you got for us now, ump? He's going to say.
Well, there's quite a long confab between umpire and bowler, as Nick Cook sort of jettisons one almost in disgust and chucks it back towards where it came from. The changing facilities here are, I can't describe it any other way than poor, basically. The umpires change in a little room just below us. Essex change up on the where they've always changed, and the visitors are now, which I find unbelievable, are given sort of temporary accommodation. And I can't remember which game it was. Somebody was telling me that they then have to trek off the other side of the car park or something if they want a shower, which seems very inhospitable to me.
The whole ground is getting a bit tired.
It is. That's a very good word for it. It is getting tired. And I mean, other counties have demonstrated that you can rejuvenate it a little without having to spend a fortune. And I mean, things like that, they don't create a good impression with oppositions.
You're still not happy about the ball.
No.
Two umpires.
Well, if they get through 32 overs now by 20-4, it will be very well done indeed, because this delay in total has, well, we've had 5 overs now since lunch, and we've had 23 minutes, well, not really 23 minutes of play, 23 minutes have elapsed in that time. So, Right, we are at last going to continue with this game of cricket here at Chelmsford.
Is it you or me? I've lost track.
See, you're doing this end.
Right.
I'm doing the other end.
Craig Overton is going to bowl another over. That hiatus was The end of one over, beginning of the next. Here's Overton in, bowls to Brown.
Oh.
Gets him in trouble. One that bounces and comes back quite sharply at the left-hander, who goes down and gives the pitch a prod in the general area, and Alistair Cook goes down and just has a word with his batting partner. Perhaps this different ball will produce some livelier cricket. Here's Overton in and bowls outside the off stump, going through at ankle height to James Rue. Overton operating into the breeze. He started off this morning with the breeze coming over his left shoulder from the Hayes court end. Hayes close.
Close.
Overton bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Brown, who comes forward rather suspiciously with the bat angled down and lets it run off the face out into the offside, and there's no run. But it is nice having the ground in the middle of the city as it is now.
Oh yes. I was just thinking after made that point about Taunton and Chelmsford. I think Sussex, apart from the two London clubs, obviously, is probably the only other one.
Yeah. Overton in and bowls, and Brown thinks about playing a shot, decides not to. Yes, I suppose the cricket ground at Hove is in Hove, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, I'm just going through alphabetically the others now. Derby, Durham, Gloucester, Glamorgan, Hampshire. Hampshire certainly.
Sophia Gardens is pretty central.
It is pretty central, but yes.
To Cardiff.
And I always enjoy going there because I just love that walk through Butte Park beside the river.
Yeah. Overton bowls and playing a miss from Cook, from Brown rather. And
then over the bridge by the little cafe, and yes, you're nearly there. So it's
yes,
yeah, nice.
That ground to me has been spoilt by it being turned into a stadium. It was a lovely place to play 30, 40 years ago.
Yes, I agree entirely. When the commentary position was at the River Taff end. And the Athletic Club away to the left. Oh dear.
Here's Overton in and bowls. Appeal for LBW, and Nick Cook shakes his head. I don't know if we get. Something must have been fairly obviously wrong with it, because Nick Cook didn't even think about it. Just
no, he didn't, did he? No.
His head to say not out, but ball got past the bat a couple of times in that over, with the changed ball, and at the end of it, 38th over, it's 93 without loss. 44 to Brown and 41 to Cook.
Yes, and no real alarms. Well, that LBW appeal was it seemed quite confident, but as Anthony said, Nick Cook didn't want to have anything to do with it at all. As Siddle moves in from the Hayes close end and bowls to Cook, who's picked up a run here down to Jack Leach, yes, at just backward of square or long leg. Comfortable, very comfortable single. And Nick Brown, 44. One hit from a half century, but you'd bet the mortgage he wouldn't reach it with that one hit. And not his style of play at all as Siddle moves in and bowls. In fact, he nearly didn't reach it at all. He's got 4 more towards that 50, but that was the least convincing and most streaky shot he's played. And through the slip cordon down to a vacant third man. So, yeah, Siddle posing 1 or 2 problems, particularly for Nick Brown. But he does move on to 48 out of 98.
Yeah, Craig Overton diving to his right. Would have gone to a third slip.
Yes.
Overton's at gully.
Yep, such is life that it goes through the gap. Mind the gap, as they say on the London tube platforms. Mind the gap, and that applies to slips as well. They've now moved. Well, Overton has now gone to second slip as that's just worked away on the onside for a single at the mid wicket. And brings Sir Alistair Cook on to strike down the business end. He's on 42 out of Essex's 99 without loss. So it goes without saying it's been a good start. I haven't got the figures to prove or disprove it, but I would say, well, certainly one of the very best starts Essex have had this season, if not the best. It may well be, but I don't know. That's outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper. But either way, Essex supporters would hope that it lays the foundation for a challenging score.
Here we are. Steve Pittard's come up with 3 cricketers who have scored more than 1,000 runs against Somerset, as well as Sir Alistair Cook,
who are currently playing. That's worked out down to mid-on.
They are Adam Lythe, 1,448 runs. He really does enjoy playing against Somerset. Rory Burns, 1,116. And Mark Stoneman, 1,142. Well, there you are. Thanks, Steve.
Yep.
So there are 4 current batters who've scored more than 1,000 runs against Somerset. One of them taking strike.
Siddle moves in, bowls, and Cook plays pleasantly out into the covers, into a gap, not through the covers, I hasten to add, but just a narrow gap, and that brings up the 100 without loss, and the completion of the over as well. And Cook and Brown go through the almost obligatory punching of gloves, which seems to be de rigueur nowadays. You have to do that whatever it happens, and yeah, but they can be justly pleased with their performance in these last 38 overs.
Yeah, we've had 17 runs in the half an hour since lunch, in the course of which 7 overs have been bowled. So a steady rate of progress.
Yes, it's you, sorry.
There's Overton in bowls, and this squirts off the leading edge of Alistair Cook's bat out to Lewis Goldsworthy.
So with Essex's defeat at the Oval by 6 wickets, thereby goes any even slim chance of winning the championship this year. It was, to my mind, even this time last week before the game had started, it was fairly remote. Now it's, well, it's totally out of the question. So now this season they're playing for pride and make sure they don't finish up in that relegation zone.
Overton bowls, driven back to him, and he saves his side 4 runs with his big right boot, and then dribbles the ball all the way down the pitch to Alistair Cook's stumps. That was well timed by Cook.
It was also a well-timed right boot, a right number 11 boot.
So that had 4 written all over.
Yes, it did.
Before the intervention of Overton's boot.
Of course, his foot may also have a big bruise written all over it, but probably think it's worth it to save 4.
Yeah, doesn't seem to be in any additional discomfort.
Yes.
Not with his left ankle and his right shoulder. Here he comes bounding in up to the wicket and bowls, and this is played off Alistair Cook's hip in that characteristic way of his.
Yes.
Just down to long leg for a single, 101 without loss. He moves on to 44.
Yes, just sort of turning the ball off his hip. I remember Andy Flower, when he was here, both as player and coach, he'd never seen anybody in the world play a ball off the hip better than Cook does.
Overton this time to Brown. Is there and bowls.
Oh.
Brown ducks underneath it. Wasn't a particularly fierce bouncer. It wasn't the quickest that Overton has ever bowled. He's bowling well within himself, but producing evasive action from Nick Brown.
Haven't seen much use made of the bouncer or the consistently short pitch delivery.
It's not really that sort of pitch, is it?
No, certainly not.
Overton bowls and Brown defends, you get the feeling that unless it really does start to take spin in the third and fourth innings, it's going to be very tough for either of these two sides to take 20 wickets on it.
Yes.
Unless we get some bad batting thrown into the equation. There's been absolutely no sign of that from Essex so far.
Well, no, not so far, but as somebody who's watched Essex over the years, it's far from out of the question.
Here's Overton in bowls to Brown outside the off stump, driven away through the covers for 4 runs. That was a wide half volley from Craig Overton, and Nick Brown just leaned into it. And that's his 53 for Nick Brown from 124 deliveries with 8 fours.
Yep.
Nice way to bring up 50.
Yeah, certainly was. And it's the end of the over. And it's still Siddle bowling from the far end. Moves in now, bowls to Cook. Outside the off stump, goes through to wicketkeeper Rue, who has 2 slips keeping him immediate company. Then there's a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and probably a long leg down.
Very promising young cricketer is James Rue.
Yep, good.
He played for the County Select 11 against the Indian Tourists.
Oh, right.
Game up at Durham last season.
Siddle to Cook. Now an appeal for LBW doesn't, but yes, it does meet with the approval of umpire Chris Watts, and Cook is on his way for 44, and Essex are 105 for 1.
Yeah, it just looked out that it was one of those. Mind you, he took his time giving the
yes,
giving the decision. Just watching it on the replay, it was maybe kept a little bit low, didn't bounce as much as Cook was expecting. But I thought he wasn't going to give it.
Yeah, so did I.
But he did. And that's the breakthrough for Somerset. Alistair Cook, LBW to Peter Siddle for 44, an innings constructed of 118 deliveries with 6 fours, and an entirely typical Sir Alistair Cook contribution.
Yes, it was indeed. Yes.
A measured innings. All of his trademark shots with a lovely off drive he hit early on, the tucks off his hips, and a handsome pull shot as well that he played off Jack Leach that almost went for 6.
Yes.
Well, they've made the breakthrough. Can they now exploit the breach?
And although obviously Cook is in the autumn of his career, I think he's the one scalp that all opponents still want to get. Yes, because he's still such a gritty campaigner and a very, very good player. And
well, that 172 that he got at Lord's back in 2020 still rankles. Because it was that gave Essex the first innings lead, which
it did.
Accounted for Bob Willis.
I've said it before and I'll probably say it again. I thought the whole... Oh dear. I know it was under very difficult circumstances. I suppose you had to have a winner. But I think as soon as the regulations of the game were made public, as Siddle moves in, bowls to Wesley, just plays defensively. As soon as they said, in the event of a drawn game, whoever has first innings lead is considered to be the winner. I thought from that, as soon as they said that, I thought, well, probably both sides, that's basically all they're aiming for. And that's the way it turned out.
It was, yeah.
So, okay, I mean, as I always like to think, I'm a very honest and objective spectator, and I thought it was a bit of a hollow victory, really, because of that rather eccentric rule. That's just pushed through the onside for a splendid 4, to mid-wicket, down towards the retirement homes, and one of Wesley's favourite shots, of course, on the leg side, pushing it through there.
The other thing about that game is such a dreadful pitch as well.
Oh yes, dreadful pitch, dreadful weather.
And there was no one there, obviously, because it was
No atmosphere, dreadful weather, dreadful pitch. And you had to, well, you were there all day.
I was there all 5 days.
All 5 days. Luckily, we had it that we did a day each, and I don't think any of us wanted to do more than that day. So I pity you, particularly since your side lost, I suppose. That's just played defensively out on the onside, no addition to the score. But no, I mean, you'd think, wow, a Lord's Final, a big event, big day, aren't you lucky to be there? No, not really, as it happened.
No, as it happened. It's memorable, though, I do remember.
Oh, yes, I won't forget it. But
discomfort. We had to have all the doors and windows open. It was absolutely freezing cold.
Yes, it was, wasn't it? That's outside the off stump. Goes through the wicketkeeper. So a good over from Siddle. He made the breakthrough, and he trapped Alistair Cook LBW for 44 when the score was 105, and that 4 from the Essex skipper Tom Wesley has now augmented that to 109 for 1 after 40 overs.
And it means that Peter Siddle has figures of 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 30.
Yes.
His return to Chelmsford.
And I think, Anthony, it also means that I think I stay on, and after this over, maybe you make way for Paul.
I'll do this over, and then.
Oh yes.
Hopefully make way.
If that's with your agreement.
Of course.
We're very, very amenable here at Chelmsford.
Is Overton then in to bowl to Brown, who gets up on his toes and just runs it down to long leg for a single. Moves on to 54, 110 for 1. Essex, and Craig Overton's got a right-hander to bowl at. And he seems to have worked off whatever shoulder problem he had. He had been rubbing it as he was doing towards the latter part of this morning. Sun's coming out, clouds are higher. Wind isn't so blustery. It's a very pleasant afternoon here at Chelmsford as Overton bowls to Wesley, and he plays that into the gully on the bounce to Tom Abel. Again, playing with soft hands, making sure that the ball, if it took the edge, went down, which was precisely what it did. The voice of Tom Abel there. There you go. Encouragement for his bowler. Got the perfect voice for a captain. So you can hear him half a mile away. Here's Overton steaming in. Bowls. Edge caught at first slip by Lewis Gregory. And that's the second Essex wicket. And it's the skipper, Tom Wesley, who's gone. Caught by Gregory off the bowling of Craig Overton for 4. And it's 110 for 2.
Yes, never really quite got to the pitch of the ball. And so from 105 for no wicket, Essex go to 110 for 2.
Shall I take the opportunity to hand over to
yes, okay then.
To Paul?
Right, so yes, a very straightforward catch as slip catches go at this level of the game. It was about knee height and didn't have to move either way. It's a sort that they spend hours in practice before the start of the innings or the start of the game or the start of each day, and Gregory wasn't going to miss that, or if he had done he would have been a little bit ashamed. So Dan Lawrence due to come in now, and it is indeed number 28, and he'll be joining Nick Brown, who has 54 to his name. Paul Newton moves in beside me, brandishing a laptop, Playfair Annual, a coffee, almost everything, except the kitchen sink, but that may be in his briefcase, you never know. So Lawrence makes his way to the crease at the far end, the Hayes close end, and he'll be facing up to Craig Overton. And I'm not quite sure how many there are three deliveries of the over remaining. I may as well take these and have a swap of ends in that way. As Overton moves in, bowls to Lawrence, who's underway straight away, straight onto or outside the leg stump, and Lawrence just laid bat on ball, and the ball sped away to the mid-wicket boundary for a very pleasant 4. I was going to say that will give Lawrence confidence, but that's one thing he doesn't lack.
And it's also perhaps one thing he doesn't, not only, I mean, it's virtually saying the same thing, but one thing he doesn't need from the point of view, sometimes it can be his undoing.
Yes.
It might actually sort of lead to him hitting the ball in the air too soon in the innings before he's really got his bearings, because that is a criticism you can certainly level at him on occasion.
Oh yes.
He's not the only one in the Essex side who can be prone to that.
No. As Overton moves in and bowls to Lawrence, who plays solidly, and a good bit of fielding there by the man at mid-off, who had to make several yards to his left, almost straight behind the stumps to field it. Sorry we can't identify many of the Somerset players because they have pullovers on which don't have their numbers on the back. By Wednesday, well, what's today? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. By Thursday we might be able to identify them. Not that I shall be here then. Well, I might, but not working. That's worked well. And another splendid shot there from Lawrence. It won't reach the boundary, but they'll pick up 2. In fact, they may pick up 3. Yes, they're coming back for 3. Probably very comfortable runs. Yes, no problem at all. The ball comes in now, and Brown had regained ground at the far end quite comfortably. So everything in that over, a wicket, a boundary, a 3, all of which helped to get Essex up to 117 for 2.
Yes, Craig Overton will just be a bit disappointed in himself, having got Wesley out, to put 2 balls on Midland leg, which were meat and drink to Lawrence, and to which he could play run-bearing strokes, and a lot of runs as well, 7 runs already to his name, without having to take any risk at all.
Yes.
Of course, Tom Wesley likewise, the 4 runs he did get were from another ball that was slightly over-pitched on Midland leg, and we know that Tom needs no second invitation to hit such a ball to the boundary, but it was his only scoring shot. As we saw in that over, he was out, caught at slip for just the 4, and Essex, having lost 1 wicket, now have lost 2. So Siddle from the Hayes close end to bowl to Dan Lawrence. And Lawrence leaves the ball outside off stump that was coming back, an off cutter, but knew what he was doing, and just goes down, do a little bit of prodding of the pitch. I think probably more for out of protocol than any great thing to be gained by it. And Essex remain 117 for 2. Siddle, top of his run, comes in to bowl. Lawrence, holding the bat in front of him as he does do, plays it down to mid-on. And Tom Abel, and there's no run there. It's 117 for 2. We're in the 43rd over. Had been a very good over rate indeed by Somerset during the morning, in spite of interruptions for the injury to Craig Overton, who seems to be fully recovered, thank goodness. But it's been a little bit less impressive, not least because it took ages to change the ball.
Yes.
Next ball again picks out Abel at mid-on, and there's no run.
Yes, that seemed to go on an eternity, the changing of the ball, which is usually done fairly quickly, but certainly not on this occasion.
Well, it wasn't the actual decision to change the ball that took so long, it was actually finding the replacement. Yeah, Nick Cook can be a bit fastidious, and I did think when he walked in our direction that this might take quite a while, and it really did. It's a lovely shot from Lawrence. He must say started here in looking in very good nick as it goes down to deep mid-on. There's no run there, and I wasn't at the Oval on the occasion when Lawrence made his second innings 40 odd, but by all accounts, Dick, it was a bit of a scratchy effort.
It was really, yes, not one of his best, and certainly not one of his best at the Oval, because of course not everybody has the pleasure of watching as much cricket as we do, but he did make his maiden century at the Oval.
Next delivery goes by outside off stump. Yes, it was April 2015, and he got 161, I think it was, and was the third youngest player ever to make 100 in county cricket, and the other two went way back to just around the start of the 20th century, so it was some innings. And I have to say, Dick, bearing in mind he then, a couple of years later, got that magnificent match-saving 141 not out against Lancashire. As here is the next delivery, a leave outside off stump. I have to say, I asked myself the question, could he play either of those two innings now? Because they were both very disciplined.
They were.
Keep the ball on the ground, fairly slow innings. I'd have to see proof. You know, I do feel that, and devoutly wish he would go back to being that sort of style. Not all the time, but needs to be a bit more circumspect.
Yes, I agree.
You think of that golden chance he had to make a Test 100 in the series against the West Indies, and he hit 2 fours in the final over the day off Jason Holder, and then was out to the next ball on 93, I think it was. And I just thought, if you're ever going to make 100, mate, that was your big chance.
Yes, I think he's slipped way down the preferred list for filling up a middle batting order in the Test side. I can't really see it happening. I think his chance has gone. Maybe never to return. That's short of a length and balloons over the head of Brown, who takes evasive action.
Well, I think it will return, Dick, if only because England, for all the fact they've done very well under the new management, but you wouldn't bet against further crises not that far down the road when, you know, he may get another chance. I hope he does.
Yeah, oh yes, of course. One can always hope, but I just feel it's, you know, shot selection that lets him down, or the building of an innings rather than playing at the shots. And when you have a certain amount of ability, which Lawrence undoubtedly has, it's using that ability to build a big score.
And I totally agree with what you've said. And on top of that, his concentration was phenomenal through his teenage years. It's lapsed since then, and you ask Alistair Cook, if you're going to make a lot of hundreds, you have to be able to concentrate. It's not just the shots you play, it's when not to play them.
Exactly. That last delivery was played down the onside for a dot ball, and this is played backward of square for a run. I hesitated because I was wondering whether they were going to take a second, but that would have been distinctly ill-advised, so they settled for the one.
Yes, we had an email before lunch to bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, and that email was talking about preparing wickets to favour the home side, and Colin Seegers retorts by saying, following a previous email, should Surrey be penalised for preparing perfect batting wickets and fast outfields in order to garner maximum batting points worth 5 rather than 3 for bowling?
As that's just played square on the offside? My answer to that question would be no. That's what home advantage is about.
Yeah, I agree.
And also, the other side, whomsoever they might be, or whosoever they might be, should equally take full advantage of those conditions if given the opportunity.
See, I personally have no objection at all to either Essex or Somerset, both of whom have prepared pitches that suit spin.
No.
We don't see enough pitches that suit spin.
No.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it at all.
Neither do I. I think I've thought for a long time that's just played out in the offside, or back to the bowler rather. Most of these, nearly all of the players, apart from overseas players, whatever their county, come into the game via club cricket. The top level of club cricket, but in playing club cricket, even top level, you're going to come across all sort of pitches, good, bad, indifferent, taking spin, batsman's paradise, which builds them into a good batsman, which is why they get a chance at the higher level. And that was a very good delivery, an absolute snorter, which for all he knew about it could have dismissed Lawrence, but didn't. But for some reason, when they come into county cricket, batsmen seem to expect feather beds week in, week out, day in, day out, and why? You know, they are better all-round batsmen if they're just to playing on all pitches. Now, you know, and the pleading from ECB to provide better pitches, you're almost tempted to think that it's the tail wagging the dog. You know, the batsmen aren't good enough to play on challenging wickets, so only give them good wickets, please.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, even that pitch for the final championship game, which would decide who were the 2019 champions, and in the end, Essex just held out for a draw. They wouldn't have done if the weather hadn't intervened so much. There was much murmuring about the pitch. The fact is, Essex, in their first innings, were 103 for 1 at one stage. So you can't say that you couldn't bat on it. Cook batted superbly on it.
Yes.
As we see the start of a new over, hit back past the bowler, and it would have been 4 runs as the ball is played into the stumps, which acts as a very good 12th man for Somerset there, and it's Casey Aldridge who's come into the attack to replace Peter Siddle at the Hayes close end. I thought he bowled very well this morning, actually.
Yes.
He's a bit lucky there because it was slightly loose on the first ball back. Not that it was a rank bad ball for a moment, but just a bit over pitched, and Brown will feel a little bit robbed of a 4 there. He's on 55 as Aldridge comes back in again and bowls to Brown, and Brown has pulled this ball away to the square leg boundary, and it was not far short of a length. It wasn't a very short ball, but beautifully pulled away, and that takes the score to 122 for 2, and Brown moves up to 59. But on that pitch at Taunton, Messrs Brown, Cook and Wesley proved they could handle it, and others didn't, you know, and Essex in that first innings collapsed in the space, as they're a bit liable to do in record time. But one of the reasons why perhaps English batsmen are not great at playing spin is that not enough pitches test them on it.
No, couldn't agree more. Well,
So
it was the most uncharacteristic Brown shot, by the way, wasn't it?
it was, yes. It's, here is the next delivery from Aldridge, and this ball is just played to short mid-wicket for no run, and Essex, having lost Cook and Wesley in quick succession for 44 and 4 respectively, are 122 for 2 with Nick Brown, who batted a long time at the Oval and is doing the same here on 59, and Lawrence on 7.
Yes, and I'm really pleased to see Brown having a good innings, because some of the comments on social media, you know, people call themselves supporters and yet they love digging the knife in. Some of the comments are quite vitriolic.
And the next ball now, that is a nice straight drive that doesn't knock the stumps over at the bowler's end, but it wasn't quite as well timed as the one in the earlier in the over, and it's nicely cut off at mid-off, and Brown remains on 59, the score on 122 for 2. But yes, going on to your point about Nick Brown, he plays proper red ball cricket, and we know that he's probably for 2 or 3 seasons not managed to revisit the glories back in the sort of 2014-2015 era, when he got sort of 5 centuries in a season, as this ball's played to backward point and there is no run. 122 for 2. But nevertheless, you'd be hard put to it to find many Essex batsmen who you could say have really been in top form this season. And at least you can usually reckon he'll get his head down and battle away.
Yes. Yes,
So
he won't give his wicket away cheaply like some of the lower order.
Aldridge is in, bowls to Brown. Brown plays this ball into the offside. There's no run there. The over ends, and Brown has 59. Lawrence 7, and Essex after 45 overs, having chosen to bat, 122 for 2.
And I think we're going to see Leach coming. Yes, we are going to see Leach come back into the attack and gives his cap to umpire Nick Cook, and prepares to bowl his left arm variety of spin, which he'll no doubt be plying for England later on in the summer against South Africa.
Nick Cook, as usual, loves to engage people in conversation when there's no actual cricket going on. He's just been having a long chat to whoever the fieldsman is at mid-on, and it is difficult for us to identify the Somerset players because there are no numbers on the sweaters which they're having to wear now in this much cooler weather, and that's not a criticism of the weather. It's actually very nice that it is nice and cool. It's so much more invigorating, whereas if it gets as hot as it did last week, it is pretty flattening. So Jack Leach returning to the attack at the river end.
Yes, I found even sitting in the garden on the Tuesday, admittedly Tuesday was the hottest day that we'd ever experienced in this country. I found even sitting in the shade in the garden to be totally exhausting and draining.
Yes, doing nothing, totally exhausting.
Yes.
Thankfully, as we've explained, well, it was my good fortune. In fact, no, it wasn't the Tuesday I was at the Oval, it was the Wednesday. I didn't go at all on the Tuesday. I thought it was too hot.
Yes. As Leach moves in, round the wicket, bowls, and that's down the leg side, goes through to the keeper.
Even Jamie Overton had to retire, at the Oval for a while because he's suffering heat stroke.
Yes, well, Potts had to withdraw from the Test match, didn't he?
Indeed.
Several spectators were taken unwell.
From the ODI, yes.
Yes. Oh, did I say Test match? Yes, you know what I mean. Yeah. International.
And he's a young, fit lad.
Yes. Well, I mean, it's not those sort of conditions aren't really a case of being fit or unfit.
Exactly. I mean, I thought it was too dangerous personally.
Yes, I quite agree.
And the fact that people seem to have got away with it, but someone might have been very seriously ill.
Yes. Yes, I mean, there again, social media, well, God, it's the plague of the 21st century in many respects. That's played out deep extra cover for a single was saying, oh, they play like that all the time in India. Well, maybe all the time. That's the whole point, you see. They're accustomed to it. We are not.
By the way, emails to bbcscricket@gmail.com. We know you'll make sensible points.
Yes. So it brings Brown on to strike. And just looking around the field. Well, I'm not sure what that buzz or roar is.
Train going by, yeah.
Oh, thank you. And that's worked well on the onside, but unproductively or non-productively. Doesn't bring a run anyway. To mid-wicket. Leach again off an economy of run approach to the wicket, and that's just played off the back foot on the onside. End of the over. And Essex, having won the toss and chosen to bat, have progressed quite serenely, really. Well, they've had 2 hiccups since lunch, but still in a pretty good position at 123 for 2.
Yes, you say the social media have been, a bit of a curse, and I think never more so than for the younger generation. I read frightening stories of, particularly among girls, that if you don't reply to someone who emails or tweets within 30 seconds, you're in dead trouble. And I think, oh, crikey, the pressure that puts on people, because you feel, that you're going to be a pariah if you haven't sort of been on the ball. Thankfully, we never had those sort of problems back in the day, and very relieved not to have done. 123 for 2 as we see Aldridge in. Continuing from the Hayes close end, very nice shot from Lawrence down to deep mid-off, and there's no run.
So yes, the emails have gone rather quiet since lunch. Just to repeat our email address, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com.
And Casey Aldridge turns at the top of his run, 47th over being bowled, the 15th since lunch. And this ball just dropped into the onside, and there will be no run. Goes to mid-wicket, 123 for 2, and it means that a further 17 overs, including this one, will have to be bowled before tea taken.
Yes.
Few seagulls overhead you may pick up as Aldridge is in. Ooh, and Lawrence here I didn't much like the look of that from the batsman's point of view, Dick, because
leading edge-ish, wasn't it?
he shuffled in front of his stumps. Now, for me, if he misses it, there's a skyscraper of an appeal for LBW, which is one of the ways he does tend to get out, and was the case at the Oval in the end last week. And as you rightly say, he's fortunate. He did get bat on that, and it took the leading edge. As Aldridge is in again. Bowls to Lawrence, that's a much better shot, hit firmly back to the bowler, nicely fielded, 123 for 2. Yes, if you were looking round for Anthony's coming back at 3 o'clock.
Oh, right. Good Lord, I'll have had an hour and 20.
I know, yeah.
God, need.
And you won't be paid.
No, need to lie down with a copy of the Sporting Gazette or whatever the phrase is.
Yes, and a hot water bottle. Yeah. Aldridge is in the bowls, and again a bit leading edgy from Lawrence here, all along the ground, let it be said, but he was looking to hit that much straighter than it actually went out into the covers. And I think Aldridge actually has bowled very well here today for a young lad making his way in the game.
Yes.
I'm impressed with his control of line and length, and he does get a nice little bit of bite off the pitch.
Well, he's a tall lad.
Yes, he is. And he bowls again, and this keeps a bit low, if anything.
Yes.
And goes down to mid-on, and Lawrence, understandably, in the light of that, does go down and do a bit of legitimate gardening, and that ends the Aldridge over, and it was a maiden. And Lawrence has 8, Brown 59, and Essex, after 47 overs, are 123 for 2.
Yes, Martin emailed us. Nice to hear you back on. I went last Tuesday to the Oval, but no email address was advertised. Today, Tuesday the 25th of September, the live stream says it's Essex versus Gloucestershire. Warn your punters, as if one persists, the cameras do show Somerset. As yeah, well, no, we didn't.
Well, we didn't have anyone at the Oval that day because it was meant to be me.
Yeah.
But I'm afraid hearing temperatures were going to be 40 degrees and there would be severe disruption to travel, I took the sensible decision to let it go. And Mark Church, terrific the way he organises things at the Oval, had roped in Jeremy Coney and Ricky Clark.
Yes.
Very good they were.
That's worked away on the onside for a single. Well, you say roped in. I believe they're regular members of the commentary team, although Jeremy Coney will have to step aside because he'll be on test match special duties, I think, when the test matches begin.
Well, no, I don't think he will. He told me he was going back to New Zealand. He's got a business there.
What, before the seasons? Before the test?
Yes.
Oh, right. When he said that, I just assumed it was at the end of the season.
No, well, I don't think so, because he gave me the impression it'd be quite soon, next week or so.
Oh, right. And Lawrence moves his feet, gets to the pitch of the ball, but only plays it out to Overton at deep-ish mid-on.
Nice to see him use his feet to the spinner,
yes.
As long as he keeps the ball on the ground and doesn't miss it altogether.
Yes, quite. As Leach moves in again, bowls to Lawrence. Goes on the back foot, plays it out into back to the bowler, who moves quite a long way to his left. Yes, I must admit I found Jeremy Coney fascinating to commentate with. That's nudged away to perfection, I would say, to third man down to... it's not easy to hit a bowler of Leach's lack of pace down to third man. You've got to time it absolutely perfectly to get it to the boundary, and he did that very, very well indeed.
It was a lovely shot, as you say, and yes. One thing we can say for Dan Lawrence, he's not quite been at his best this season, but he's never dull.
No.
He bats in the most idiosyncratic way.
Moved on to 12 now. And yes, on the Friday, I think it was, that's us play defensively, Jeremy Coney was talking for a long time, but very interestingly, to the listeners, to the viewers, to Mark Church, to me, wondering why do slips stand there with their hands on their knees. He said it doesn't make sense to him because you need 2 hands to catch the ball, and that gives you one more movement to do before the ball comes along, which, yeah, made extremely good sense. That's just played out on the onside to complete the over, the 48th of today, and the score moves on to, or remains on 128 for 2, of which Dan Lawrence has 12 and Nick Brown on 60.
Yes, the lovely thing about Jeremy Coney, whom many of our listeners will have heard on the England-New Zealand series, is that he's a superb analyst of the game, and he goes into great depth to analyse, and I don't think there's enough of that generally, so I do like to hear what his take on things is. And
yeah, but he makes it interesting.
Yeah, well, very much so.
I mean, people who overanalyse, they can be very, very boring, but no, he makes it very, very interesting.
And he's a very nice change to what tends to be the typical question when you see anybody interviewed nowadays. Somebody's just had a considerable success and they say, how do you feel?
Yes.
And I think, well, gosh, not again, please. As Aldridge is in and bowls to Brown, who, now that one leapt up and took a leading edge and goes down to mid-off, and another moral victory for Casey Aldridge.
Yes.
Yes, as I say, and he's such a good man with us as well, very likeable man indeed, as was Ricky Clark, who again was a county cricketer, and he had a couple of test caps and a good number of T20 caps, and really nice fellow with it as well, actually born in Essex.
In Orsett.
Yes, as this ball's played back to the bowler, and he didn't half punish Essex for both Warwickshire and Surrey in his various careers. A terrific player with both bat and ball, and I'm just annoyed. I never thought to ask him a question that fascinated me. You and I were there, Dick, in the most wonderful of championship days in 2018 when Essex beat Surrey by 1 wicket.
Yes.
Aldridge is in and bowls to Brown, and this ball is a attempted drive from Brown, misses, goes through to the wicket-keeper. No Essex batsman has played Aldridge with a great deal of conviction today. But going back to what I was saying, in this game where Surrey bowled out for 67, Essex had a 410-run first innings lead. Surrey made 500 and odd and almost won the game, which would have been a world record for a side winning after suffering the biggest deficit on first innings, as Aldridge is in and bowls to Brown. Brown this time does locate the ball, plays it to mid-off, there's no run. 128 for 2 are Essex in the 49th over. But my big question, if I'd thought to ask Ricky Clark, was why did you not get an over at all that day? They bowled everybody else, and Ricky Clark's got such a great record against Essex. I would have fancied him to take a wicket or two. Here is Aldridge again. There's another train goes by in the background, bowls to Brown, who runs this down to backward point. There's a misunderstanding here, but actually it's academic because the ball isn't picked up cleanly by Lammonby at backward point, and in the end it's backed up by Overton, but they do get through for the single that takes Brown to 60 and the score to 129 for 2.
Yes, I recall asking him about that game. I'm not sure if I asked it on air or off air. One blends into the other after a while. You know, Essex ruined the possibility, or the likelihood of going through.
And Lawrence has hit this. It's very well fielded at mid-wicket. Would have been at least 2 runs, might have been pulled up within the boundary, and Lammonby with a fine bit of fielding there, and he has fielded excellently all day so far. So the over ends with Essex choosing to bat and losing Cook for 44 and Wesley for 4, and both those wickets, one going to Siddle, 1 going to Overton. Brown 61, 12 to Lawrence, 129 for 2.
Yes, Essex. What was I saying? Yes, I inquired of Ricky Clark whether Essex winning that game and thus depriving Surrey of going through the whole season unbeaten rather ruin their day. And whether he meant it or not, he said, no, not really. We'd already organised the party for the evening. We were still champions. I thought, yes, that's a typical professional cricketer's answer.
And what was great, though, was his clear enthusiasm and love for the county game. You know, he was smiling away the whole time, and clearly still relished the game and obviously the long career. And as he said to me on one occasion, he thoroughly enjoyed every minute of it. He was championing the cause of county cricket. Sadly, the ECB don't seem to champion county cricket in the same way.
No, it's,
exactly.
It's a nuisance, isn't it?
Yes, good Lord, no, you're quite right.
Heaven forfend that we're going to promote county cricket.
You never got the feeling that Colin Graves had much time for the county game.
No, Leach moves in and bowls, and that's just played defensively back to the bowler by Brown. Well, there was a succession of at least 3 chairmen of the ECB who clearly didn't have the county game or the championship game at heart. As that's just Brown comes down the wicket to play that shot, but still finishes up playing defensively, nothing much more than back to the bowler. So one thing's for sure, whatever we say about it, it won't alter the way that cricket's going to go in the next half dozen years or so. But if nothing else, I'll have been very glad to have supported it very actively when I did.
No, exactly. So many wonderful, sort of almost heroes, you know, who never played Test cricket, but were terrific county players.
Yes, that's just worked away on the onside, on the leg side, down to mid-wicket for an agreed single as the bowlers, the batsmen rather, just amble through.
Give you one example of, for me, a heroic county cricketer, Brian Hardy of this parish. Scotsman, came down to Essex and gave about 20 years service of the highest order.
Yes, superb player. Unsung hero, who was for a long time at the other end, 20 yards away to Graham Gooch when he was in his pomp. That's just played defensively back to the bowler.
And also forever to be found under the helmet, risking his neck for the good of the team.
Yes. That's just played defensively on the offside, no addition to the score. Yes, a Scotsman, as I was saying to Anthony, Scotland cricket is going through a very rough time at the moment, isn't it?
It is, and indeed the whole lot of them on the board resigned.
Yes.
There are those who would say it's a pity that their example wasn't preceded by a similar gesture from. Well, I suppose they did actually resign, most of them, from the ECB board during the winter. Had an email from Matt Byrne who says, doing a wonderful job on the stream, watching from up the road in Springfield. Who do we think the next Essex player to get an England cap will be in any format? Very good question, actually.
It is a very good question.
Sam Cook?
Did he say in any format?
Yeah.
Yes, in that case, yes, it probably would be Sam Cook, wouldn't it?
And here is Casey Aldridge in from the Hayes close end, beginning the 51st over of the innings. Another 13 after this up to the tea interval. 130 for 2 on the board, 62 to Brown, 12 to Lawrence.
Yes, in fact, just looking down, you know, the Essex squad, not just the 11 that are playing today, but the squad as a whole, then, yeah, I can't really see anybody that would beat Sam Cook to that position.
As Aldridge bowls and it's pulled away by Brown, it's going down to deep backward square leg. It's just prevented from going for 4 by Jack Leach running around the long leg boundary. 2 runs result, good return coming in from Leach, and 132 for 2 sees Brown move up to 64.
Yes, and in another 4 deliveries time I shall make my way for Anthony Gibson, who's just come back into the box.
And the ball has been relayed to Aldridge, who's coming in again. Bowls to Brown. Brown defends, plays it to mid-off, and he really has played very well here today, Nick Brown. We said that when the two of us were on together well before lunch, and nothing that he's done since then has made us change our minds. It's been a thoroughly good knock. Okay, it's probably been pitched very much in favour of the batsman, but even so, he's played some very good shots, and his defence has been good as he plays the next ball to mid-on, and there's no run there. We've had an email from Darius Plumden who says, "Hi, further to your request for emails, players stand with their hands on their knees as when they were young. The great..." Yes, I was going to make this point. The great Mr. I.T. Botham did this and was an amazing slip fielder. For me, it was a subconscious thing until a coach pointed it out, as Aldridge is on his way in again to bowl to Brown, and Brown guides it to backward point, and there is no run. And he goes on, a couple of questions for you. What team would the two of you pick for Essex in the Royal London Cup, given current injuries, availability, etc.? And can you ask Anthony Gibson what his Somerset team would be when he's back on commentary? I will look forward to hearing. It's a good question, because certainly I was mentioning Josh Rymel. We haven't heard of this season. He played wonderfully well in the 50-over competition last year as Brown plays the ball down to deep mid-off for the single that takes him to 65 and scored to 133 for 2 at the end of that, the 51st over, as we prepare to welcome back Anthony.
Yes, as I don't have time to reply to that question because of lack of opportunity, because my stint is up.
Well, we welcome Dick when he does come back to add his thoughts, and certainly I would say that I'd be very keen to see Josh Rymel, and very much hope that the reason we haven't seen anything of him for so long is not because he's deteriorated or anything, because he made a brilliant 100 in the quarter-final here against Yorkshire, and he'd played another good innings up at Cardiff, where Essex eventually lost the semi-final. So there's one player I'd like to see come in. I think Feroz Kouchi will almost certainly come in, and maybe Jack Plom that Dick mentioned earlier for Essex. As Anthony rejoins us, over to you.
Thank you, Paul. It's Jack Leach going to bowl another over from the River End. He's in bowling to Nick Brown, who's back on his stumps. 133 for 2. Brown on 65 from 153 deliveries, going steadily along. Just once or twice has been discomforted, but not really against Jack Leach, who's giving that one a little bit more air. Too wide of off stump though. He's been pushing it through into the breeze, has Jack Leach. I'll need a bit of notice for that Somerset Royal London One Day Cup team, because Somerset are missing 9 first team regulars. This is back on his stumps and whipped a short ball into the onside, fielded by Tom Lammonby. So it's going to be a very different looking Somerset side. This is driven but not timed. Craig Overton will pick up at deepish mid-on, and they'll come through for a single. 134 for 2. We've got to 9 so far. It's Leach. He's in bowls, and Lawrence says all the time on the world just to rock back onto stumps and play that smoothly away through the offside for another single. He's not really asking many questions, posing many problems at the moment, Jack Leach.
No, I don't think it's easy, because the ball's not doing a great deal to help him. As you were saying earlier, perhaps he could have tempted the batsman a little bit more by pitching it up a bit further.
Leach is in the bowls. It does give this a bit of air, and it's turned into the onside. So my Somerset Royal London One Day Cup side is something like Matt Renshaw, the Australian overseas player who will be available for it. James Rue, whether he will open as he did for England under 19s in the 20-over World Cup back in January, I'm not sure, but I'm sure he'll have the gloves, as long as he's not snapped up by 100 franchise in the meantime. James Hildreth making a welcome return, we hope, to Somerset colours. Likewise, Stephen Davis. Casey Aldridge. Sonny Baker, assuming he's recovered from his back injury. Ned Leonard, ditto. George Thomas, the young, very promising batsman.
Aldridge is in and bowls, and Lawrence, very pleasant drive, but well fielded at a wide mid-off. There's no run.
Lewis Goldsworthy and Jack Brooks. I think that's 10 actually, so I'll try to think of the other one.
Yeah, no, that sounds as a decent team.
It's not, it won't be. Oh, the other one is obviously the skipper, Ben Green. So there we have it. That would be my Somerset 50 over cup team.
And in comes Aldridge and bowls, and Lawrence plays the ball to mid-on. He's looked in good touch since he came in today, Dan, and score remaining 135 for 2. Just looking at who's to come for Essex: Paul Walter, Matt Critchley, Adam Rossington, Simon Harmer, Aaron Beard replacing Sam Cook, who's said to have a bit of a niggle, Shane Snater and Jamie Porter. And next delivery from Aldridge is nicely angled back down, takes the ball to deep backward point for a single to Lawrence, who moves on to 13, 66 to Brown, 135 for 2.
Yeah, tweet from third man up in the ring. Leachy's not winning the battle so far, and Harmer hasn't even had a go yet. Well, it's I don't know how this pitch. How does this pitch compare, Paul, with similar ones on which Simon Harmer has taken loads of wickets for Essex this season?
Yes, difficult to tell till we actually see him bowl, but we've made the point before that the ball doesn't have to be turning right angles for Harmer to take a lot of wickets. As here comes Aldridge switching to round the wicket to Nick Brown, who's turned it for a single to fine leg. 67 to him, 137. Owen just waiting to see. I think it was only a single, wasn't it? The
was, yeah.
umpire seemed to be sort of making a signal. I wondered if he was signalling a 4. It's fielded just out of my sight here, which is why I can't be more certain, because part of the outfield is masked by the Tom Pearce stand in front of us, or away to our right. It's actually the Riverside stand dead in front of us as Aldridge is in and bowls to Lawrence. And Lawrence comes down a little bit late on this and remains on 14 as he plays it to mid-off. 137 for 2 with Brown on 67. Sorry, what were we just saying before?
Yeah, how does this pitch compare
Oh,
to
yeah.
those on which Harmer's picked up
Yes.
loads of wickets?
He got a huge number of wickets in the previous game, but there was turn, but not actually alarming turn. And here's the next delivery from Aldridge, run down to third man by Lawrence, and in fact that has gone for 4. It was deliberately put down pretty fine at third man, 141 for 2, and Lawrence along to 18. But Harmer's so good at flighting the ball and inducing players to make rash shots where they hole out. To give an example, one of the Gloucestershire players, I think it was James Bracey, the very first ball he received from Harmer, he plonked it straight down long on stroke. And you really couldn't say that it was because the ball turned in the least. He just should have taken time to gauge what the pace of Harmer was like, and maybe a little later in his innings, if he'd played later, if he'd had more patience, he'd have hit it for 6.
Yeah, that's it is. When the force is with you, you take wickets with almost anything.
Yep.
Jack Leach then to bowl another over to the left-handed Nick Brown, who's got slip, and George Bartlett under the helmet at short leg. That apart, we've got a backward square leg, sort of on the 45. Shortish mid-wicket, deepish mid-on, deepish mid-off. Extra cover, backward point. Oh, and this one did bounce and turn, and comes off the inside edge of Nick Brown's bat. It was in the air for a time as well, but he picks up a single for it. 142 for 2, moves on to 68.
And a lot more blue sky is emerging now.
Yeah.
We've probably got only 60% cloud now, 40% blue sky, and I think it's going to develop more and more, and I think we'll have quite a bit of sunshine in the final session.
Yeah, and the wind has dropped a bit as well.
Has, yes.
Leach, wind just ruffling his cricket shirt as this is played into the onside, and there might have been a single there, but Lawrence saw who the fielder was, Tom Abel, and decided wisely not to risk it.
Yeah, he's absolutely brilliant, Tom Abel.
Leach tosses this one up, good to see, and it's driven into the offside where Tom Lammonby makes a tumbling stop at short extra cover. Very pleasant afternoon for watching cricket now. Leach is in and bowls, and an absorbing contest being laid on for this good crowd here at Chelmsford. Jack Leach wheeling away from the river end there and bowls, holds this one back a little bit, and again Abel is quickly onto it, sending in the return to James Rue. End of that over. Leach has figures of 12 overs, no maidens, none for 37. Aldridge, who's bowled very economically again from the Hayes close end, 11 overs, 2 maidens, none for 28. We've had 54 overs in the day, so 42 remain, and it's 142 for 2. And I think tea is probably going to be, what is it, tea will be taken after
64, 10 overs
so
time.
10 overs time? Well, perhaps it'll be 5 minutes late.
Yeah, I mean, with Leach bowling 5 of them, there shouldn't be much overtime, if any. They've been very good with their over 8 Somerset, and be better still if it weren't for a couple of lengthy interruptions, one for the Overton injury and the other took an eternity to change the ball shortly after lunch. But yes, when you get a fieldsman as good as Tom Abel, there are many things you have to consider as a batsman, and if I were batting with him around, I'd always want to know where he was in the field and not take singles that I would to most fieldsmen.
Well, he's where a captain ought to be at the moment, which is at short extra cover, at the very fulcrum of events.
And just seeing the start of Lewis Gregory being brought into the attack from the Hayes close end to replace Casey Aldridge, who again, without having any overt success, again made the batsman think a bit in his latest spell. This ball is just played for no run into the offside by Nick Brown, who remains on 68, and Essex are 142 for 2.
Yeah, he didn't really bowl anything very loose, Casey Aldridge. He was there or thereabouts all the time. He's not getting much help from this pitch.
No, that's right. Whereas some of the Somerset bowlers have struggled a little bit with this stiff breeze today, he pretty much landed everything where he'd have wanted to, as Gregory is in and bowls, and Brown defends to mid-off. And if they did think about a single, they were never really seriously interested, the Essex batsmen. We've got the brightest sunshine of the day now, and the score remaining at 142 for 2. We're in the 55th over, and the 2 men to go since lunch in quick succession were Alistair Cook, LBW Siddle 44, and Tom Wesley caught Gregory, bowled Overton for 4, caught at slip. Gregory himself is in, bowls, and finding a good line and length, and Brown treating everything on its merits, just drops the ball slowly back to the bowler.
He's not having a great season with the ball, Lewis Gregory. He's in 7 matches, he's only taken 9 wickets at a cost of 57.3 apiece, which is not the Lewis Gregory that we've come to know and love, who's been one of Somerset's leading wicket takers for the last decade.
Yeah, I mean, in the one-day game there, his over was the one that was really expensive in the proceeding, and he's such a fine cricketer. It is disappointing as Brown plays the next ball down to mid-on. I mean, he was beginning to become a bit of a staple in the England white ball side only 2 or 3 years ago, and one wishes him a speedy return to former glories.
Well, I think it may be a symptom of his chronic back problem.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say that.
Which kept him out of the last 4 county championship matches at the end of last season.
it will be irritating him enormously, because he's a very competitive man and splendid cricketer as he comes in and bowls to Brown, who plays it back to the bowler, and still the score 142 for 2.
I think he would say, and I would agree, that he hasn't had much luck either with the ball, in the manner of plays and misses and close LBW decisions that haven't gone his way.
Yeah, I mean, you usually find that when you're having a great time, the breaks go your way, and when you're not, they don't.
Exactly, yeah.
You can sort of be... Your worst thing you can do is try too hard at times, I think, as Gregory is in and bowls to Brown, who hits this firmly to mid-on, but that's a good maiden over from Gregory, returning to the attack in that over, the 55th of the innings, and Essex choosing to bat with Brown on 68 and Lawrence on 18, are 142 for 2.
I think the other factor in his comparative lack of success may be the balls. He's a swing bowler. That's his main weapon,
yes,
Gregory, and this current season's batch of balls have not swung as much as previous batches of Duke balls.
If I could just go back to that deciding game in 2019 at Taunton amid all the rain, Gregory opened the bowling in the first innings and had Alistair Cook in all manner of trouble for 3 or 4 overs. He beat him at least half a dozen times, and he went on to make a crucial half-century. Now, if Somerset missed the trick, and I don't blame him because there was so little time left, but in the second innings they opened with the spinners, who completely demolished the rest of the Essex innings, but you had to get Cook out immediately to have any chance, and I felt that Gregory should have bowled at least 2 overs at him to see if he could get rid of the big cheese. Cook plays the spin so well, but he had looked so vulnerable, and talking of his back problems, he hasn't bowled at anything like that sort of pace this season that he did in 2019. Leach comes around the wicket. Sorry, it's you.
Yep, that's defended back up the pitch by Dan Lawrence, and bright sunshine now. Clouds have, for the time being at least, dispersed. Leach is bowling around the wicket to Lawrence, who plays that wide of Tom Abel at mid-on, sufficiently wide to be able to take a single in some comfort. 143 for 2. Brings Nick Brown on to strike, who's on 68. As Leach going over the wicket to the left-hander, turns that one a little bit in towards him, but it was just a little bit too short. If Jack Leach has had a fault in his bowling today, is that he's pitched it a little bit short and he's bowled it a little bit flat. Here again, this takes Brown on the pad as he advances down the pitch, but a long way outside the off stump. And no appeal. Slip and short leg, the close catches. This is tossed right up and driven away through the offside for 4 runs. Over pitch from Jack Leach. Well, he got the ball above the batsman's eye line, but it was a juicy half volley outside the off stump and handsomely dealt with by Nick Brown, who moves on to 72, 147 for 2.
Yeah, good batting from Brown, because the Somerset bowlers have kept him quiet for the last 10 minutes, but when the chance came along, he put it away, and he's a big man, he's a strong man, and if he does get hold of one, it's likely to go to the boundary.
Leach, this shorter approach than hitherto, and that's played into the onside to Tom Lammonby. Leach chucks the ball back to him, takes his cap from umpire Nick Cook and walks away to his fielding position. We're going to have another over from Lewis Gregory from the Hayes close end. It's 147 for 2.
Yeah, I'd have to say that this is the best I've seen Brown bat for about 4 years. He hasn't had the best of times, but today you couldn't really fault him. You know, he's not looked in any serious trouble at any stage, hasn't given a chance, and He's made similar scores, but you've sort of at times had to say, well, of course he was put down on 15 and he did play and miss a lot, but he's hardly played and missed once all day. Yeah, he has, but it's about once or twice, and really has been a very fine effort, and good to see him looking back to something like his best here as Lawrence prepares to face Gregory. Over the wicket to the right hand, a bright sunshine, and strange sort of shot from Lawrence here, as he rather jerkily just jabs the ball out into the offside. I think he might have changed his mind in mid-shot.
Yeah, I think he came forward when he should perhaps have gone back. And
yeah.
As a result, was the ball pitched well short of him, and he was worried that it was going to.
He does tend to sometimes come forward and outside his crease, even to quicker bowlers, and then have to adjust his shot, which he did successfully enough. It was all along the ground as Gregory's in again and bowls to him, and that's a leave outside off stump, and ball through to this very good young wicket-keeper James Rue, who hasn't put a glove wrong all day. 147 for 2 remains the score.
Yeah, it's still a shame that Stephen Davis can't make the side. He's such an elegant batsman to watch, Steve Davis, when he's in full flow. But he's averaging 17 and a half, and that's frankly not good enough.
Got a lot of runs against Essex in his career for his various counties. This ball is dug out and played to short mid-wicket. There's no run there. Just off the top of my head, Steve Davis, did he play for Worcestershire at one point?
He's a Worcestershire boy.
Yeah, and then Surrey?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah,
left Surrey and joined Somerset in 2017.
A very fine player. And, he was one of... England have produced a number of very good wicket-keepers out of the county system, and he's one of those who was expected when he first came through to play a lot more representative cricket than he's actually ended up doing, as Gregory's in and bowls to Lawrence, who leaves outside off stump.
Yes, his form has just gradually drifted away. He got a half century in the low-scoring game between these two sides back in April.
Yeah.
Batted very well under difficult, very seam-friendly conditions, but he's not been scoring runs, and he's been giving it away when he needed to get his head down.
Gregory, Hayes close end, bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence whips this one off the toes, but goes straight to square leg, and there is no run, and I think Lawrence will just feel that he missed out there, as that one was just drifting nicely to come onto the bat, and Lawrence, I've often seen him get the ball through mid-wicket. Admittedly, it would have been 4, a couple of yards either side of the fieldsman. 147 for 2 remains the score.
It's a well-set field, and Lewis Gregory is bowling to it at the moment.
Slip, a gully, and a short mid-wicket, the close field. Gregory's in, bowls to Lawrence. Pushes forward down to mid-off, maiden over to Lewis Gregory, and that is the 57th, so we've got another 7 up to tea. It's currently 3:20, and we're not going to do much, if any, overtime. And Essex with Brown on 72 and Lawrence on 19, 147 for 2.
And they finally made a start at Old Trafford. Lancashire playing Kent there, and Lancashire are 10 without loss. Yorkshire are making a great fight back against Hampshire, thanks to Will Frayne and a certain Dominic Bess, formerly of Somerset, who is not out 62. Frayne has 51, and those two came together when the score was 33 for 6, so they've added 112 for the 7th wicket. Leach bowls short, and Brown misses out there, really. Takes him on the top of his right pad or thigh pad. Bounced a little bit. Leach bowling into the wind, which is billowing the sight sheets at the far end of the ground. They go for a quick single. Lamonby coming across to try and cut it off, failed to do so. Craig Overton picked it up and rather gratuitously threw it at the stumps. when the batsmen were already, well, the batter was already safely home. Matt Renshaw.
Well, he hit them.
He did. But that makes it worse in a way.
Yes.
It could have ricocheted away for
Quite right, yeah.
run.
I know some people say, well, it's unfair that the side gets runs by that means, but it isn't really.
Here's Leach bowling to Dan Lawrence, who stretches forward. That single taking Essex on to 148 for 2. I expect that Renshaw down below is having a good chat with the spectators. He loves to chat with the spectators. There's Leach in a bowls, and this is just short of a good length, and Lawrence is on the back foot thinking about a single, but it's cut off by Abel. Yes, Jonathan Doidge and I were commentating on the boundary edge against Yorkshire last week, and after he was out in the Somerset first innings, Matt Renshaw wandered over and volunteered to do some PA announcing, and then did a stint of summarising. Just for the sheer enjoyment of it.
Yeah, it's great.
Into the onside, and he's always good value for money. Matt Renshaw is one of life's extroverts. This is a good length ball on off stump, and Lawrence rocks back and plays it square of the wicket out to Casey Aldridge, who's patrolling the cover boundary. Not a great deal happening at the moment. Steady bowling and determined batting, not much in the way of exciting stroke play, but Essex building a strong position for themselves on 149 for the loss of just the 2 wickets.
Yep, well summed up there. Somerset doing well to restrict Essex and very much stay in the game, but Essex equally anxious not to throw a good foundation away. They have been guilty too often this season, and some would say that it's been a little bit of a repetitive theme over recent years, that there have been collapses as Gregory's in, bowls to Lawrence, and this one comes off an under edge, goes straight into the crown, loops up into the air, and Overton eventually retrieves. The ball never travels more than 4 or 5 yards, 149 for 2, and just to illustrate Essex's collapses at the Oval in the most recent game, they collapsed from 50 for 1 to 91 for 6 in the first innings at the Oval, and from 130 for 3 to 167 for 8 in the second. On both occasions, those collapses were encompassed in a mere half an hour of cricket as Gregory is in and bowls. Lovely shot from Lawrence, no backlift, hit it beautifully back, but very well stopped by the bowler, Lewis Gregory, and there is no run, 149 for 2.
Yes, he's one of a good many excellent fielders in this Somerset side, is Lewis Gregory. They don't really have a weak link in the field. Maybe Peter Siddle isn't quite as athletic as he used to be, but apart from that, they're pretty good.
Gregory bowls, the ball played back to the bowler, and still 149 for 2, and we've had this area of blue sky that developed. There's also now some rather dark clouds that are looming. I don't think if there were to be any interruption to play it would be for very long, but certainly not looking quite as nice the weather as it did 20 minutes ago.
No, the wind's getting up again as well.
Certainly is, and Gregory in again to Lawrence. Lawrence looks determined to get his head down here and keep the ball on the ground, and he's played this ball to backward point Jack Leach, and there's no run, but Lawrence has tended at times to get out when he shouldn't do very early in an innings, and hitting the ball in the air very early in an innings, and only fair to point out today he's really got his head down and kept everything on the ground.
Yeah, he's not having a great season, is he?
No.
Lawrence.
He was injured with a hamstring injury very early back in April at Edgbaston, as Gregory is on his way again and bowls to him. And here is a lovely cover drive, and that's going to go all the way to the boundary in front of the pavilion. 153 for 2, extra applause because that's Essex's 150. Lawrence up to 24. We're in the 59th over, just completing the travails of Lawrence this season, bearing in mind that he started the season with potentially a test match place still his, because he'd been out there playing in the West Indies and got a 90 odd, should have made 100 on that occasion, but then he had the hamstring injury. He came back and got a very good 120 at Old Trafford, only to incur the same injury again, then missed another month or so, and anybody's going to struggle a little bit when they're sort of injured and back, as Gregory's in and bowls to him, and he plays it back past the bowler for no run, fielded at mid-on. But there really is quite a threatening cloud approaching the ground away to our right, where the weather's coming from. So we'll just have to see, hopefully if there is any problem, it will coincide with the tea interval. 153 for 2.
Yep, 59 overs have gone by. So 36 overs remain, which means 4 overs to go before the tea interval. The first of them is going to be bowled by Jack Leach. It will be his 15th, gone for 44 runs. And certainly hasn't played the part in this match so far that Somerset would have sketched out for him. It was billed as a battle of the spinners, Leach against Harmer. Leach hasn't landed a blow yet, and this is on leg stump, turned away into the leg side. Lewis Goldsworthy feels it by the square leg umpire.
No, I mean, as you've said on several occasions, and I agree, you know, he could do with flighting it a little bit more and tempting the batsman.
He's over the wicket to the left-hander, and that's played on the bounce into the pads of George Bartlett for short leg. Bartlett, who took a bit of a pummeling at the hands of Tom Kohler-Cadmore in that position against Yorkshire, when Kohler-Cadmore decided he was going to have a sweep at Jack Leach. Bartlett took 2 nasty blows on the fielding pads from full-blooded sweep shots and then retreated wisely. Leach bowls, and Brown is right back on his stumps. Plenty of dust coming up from the crease as he played that shot. This is a used pitch. It's slow, as you'd expect. Leach bowls, tosses this one up. It's wide of off stump, too wide of off stump, and Brown has nothing to do with it. Leach walking in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a forward defensive shot from Nick Brown. That's another over, 15 overs. I think that was a maiden over.
It was?
Yeah, a maiden over. 15 overs, 1 maiden, none for 44.
Yeah, Brown playing very patiently, as he always does. It doesn't worry him, you know, if, he has 6 leaves in an over. He's perfectly happy. He's there on 73. What he doesn't like is getting out. 24 to Dan Lawrence. And it may sound slightly facetious to say what he doesn't like is getting out, as if anybody does, but too many batsmen who do get out do so when really they shouldn't, and they needn't have done, because they're too impatient. And I think it's, you know, one of the products of white ball cricket is that it can lead to players always thinking, you know, I haven't had a shot this over, I better try and hit something. So Gregory, continuing from the Hayes close end initially to Dan Lawrence. And Lawrence off anything but the middle of the bat. There's a slight misfield, but it doesn't concede a run. Goes to, or through mid-wicket, well backed up at deep mid-on. But he was looking to straight drive there, and it took something of a thick inside edge.
Yeah, we got several of those in the Somerset side. Matt Renshaw, Tom Lemonby, George Bartlett, Lewis Gregory himself. Shot selection.
Yeah.
Out of the blue, they will go for a big hit when the ball doesn't justify it, and pay the price.
Gregory in again, and bowls to Lawrence. Played to mid-wicket, no run. And it all comes down, I think, really, Anthony. You know, it may be boring, but sometimes it pays to be boring. 4 days is a long time to play a sport, and you really have. If you've got a lot of time in this life to do something, take the time that's there.
I suppose so. I think personally, I've always preferred 3-day cricket to.
Yeah, well, I'm with you on that one actually. Come back to that after this next delivery, which Gregory is going to bowl to Lawrence. And, Lawrence places very nicely, wonderful timing, wonderful placement. It's going away towards the mid-wicket boundary. Fieldsman absolutely herring after it, does brilliantly to prevent it going over the boundary, and they get 3 runs. Who was the fieldsman there?
Tom Lammonby.
Tom Lammonby. He's fielded very well today. That's one of many examples. 156 for 2, and Lawrence goes up to 27. But one way, for me, Anthony, that they could get rid of a few days is to, in the height of summer, go back and have a couple of 3-day games. It would fit in well with the current England batting strategy in Test cricket now.
Absolutely.
And of course, you're saving a day on each game. A lot of games finish inside 3 days as it is, as Gregory switches to round the wicket to the left-handed Brown, who plays the ball late out to point, and there's no run. But yes, personally as well, the point you were discussing with Dick earlier in the day, or at least you were mentioning, outground cricket, and certainly I used to love the cricket at the outgrounds. You mentioned there were many in Essex. There was Ilford, there was Southend, there was Colchester, all of which have gone, and they were fast pitches at those 3 outgrounds. The ball used to spin a lot, so it brought spinners into the game. The ball really came onto the bat. You had games that moved along at a nice pace, and I'd love the thought of resurrecting the old idea of a festival for a fortnight. As here is Gregory and bowls to Brown, who plays this down to mid-on, and of course in Somerset used to go to Bath.
You did, and you would get 3-day matches in Bath.
Yes.
Back in the old days, or 3-day matches at Weston-super-Mare in August. First week in August was the Western Festival, and in more recent years, 2 first-class matches and a Sunday League, a 40-over Sunday League game.
Yeah, I remember them well. Covered them in the cricket call days, and used to love it. And lots of other wonderful outgrounds as well around the country. I mean, thankfully Scarborough still exists. Always love going there as Gregory's in and bowls to Brown, and Brown plays the ball back to the bowler. He's bowled well in this spell, Gregory, actually, and that is the end of the over, and 156 for 2, just the 3 runs off it, with Lawrence on 27, Brown on 73, and between them they aggregate exactly 100.
I think the trouble with 4-day cricket is the lack of urgency, which translates into some fairly dull cricket.
Yeah.
With the best will in the world, this has been a very worthy day's cricket so far, but it's not exactly been rivetingly exciting.
No.
Has it? It's on a flattish pitch. Whereas if Essex had only 3 days in which to get a result, they'd be pushing on by now, and it would be that much more entertaining for the crowd. Either to get a really big score on the board to declare tomorrow morning, or to declare with 300 plus on the board this evening, as that's played defensively into the offside.
2 overs to go at the end of this one before the tea interval. Well done to Somerset for an unusually good over rate.
Leach to Lawrence, gives this one a little bit of air. It's turned into the onside to Tom Abel. Leach going around the wicket to the right-hander, who's back on his stumps, turning that into a gap on the onside. Peter Siddle comes trotting in to do the fielding. It's another single, 157 for 2. Because what's often forgotten in the discussions about the various forms of cricket is poor old spectator.
Yeah.
County cricket is not just about producing the right sort of batsman for England. It's an entertainment, a spectacle in its own right, as Sir Brown is back on his stumps. And I'm not sure, the most exciting county championship matches tend to be the ones that finish inside 3 days.
Yes, that's true.
Like the one up at Taunton back in April. This is whipped away into the onside for a single as Lammonby does the fielding. Smart bit of fielding it is too. But they're through comfortably enough. 158 for 2. Brown on to 74. And the really boring ones.
Oh, dreadful.
You know, like Sam Northeast 410.
Yeah, I call them one innings games.
Yeah, I mean, you know, who wants to watch?
Doesn't do anybody any good.
No. Leach is in and bowls, and Lawrence is back on his stumps, punching that away through the offside. But there's a man out patrolling the offside boundary, so it's just a single. 159 for 2. It's a very, very quick scoreboard here at Chelmsford. I think it's the quickest in the land.
Yes, and the one over to your right, on the other hand, is the slowest in the land because it's a minute behind. We like to give people, you know, of all sorts here, what they individually prefer. But yes, going back to what we were saying, it's as though the ECB, and it's kind of a form of laziness really, just to say, well, too many wickets are falling, so let's have pitches that suit the batsman a lot more. But of course, when you come to Test cricket, you're going to get a higher standard of bowling, and you're not going to get the people. I've just come to that point, but Gregory's already bowling, and that's uppish from Lawrence on the way down to mid-off. Slight misfield at mid-off. They think of going for a run. There isn't one. I mean, they're not going to improve the overall standard of Test bowling merely by making it harder to dismiss people. Because when you go to places like India, we've had no experience of facing the Indian spinners on their sort of surfaces, so it's always going to be a damned hard job to make a success of an Indian tour.
Exactly, ditto Australia and
exactly, just what I was going to say. You're not going to face a 4-man attack, all of whom can bowl 90 on Australian-type pitches, as this ball is nicely back cut for 4 by Dan Lawrence. That one just dropped in a tad too short from Lewis Gregory, who otherwise has bowled well in this spell. 33 to Lawrence now, 163 for 2. So they'll make all these. They'll make all these changes, but actually, it's very hard to say, well, all is going to change, and suddenly we will be what they say they're aiming for, to be the best in the world in all 3 forms of the game. I think you're better off not making that sort of claim, personally.
Well, and you know, just go back to county cricket is, you know, it's a very important form of the game in its own right, which is enjoyed by a huge number of people in its own right, and it isn't just there as a sort of conduit to Test cricket.
Come back to that, but Gregory's in and bowls, and Lawrence a little bit of a leading edge here, a little bit turned round, goes down to mid-off, and there's no run. My big point, and you've just sort of said a very similar thing, Anthony, there are roughly 400 first-class cricketers who are going to play in the county sides. There are about 20 of those 400 who will actually play Test cricket. And the ECB, for me, react as though the only purpose is for the 20. How can you have a profession where 380 don't count?
I don't know. I mean, it's ridiculous. You know,
it is.
Doesn't happen in football.
No, it's 95% of your workforce.
Has its character, and so do all the other clubs.
Gregory bowls to Lawrence, bouncer, he gets under it very easily. Yeah, 95% of your workforce don't seem to matter to the powers that be, and you know, we've been mentioning today, I know you could run through a whole lot of former Somerset players from eras going back into the 70s, shall we say, marvellous players who never got to play for England, but you know, local supporters would regard them as a staple of their youth.
Absolutely.
Heroes,
Colin
absolutely.
Dredge.
Yeah.
The demon of Froome.
Yeah. I was mentioning Brian Hardy for Essex, you know, again, he's never going to get an international cap. Wonderful chap, wonderful player. Gregory in bowls, and that's another short one, and Lawrence again will have nothing to do with it, and there is no run.
Yeah. Yes, they've all got their followers. Brian Langford, great off-spinner.
Yeah.
Who took, I can't remember how many, over 1,000 wickets for Somerset. Never really got close to an England side, because there were the likes of Jim Laker and John Mortimer and David Allen and all those great and off-spin bowlers.
Yeah. So Gregory again to complete the over to Dan Lawrence, who turns this one for a single. just past the square leg umpire, as Nick Cook has to do a little shuffle to avoid it. 164 for 2 at the end of the penultimate over before tea, with Lawrence on to 34, 74 to Nick Brown. The 50 partnership recently hoisted, and we've been talking, yes, about this attitude that the ECB seem to think Test cricket is the only thing that matters, and for that reason, Anthony, for me there ought to be a representative with similar powers to Robert Key and Andrew Strauss, who is either a recently retired player who didn't actually play for England, to represent the interests of the vast majority of our first-class cricketers.
Well, I think there is now someone on the ECB board, isn't there, who sort of represents county cricket, as it were. That he or she, I can't remember whether it is a he or a she, is you know, a good layer down from the likes of Andrew Strauss. Yeah. And Andrew Strauss's focus is very much, you know, the England team.
Well, he is a bright man, but I don't like a lot of his proposals, because I don't think they're going to appeal. Not least, I mean, you were saying nobody remembers the spectators. They don't want to see fewer games played in a season.
Of course they don't. And they don't want to have the first two rounds of county championship matches played overseas.
Abroad. I mean, that's outrageous, that suggestion.
Last over before tea, and Matt Renshaw is going to purvey his unorthodox off breaks. And this is outside the off stump. And it's a single to Dan Lawrence, takes him on to 35, 165 for 2. There were 93 without loss, I think, at lunch, if memory serves.
83, I think
83,
it was.
you're quite right. So 17 plus 65 is 82 runs in the afternoon session from another 32 overs for the loss of 2 wickets. So it's been measured progress by Essex.
Very dark at the moment, a heavy cloud covering.
Renshaw coming around the wicket and bowls short and wide of the off stump. It's a sort of off break I might bowl. Milked for a single by Nick Brown, moves on to 75, 166 for 2. I know Matt Renshaw got Tom Kohler-Cadmore LBW against Yorkshire, but I thought if they were going to go for occasional spin, Lewis Goldsworthy would perhaps be the one. This is miles outside the off stump, and mysteriously not given as a wide by Nick Cook. It is extraordinary how eager umpires are to give wides in white ball cricket and how reluctant they are in red ball cricket.
Yes, very true.
Is Renshaw in and bowls, and this is forward from Lawrence. It is, after all, the same game. It's just... So, 2 more balls before tea. Renshaw in bowls to Lawrence, he's gone, he's caught and slipped, cutting at a wide one. God, that must be the worst ball to take a wicket in county cricket I think I have ever seen. He could barely reach it, and somehow or another he got an edge on it, and a good sharp catch by Lewis Gregory. Well, you've got to feel sorry for Dan Lawrence, but that is exactly what you were saying, Paul, about shot selection, and he didn't need to play a shot.
No.
That it could have just, it might even been called a wide.
Well, not only that, but if you remember the ball before, he markedly left it. Or it was either the ball before or 2 balls before. And I was just thinking, yes, you've played well here, Dan. You know, you've shown, which he had, you've shown a good determination not to hit the ball in the air. And literally, that's almost the first time the ball's left the ground to him. It was a ball that he should never have played at.
Could barely reach it.
No, to make such an effort to stretch right across and get out. I mean, you could see he was mortified. He stood there, he knew he was out, but he stood there not because he was showing dissent, but just couldn't believe he'd been so stupid as to fall for about the worst 3-card trick imaginable. But anyway, you do have to give Somerset one thing, or whoever were to have tried this thing of bowling someone who doesn't normally bowl. If all the people who do normally bowl have not taken a wicket, we'll bowl someone who doesn't normally either bowl or take a wicket. And sometimes, you know, like Joe Root, very often will come on for England, and if he's ever going to take a wicket, it'll be straight away. So why not bowl him now and then? So that makes it a fairly even session, I would say.
Yep, 83 runs have been added during the course of the session for the loss of those 3 wickets. The wickets of Alistair Cook and Tom Wesley, and Dan Lawrence. 3 big wickets as well.
Yeah, no, I think
so. Somerset have one way or another have got themselves back into this game with their 666 for 3 at tea.
And when you think about it, if they don't get that last wicket, it's probably Essex's session, because you've got an ongoing, unbroken half-century partnership, 2 men well set, but it changes it. It's a real bonus.
It certainly is.
Well, we'll be back with you at just after 4:05.
County Ground at Chelmsford for the final session of the first day of an interesting contest between Essex and Somerset. The score at tee is 166 for 3, with the morning session and the afternoon session both yielding 83 runs off 32 overs. The only difference is that in the afternoon session Essex lost 3 wickets in the process. For those who don't know the story so far, Alistair Cook was out LBW to Siddle for 44. Tom Westley caught in the slips by Gregory off Overton for 4, and then Dan Lawrence, somewhat imprudently, also caught by Gregory in the slips off what turned out to be the last ball before tea, off Matt Renshaw, who now has one delivery of the over to complete. So Essex in a useful position, but maybe not quite as useful as they could have been. My name is Dick Davis. Anthony Gibson is just away to my right, and it's evenly poised, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Somerset coming right back into it with those 3 wickets in the afternoon session, including the bonus wicket of Dan Lawrence, off one of the worst balls I think I've ever seen take a wicket.
The sad thing is, it's not unusual, as Tom Jones once said, for him to do this, to play an injudicious shot just as you think he's set for a major score. So I'll just do this one delivery and then let Anthony do the next one. Just right arm round and just played quietly, calmly on the leg side by Paul Walter, it is, who's come in at number 5. So the end of a successful over for Matt Renshaw, during which Essex were reduced to 166 for 3. Meanwhile, throughout all those 3 wickets, Nick Brown has been going on in the only way he knows, which is certainly not a criticism. I'm a great fan of Nick Brown's. He's a good old-fashioned type of opening batsman. He is 75, not out, and been there since the start at 11 o'clock.
Yes, and batted very well. And you could say he's played within his limitations.
Yes, exactly.
And that's not a sort of pejorative way of putting it. He's a better way probably of putting it would be to say he's played to his strengths.
Yes.
He's got slip and forward short leg. That's George Bartlett under the helmet. And Jack Leach going to bowl from the Hayes close end for the first time. To Nick Brown, who's back on his stumps and running that off the open face. The shy at the stumps comes in from Casey Aldridge, but they're through comfortably for the single, which means that Paul Walter will be on strike. 167 for 3. Tall left-hander. How tall is he? 6'8", something like that?
Oh, a bit more than that. 6'10", I think.
6'10", is he? Must be just about the tallest player playing county cricket.
Yes, probably. Maybe I exaggerate slightly.
Watchfully forward. I don't think Playfair gives heights anymore, does it? I'll look him up in the Cricketers Who's Who as Leach is in a bowls, and Walter stretches forward, because it does mean that the bowler has to alter his length slightly against a very tall batsman like Paul Walter. Leach bowls, and Walter seems to have plenty of time to play that. He's in from the Hayes close end, bowls, and again Walter taking his time just to get the measure of the bowling and the pitch and the light and everything else that batsmen have to consider. Leach bowls and just holds this one back a little bit, but Walter has plenty of time again to play a defensive shot, so just the 1 run from that over, which means that Jack Leach has figures of 17 overs, 1 maiden, none for 48. It's 167 for 3.
So it's been a cloudy day all day, and from looking at the sky, looking in towards the west over Writtle Agricultural College, where the weather usually comes from, it looks as if it's going to be just more of the same for the next couple of hours or so.
He's 6'7".
6'7". Oh, I was way out.
According to the Cricketers Who's Who.
I was way out.
He looks taller than that.
He does. As the next, it's Renshaw, unsurprisingly, continuing from this end.
Round arm off spin around the wicket.
Yes. And moves in again. And that's worked away on the onside by Brown just for a single. Yes, it was another tall player that Essex had, Will Jefferson, who was 6'10". Now he really was a tall man by literally any standards. And always felt that was more of a handicap than a help. As Renshaw moves in again and bowls. That's just pushed out on the offside. It's Renshaw himself who dashes across and completes the fielding and then dashes back to his bowling place, which is beg your pardon, dear oh Lord, wash my mouth out. Somerset even, there aren't any other counties that begin with S, not county cricket sides anyway. They've got through their business with commendable speed today, because there have been several breaks for injuries and pitch repairs and balls, and yet still they're up with the rate of 32 per session, which is very commendable.
Yeah, it's one of the hallmarks of their cricket, bowling their overs briskly.
Yeah, well, it can cost, of course, and indeed does cost if you don't do that. A slight adjustment to the field sees the man at backward square leg go just a little straighter, but not an awful lot, a little finer, I mean. And Walter plays that pleasantly, pushing it out to wideish mid-off, where Overton fields. End of the over, and Essex have added 3 to their tea time score. They're now 169 for 3, of which Brown has 77 and 1 to Walter.
Somerset spin twins having a chat there as Jack Leach prepares to bowl the next over. Well, Matt Renshaw has been anything but a regular bowler during the course of his career, but he's done the business. He did the business against Yorkshire, getting Tom Kohler-Cadmore, and he's done the business here today, getting Dan Lawrence. As that's defended into the onside by Paul Walter. Leach in and bowls Walter forward defensively. No sun at the moment, clouds overhead. Tosses this one up, and that's driven out to a deepish mid-on and a shy at the stumps from Craig Overton, and Paul Walter had to get his skates on there. If that had hit, there would have been quite a big appeal, I think. Not sure that he would have been out, but it would have been a close run thing, and Overton had most of the 3 stumps to aim at. Leach bowls, and Brown this time defends. Yes, Matt Renshaw has taken, in his first class career, which spans 88 and now 89 matches, taken just 10 wickets in all, including the one today. This is played back to Leach on the bounce by Brown, and they have cost him 41 runs apiece. So you wouldn't say he's an all-rounder. Leach bowls, and Brown's back on his stumps, defending that off the back foot out into the offside. So just the single from that over. 170 for 3, 77 to Brown, and just the 2 to Paul Walter.
Martin emails us from Hyams Park and sort of metropolitan London or metropolitan Essex. He says, dark clouds passed over here, but no rain. The sun is emerging at 7 minutes past 4, so we've got about another 8 minutes, or rather that was 8 minutes ago. I'm not sure how that relates to the speed of the sunshine. And Gary from Frinton, the posh part of the county. That's short of a length from Renshaw, still bowling, played back to the bowler. Subject, 3-day cricket.
Yeah, Paul and I were talking about
Oh
it
right,
before.
versus 4-day cricket, and that's well, it was well parried by Renshaw, but it probably wouldn't have been a run anyway, as it would have gone to Craig Overton at mid-off, but it still prevents the run. And well, that seemed to be played perfectly confidently by
A little bit of bounce there, wasn't
Paul
it?
Walter, a bit of bounce, yeah. So Somerset supporter gets very excited in front, as well he may, or she, I didn't notice the gender. And that's just pushed out to Leach, to Jack Leach, fielding at deepish mid-on. And slightly short of a length, just probably attempting to play it round the corner. In fact, played it in front of square, straight to the fielder, so no run. And that is played into a slight gap on the onside, enough to accommodate the taking of a single, and Walter will will keep the strikes. It's the end of the over. Gary says, good afternoon to you. Just wanted to say we need 4-day cricket, because if we did go back to 3-day, I agree that most games end in 3 days anyway, but don't you think that it would be to open to people saying it's a fix with what goes on today? Can we have that happening? I don't think so, thanks, Gary.
Well, it happens in 4-day cricket as well. I mean, the classic example being Middlesex against Yorkshire at the end of the 2016
You see, yes.
season, which denied Somerset the county championship. He says, not at all resentfully, as that's played out into the offside, but you know, where they went through the motions for 3 days and then set up a completely artificial declaration on the 4th. It happens in 4-day cricket as well as 3, as this is turned
Yes.
to the onside. And as I was saying to Paul, almost all of the most, not almost all, a lot of the most exciting games of 4-day cricket end in 3.
Yes, they do.
Leach bowls, tosses this one up, and Walter stretches forward. Sadly, I don't think there's very much likelihood of 3-day cricket returning, despite all the fuss and bother about fixture congestion, which it would help significantly to ease, one would imagine.
Well, yes.
3-day cricket starting on a Saturday, Sunday, Monday, or even Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Here comes Overton with a throw, and they are home. It's just momentary hesitation.
There was one season, there may even have been 2, when there was a mixture of 3 and 4-day cricket, wasn't there?
Back in the 90s, I think it was. But,
I mean, yeah, I'll come back. I'll have my 4 penners at the end of the over. There's not time for a slow bowler's bowling.
Defended by Nick Brown, especially when it's Jack Leach who's walking in off just about 3 yards, I suppose. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 short steps, and he bowls, and it's defended by Brown. It's the end of the over, 172 for 3.
Yes, it seems to me that in the days of 3-day cricket, there were a lot of declarations, but these weren't to fix a result as such. They were to fix the fact that there's a better chance of there being a result, and captains used to negotiate with one another, and Keith Fletcher was a master of this. And you know, you'd talk to the captains, would talk the previous night, and maybe in the hotel, and say, well, you know, if we give you such and such to chase, will you chase it, as Renshaw came up. Now, that wasn't fixing the result at all. It was setting up the position where either side could have won it, and it made for exciting last days frequently. So yeah, it did mean occasionally there was some poor declaration bowling, but if it makes for more exciting cricket, more interesting finishes, I'm not against that, really. I was nudged away for 4 down to fine leg by Walter. Oh, and that's a full toss, and that should be another 4, yes. Walter wasn't going to miss out on that opportunity. Well, a few first-class batsmen worthy of their fee would miss out on it, and yep.
Renshaw just explaining to his captain that one slipped out.
Yes, quite.
She slipped out, skip.
Yes. Yes, it wasn't a cunning ploy, because I know a looping full toss isn't usually seen as that. Not at that pace, anyway. Renshaw round the wicket to Walter. Moves in now and bowls. Walter goes on the back foot. Whips it into the leg side, but more or less straight to the fielder.
Got away with that as well.
Yes, he did, rather. I think, looking at it objectively, Renshaw has certainly done his job. He got rid of Lawrence, but probably that might be enough. I don't know. We'll find out. Renshaw moves in and bowls. And again, a ball of very full lengths. Very well fielded as well by Craig Overton. Superbly well fielded. He no thought at the back of his mind then of along the lines of, I've got a bit of a gammy shoulder, because he threw himself to his right, which was the shoulder that he appeared to discomfort himself with earlier in the morning. That's just yes, earlier in the morning, and that's just played back to the bowler.
Brilliant piece of fielding. That ball was travelling.
It was, wasn't it?
Yes. All over it.
Yes, when Walter does hit it, he hits it hard, because he's a big man. That's just played back to the bowler. End of the over. 180 for 3, and Renshaw's figures are 6 overs, 1 for 19.
Matt on Twitter says, Anthony, might you be able to tell us what you know about the new Somerset signing, Andrew Umeed? Well, I can tell you he's Scottish, and he's played a few games for Warwickshire, and his main claim to fame is that his century for Warwickshire against Lancashire is believed to be the second slowest ever, as Jack Leach bowls to Nick Brown, who punches that back to the bowler. It took him 429 minutes to reach his century, and he is sort of old-fashioned right-handed defensive opening batsman, as that's played into the onside. He's been playing for Somerset Seconds, and Andy Hurry and Jason Kerr sufficiently impressed by him to offer him a contract, and he could actually have played in this game, because he's become a Somerset player as of now, as opposed to the next season, as that's defended again by Nick Brown. Doubt if he'll feature in the Royal London One Day Cup, as he's not really that sort of batsman. Leach bowls, and Brown is back on his stumps, playing this away through the offside. That'll run away for 4 runs, just dragged down by Jack Leach and punished through the offside by Nick Brown, who moves on to 81, and Essex on to 184 for 3.
Yes, when the lesser delivery, we'll leave it at that, comes along, then Brown is quite willing and capable of punishing it, and he certainly did that to that one.
Leach tries again. He's there, bowls, tosses this one up, played to short leg, where George Bartlett stops it. Not cleanly, but wasn't in the air for very long. Leach bowls, and Brown drives, and Abel fields, and that's the end of another over, which was the 71st of the innings. It's 184 for 3, so Essex going along at around about 2.5 runs and over. A steady rate of progress.
Yes. They have scored fewer bonus batting points than any of the other 17 counties, but that doesn't. There again, social media. Oh, social media! It irritates some people.
I can imagine you're a great aficionado of social media, aren't you, Dick? You're on Facebook.
I do have a Facebook account, but I'm generally fairly wary as to how many entries I make. But yes, I mean, I don't take photographs to show people what I had for lunch.
That's Instagram.
Oh, is it as well? Yes. 2 runs were picked up after that last delivery, and shy at the stumps there as they go through for another single. But yes, some people on.
So you're not a member of the Twitterati?
No, I'm not a No, I don't do Twitter. No. But yeah, some people on social media, are really quite scathing in their attacking of Essex's run rate generally. But I'd far rather see a steady start like Essex had today and get to 100 before losing a wicket than lose half a dozen wickets getting there more quickly. And generally speaking, at the end of the over, it's unlikely that half a dozen batting points are going to make the difference between the championship or not. I mean, they help, obviously, but to my mind, bonus points are the icing on the cake. Oh, dear, it's the same fella. He used to work for BBC Essex, and he doesn't realise I'm on air, but then why should he? He was never a cricket fan, which isn't a criticism of him. That's worked well on the onside.
He obviously can't hear it, otherwise he wouldn't be ringing you up.
No. My wife wasn't a cricket fan until I met her, and then she only became a cricket fan. That's played on the onside because I played club cricket Saturday and Sunday, and then went for a few beers afterwards. And she thought, if I can't beat them, I'll join them. And that's just played defensively, and like a lot of others before her and after her, started by making teas, then progressed to scoring. And once you've accepted the scorebook, you're there. 188 for 3 at the end of the 72nd over, with 15 to Paul Walter and 81 to Nick Brown.
Well, elsewhere, the Yorkshire recovery against Hampshire appears to have stalled somewhat. Don Bess made 67 and Will Frayne 53, but they're both out now as Leach bowls to Brown, and that's defended. So Yorkshire 158 for 8 against Hampshire, who are making quite a significant challenge to Surrey at the top of the table. Leach bowls, tosses this one up, and not sure if there was an edge there. There was an edge there.
Yes, there was.
So that was effectively a mischance. It would have been the wicket-keeper's catch, I would say.
Inside edge, was it?
Well, we haven't seen the...
No, we haven't seen the replay yet. No, here we go.
Yeah, inside edge, very difficult, actually.
Yes, very.
It went to the right of James Rue. And Brown back on his stumps this time. Takes him on to 85 at 4 runs. But encouragement for Jack Leach, and perhaps even more so for Simon Armour, as that one bounced and turned. It's played past George Bartlett out to the sweeper on the leg side, who's the unlikely figure of Matt Renshaw. 193 for 3. Paul Walter on strike to Jack Leach, and Walter plays that late under his eyes. Yeah, Kyle Abbott 4 for 36 for Hampshire, and Mohammed Abbas 3 for 25. What a combination they are. Leach bowls, Walter defends. And there's no run. What else is going on in Division 1? Lancashire 68 for 2. They started late, not until after lunch, against Kent at Old Trafford. And Gloucestershire 250 for 5 against Northants at Cheltenham. And Warwickshire 153 for 5 against Surrey at the Oval. So I think virtually every other, well, certainly Hampshire and Lancashire and Essex will be wishing Warwickshire well at the Oval.
So Renshaw continues from the river end, moves in now round the wicket and bowls. That's played out on the offside. For those who aren't familiar with this ground, the city of Chelmsford, as it now is only a matter of 10 or 20 yards behind us. And that's played out through the covers for interesting. It will just beat. I hesitated
Tom
because
Abel.
I wasn't really sure whether it was going to beat Abel, and it did. It's inclined to run away, and of course, with the summer we've had, the ground is parched, and yeah.
I was worried there he might hurl himself
Well,
and
yes.
end up in the wall at the base of the enclosure in front of the pavilion. But
Yeah, he might have landed against some of the bags that are stacked there, but
he's all right.
it wasn't worth the risk, no. Not to say what might have been one run. And a slight hold up.
Jack Leach just giving his fellow spin bowler some words of advice.
Yes, I was just talking about the river behind us, or about to the River Can, not the Chelmer. It runs into the Chelmer, runs very, very close behind us, and it's a very pleasant lunchtime walk along there, and loads of people there photographing because there was a family of swans who were quite big. The cygnets were. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact they're brown rather than white, you might have mistaken them for full-grown swans. There was a mother, a father, and 7. They'd done well. They'd brought up 7 large cygnets, and lots of people were photographing them, understandably. And I was amongst those people. I've got loads of photographs of them on my phone. That's just worked away on the on-site, no addition to the score.
So you'll be posting one of them on Facebook?
Of course I will, as if nobody's ever seen a family of swans before, yes. Yes, I mean, if it'd been a family of vultures, it might be worth, that would be unusual in Chelmsford, or the feathered variety anyway. But no. Renshaw moves in, bowls to Brown, who goes on the back foot, plays it absolutely defensively. Brown always plays every ball on its merits, which is how you're meant to play the game, but it's sometimes easier said than done.
I bet you this is the longest spell that Matt Renshaw has ever had in first-class cricket.
And that's played out through the...
Craig!
And this time...
Craig.
He hasn't done his shoulder again, has he? He dived away, being Overton, no, he's all right. He dived away to his right and missed it, went through to the boundary. It brings up the Essex 200 and a bonus point. And Craig Overton had pulled off a brilliant bit of fielding 2 overs ago, and that one just evaded him. And that's worked out away on the onside. And the end of the over. So Renshaw's now bowled 8 overs, 1 for 30.
Yeah, I think that's probably enough, yes, and Tom Abel thinks so too. He just shakes him by the hand.
Yep, you've done your job.
Thanks, Matt.
You got rid of Dan Lawrence for 35.
Well, thanks, Rinners, probably. Thanks, Rinners. So I wonder who we'll get coming on from this end. They've got Lewis Goldsworthy, who can bowl slow left arm. He's a much better bowler than Matt Renshaw. But last time I said that, Renshaw promptly got the wicket of Dan Lawrence.
Yes.
Jack Leach going to bowl another over from the Hayes close end. No luck so far, none for 59 in 21. No blue sky at the moment, just grey clouds, but quite high clouds overhead, no threat of rain. Leach bowls, and this is turned into the onside where Tom Lamnaby will collect it on one of the practice pitches, which are a lot paler in colour than the match pitch, which is a pale green. Leach bowls, Walter plays this to Lamnaby, and they think of a single, but one of them, or both of them, remembered that Lamnaby is a left-hander, and that ball was going to his left hand. And they decided wisely against a single. Leach bowls, and Walter... I don't think Walter's attempted a shot in anger against Jack Leach yet. He's content.
No, I don't think he has, no.
Play every ball defensively. As on that occasion as well. 201 for 3. Essex. Leach bowls, and Walter again just Plays that up the onside of the pitch. Leach doesn't make the stop, but Renshaw, animated as ever, at a deepish mid-on, 2/3 of the way back. Leach bowls to Walter, and that, I fancy, was a maiden over. Leach has bowled 22 overs, 2 maidens now, none for 59, and Essex 201 for 3.
Dean from my neck of the woods, from Southend, emails, why can't championship games start on a Sunday? Well,
some of them do well, they have done.
Have they?
Yeah.
But I thought generally the cricketing authorities preferred them midweek because the perception is that they'd rather see sponsors than than members of the public, and you know, sponsors prefer midweek because you know, people like to take advantage of hospitality and being wined and dined in the firm's time, but not so much in their own time at weekends. So I think that's probably the answer, and it is going to be Renshaw continuing, which somewhat is a surprise. Well, it's certainly a surprise to Anthony, and it a lesser surprise. Well, I didn't know. I don't have the experience.
Andy Cleve on Twitter says, why doesn't Tom Mabel bowl himself more? It's a very good question. He did bowl a bit earlier on in the season without much success.
Gives that plenty of air, and it's just played back to the bowler by Brown.
But he has got a bit of a golden arm, as Tom Abel. But he's only bowled 31 overs.
Renshaw again, a short delivery, and that's punished. That's pulled away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 by Brown. Brown moves on to... Have they put that 4 up? Is he on 98 or 94? 98 now. 98 now. So I'm not going to pass any comment. Not that I believe in the commentator's curse, because whatever we say or do makes not a ha'porth of difference, really. But some people think it does. So I'll just say he's on 98 and nothing more. You can do the arithmetic yourselves.
Well, if Renshaw bowls another ball like that, he'll be reaching 100 sooner rather than later.
Indeed. Yes, it wasn't a good delivery. There's no, you can mix it up with euphemisms, but no, it wasn't a good delivery. And that's just played solidly defensively by Brown. And well, not really directly played back to Renshaw, but he goes quite a long way to his left-hand side, to the onside, to pick it up. And that's short of a length and just tucked away on the leg side for a single to Brown, just in front of square. Brings the left-handed Paul Walter down to the business end. And Renshaw from the city end moves in, bowls, and that similarly is turned more or less to the same place, only a little bit deeper, and again they amble through for a very comfortable single. Walter will retain the strike because that's the last ball of the over, with Essex on 207 for 3.
And a commentary change at the river end.
Oh.
I'll make way for Paul.
Yes.
I've done 40 minutes since.
Or is it me? Who? So yes, 207 for 3 is the Essex score, with Paul Walter on 16. And 99 doctor's number to Nick Brown, as Paul in yet another garish shirt moves in beside me. I assume he got a job lot off of these shirts. They're all very bright indeed. Oh, sorry, he's not ready. I thought that Paul was going to commentate, but he's not. So it's Jack Leach bowling from the far end, the Hayes close end. Worked away on the onside. Brings Brown down to face Leach. Brown on 99. And just a bit of field adjusting. Sees the leg side strengthened a little bit Somebody moves out to mid-wicket, to the corner of the square, more or less. And Leach moves in just off 3 or 4 paces, bowls to Brown. And Brown studiously head over the ball, just allows that to hit the bat and just rolls out on the onside with no addition to the score. Leach again to Brown, and Brown plays that solidly, defensively off the front foot. It trickles back to Leach.
It was a long time in Brown's career before he got out in the 90s, so I'll back him to get 100 here.
As that is not it. It's played on the offside, but well fielded. And he remains on 99. The score remains on 208. Radio Luxembourg number.
Those were the days.
Those were the days. 208 Radio Luxembourg. Brown goes on the back foot, plays defensively, trickles out on the onside. Brown on 99, Essex on 208 for 3. As Jack Leach moves in from the Hayes close end, bowls to Brown, who just nudges that on the leg side, but straight to a fielder. No addition to the score of, as I say, 208 Radio Luxembourg, 208 for 3.
Yeah, I applaud the 2 batsmen there, because I've seen people do daft things when they've been on 99. There was a little sort of moment where they might have taken a run in that over. There was slight misfield, but they were quite right to, having explored the possibility of the single, to go back on it. And even there, Walter wondered whether he might snatch a single for Brown there, but Brown was having none of it, and rightly not. You shouldn't do anything on 99 that you wouldn't do if you were on 29, really. It'll come if you just keep your head, remain patient, and these are virtues that Brown clearly has. And I'll tell you what, Dick, anyone campaigning for Brown to be removed from the side is going to have a long wait, because he's clearly there for the rest of this season on the basis of today.
Well, yes.
And it's the best I've seen him play. I was saying to Anthony, for 4 or 5 years, it really has been a very good innings. Nice bit of acceleration since tea. 208 for 3 in 77 overs. Casey Aldridge is on at the river end. He's been, for me, the pick of the bowlers today.
Yes, he has bowled well.
Dot ball played down to mid-on to start the over, but for me, he's kept an admirable line and length.
Yeah, 11 overs for 28.
And I think Cook had as much difficulty playing him as anyone. Didn't really time the ball off him at all, and all credit to the young man as he comes in on a slanting run-up from the river end. Bowls well wide of off stump. Walter will have nothing to do with that, and Walter will know that after a splendid first half of the season, his last couple of games he's not excelled himself. He needs an innings here, and here's his chance. He's on 17. He's done well so far. 208 for 3.
An email from Brian. Thank you, Brian, about the River Can and the number of balls that must be in it.
Aldridge, and that's a nice shot from Walter. Plays that through the covers for 4. Very stylish indeed.
It was.
And it was a rare short ball, shorter than he, I'm sure, intended it to be, and it was a bit, not quite a half tracker, but it was getting on that way, and Walter didn't need any second invitation. No risk at all, and a handsome 4.
Brian says the River Can must have caught several hundred, if not thousands, of cricket balls over the years. Was just wondering if it's ever been dredged.
Aldridge is in the bowls, and that's 4 more. It was a splendid attempt to stop it at point, diving, but no chance with that. Consecutive boundaries to Paul Walter, take him to 25, the score to 216 for 3 in the 28th over. Yes, he's always good value, is Brian. And what he mentions, has the River Can ever been dredged? To name but one former Somerset player.
He says the swans and fish enjoy an unusual diet, or is there a likelihood of a cricket ball island in the River Can? I'd probably not, actually, because they probably It doesn't seem to flow very quickly, but presumably eventually it makes its way out to the Chelmer and the North Sea.
Aldridge bowls, well
ball.
played by Walter to mid-wicket. No ball, thank you. 2 runs onto the score, 218 for 3. Nice to give, by implication, Colin Dredge a mention there.
Do you think so?
Aldridge on his way again, just the one slip now. Bowls, Walter will get a single to keep the bowling here. And well, I don't think I'd allow for the no ball, so there's still another ball to go from which Brown theoretically could get his 100, but one thing's for sure, if it's a good ball, he won't be interested in reaching his 100, he'll just want to keep it out. 219 for 3. And after my words of praise for Casey Aldridge, this has actually been a rather expensive over, 11 off it, uncharacteristically for him. What's he now? None for 39. It was a none for 28 previously off 11. And here, exactly as I said, it was a good ball. Brown did play it on its merits, and he hasn't reached his 100, and that won't bother him in the least. 219 for 3 and 78.
Yep. Paul inquires, when do Essex and Somerset next play the next round of county cricket? You mean Championship cricket, presumably. Well, Essex, would it be the Yorkshire game or?
Canterbury.
Canterbury, of course.
Yes, I think it's around about September the 6th. So in other words, it's a good, what would that be, 6 weeks away?
Something like that, yes. Well, by the time this game finishes, I suppose it's nearer 5, but yes, we won't split hairs.
I'll take the next email if I may, because it's my friend Carolyn Tanner, who we used to contribute to the point-to-point line together for many years.
And then I'll get back to Paul's email.
Sorry, and you take that aside. I thought you'd finished.
No, it's just that I thought that Jack Leach bowling was, with respect, Paul, not due, the other one. I thought the email even more important.
Oh, far more important. Yes, there's not much time actually between overs of spin, but we'll get plenty of time in the next over.
As Leach moves in and bowls, and that's just... Actually, I think... No, it is me, yes. Let's play back to the bowler. Walter on 26 off exactly 52 overs, 52 deliveries, so he's going along at 50%. And now it's fractionally below 50% because that's a dot ball just played out to mid-on. And Leach moves in again and bowls. Well, and Walter comes down the wicket, gets the pitch of the ball. It's famously not a very long boundary, particularly down to the Hayes Close end. Many a batsman has hit a ball into the Hayes Close, into the gardens at the Hayes Close end. Whether that went that far, I lost track of it. But I think it may have done, since there's a somewhat disconsolate looking fielder wandering around by the sight screen. So yeah, Paul's email concludes, enjoying the commentary. Good to hear, Anthony. Shame that he's not on the Somerset live stream, which I switched to when the Essex game is over. Yeah, some counties take the BBC commentary, some don't, for reasons best known to themselves. There's no policy, I don't think, about it. Probably a good opportunity for you to talk to Carolyn.
Yes, hello Paul and Dick, says Carolyn. Your mention of Brian Hardy brought back a memory from the time when I was able to attend matches regularly. From a very young age, my daughter would sit at the county match all day with her Bill Frindle scorebook, the exceptions being when she went to get an ice cream and I had to take over, and in the intervals would go in search of autographs. They're still looking for the ball. Often being the only girl, she would hang back while the boys pushed in front of her. On one occasion, Brian Hardy saw her waiting and went to bring her forward and ensure that he and his colleagues all signed her book. It was a kind gesture, which I've never forgotten, and that's just so typical of Brian Hardy. He was an absolutely great guy. Carolyn finishes, I'm enjoying the commentary on the live stream as ever. It's always a pleasure to listen to Anthony Gibson, one of the many knowledgeable county commentators who convey the action in such entertaining fashion. Lovely stuff, Carolyn. Great to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Brian Hardy had the nickname of Largo, didn't he? For
He did.
reasons which I cannot begin to imagine.
No, I mean, he was so abstemious that...
As most Scotsmen are.
Indeed. I think probably, I have to say, all joking apart,
Oh.
I used to commentate on every game. I never saw him remotely drunk, and if he did drink quite a bit, he could take it well.
Indeed. Well, I can never understand this phrase, drinking culture,
No.
because it's meant to be a sociable game that applies at all levels. And just because you have a few beers after the game doesn't mean that you're staggering around incapably the following morning.
No, and it's all down to whether people can handle it without becoming unpleasant to other people. If they can have as many as they like, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, that's very good of you.
If they can't, one is too many.
Indeed. As that's just played defensively by Paul Walter. Jack Leach still bowling from the far end, but that's the end of the over. So it will be Nick Brown, who's still on 99, who will be facing the bowling, well, it was Casey Aldridge, and it looks as if it's still going to be.
Yes, Nick Brown on 99. He did just have one occasion a few minutes ago when he was done in the flight by Jack Leach and was fortunate that it took the edge and flew down to the straight boundary here. But I don't think Leach has been able to tempt the batsman into that sort of indiscretion enough today. He's not flighted it all that often in such a way that would give him himself the chance, of beating him in the flight. Anyway, it's Aldridge up from the river end as advertised, about to pass Nick Cook with a slip in the gully. And Brown plays this one to short mid-wicket, and there will be no thought of a run there. 225 for 3. So Essex have added 59 runs since tea in 15.1 overs, and that's a little bit of acceleration, sort of virtually up to 4 and over. And just a slight lull in proceedings while the ball is I don't know, shined, yes, shined I think is the right word, that by Jack Leach ironically. As here is Aldridge in, bowls to Brown, and Brown defends, and it comes down to mid-off. Yet again there will be no run, and 225 for 3 remains the score, with Dan Lawrence getting out to what became the last ball before tea. A ball that might well have been called a wide, but he reached out as far as he could without foot movement, and obligingly just gave slip catching practice, and Gregory passed the test and held the catch as Aldridge is in, bowls to Brown, plays it down again to mid-off. Again there will be no run.
Did Brown get an opening, get a century in the opening game?
Yes, he did.
He did.
He and
Critchley.
yeah, but I think Cook did as well. It was one of those one innings matches on the pitch where
Yes.
there was no dice for the bowlers whatsoever.
No.
Here is Aldridge to Brown on 99, taken on the pad, but it pitched outside leg, so although slip offers an optimistic appeal, there was no chance Nick Cook was going to find Brown guilty.
No. It's only just occurred to me after all the years I've been watching him. I know one was right-handed and one left-handed, but some of the mannerisms and the way of moving are not dissimilar to Graham Gooch, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yes, they're both
Big men.
exactly well-built men. As Aldridge bowls to Brown. Will this be his 100? Oh, it's nearly out for 99. He flashes a little bit recklessly, a little bit impatiently at this delivery. Well bowled across him, and exceedingly fortunate there, I reckon, not to get the edge.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. It's astonishing the things that this score of 99 does to somebody's mind, isn't it?
It is. I mean, I think he's probably faced about 11 deliveries since he moved on to 99 with a single, and he kept his composure all the way through until then.
Yes.
Aldridge bowls to him, and he plays this ball down to mid-on, and it's another maiden over. And still Brown remains on 99, and Aldridge very nearly had him in that over. 32 to Paul Walter at the other end, and he's played very well actually, Paul Walter, and needs to, because he's had 3 or 4 disappointing innings leading up to this one. 225 for 3 in 80 overs, and the new ball is due.
Yes, so that might make a difference.
I think Brown would have liked to reach his 100 before the new ball, and that's probably partly explains why he played a rare loose shot in that over.
Yes, well, he has that chance, that opportunity has gone. And now we will presumably see Overton and Siddle taking up the cudgels of the attack.
What a lovely word is cudgels.
Yes, it's all right, isn't it?
I've just heard from Martin Levin, who says, always lovely to hear the pair of you, Paul and Dick.
Thank you.
And he says to me, Veni Vidi Vici, you may remember in the last game he was floating a little bit of Latin around, or on the subject of it being a dead language, with which we managed to bat that one, I think, away down to the third man boundary. But Martin, thank you very much. Good to hear you listening again. And we can just confirm the new ball is about to be taken, because Peter Siddle is being brought back at the Hayes close end.
And indeed has been taken, and the old one was rolled along the pitch down to the umpire's quarters in front of us, where presumably there is somebody who's appointed as guardian of the cricket balls.
And, well, this ball will probably last at least 8 overs.
Possibly, as Siddle moves in, bowls to Walter, who goes forward solidly. It trickles out on the onside, no addition to the score of 225 for 3. So there's another 30 overs to go, during which Essex can still accumulate, well, both sides can accumulate points.
Yes, obviously, in our job, Dick, we interview a lot of players, as we know, and for me, one of the best players to interview I've ever come across is this man, Peter Siddle, an absolute delight.
Yes, Australians are generally
they are
more forthcoming, we'll put it that way, than many of which just toe the party line, and you know exactly what they're going to say, but then similarly they know what we're going to ask them. But,
yeah, what I like about Peter Siddle is, even if it's not been a great day, he remains immensely enthusiastic about the game. He leaves you in no doubt that he's thrilled to be playing, and I think that's the correct attitude, but not everybody exudes that.
Oh, good Lord, no. And Siddle moves in now and bowls, and that's just worked away for 4 runs, backward of square. No, it's not, I beg your pardon, I didn't see Leach running around from long leg down by the Tom Pearce stand, so they take 2 instead. Yes, I mean, for many players, and it's totally understandable, when they've been playing county cricket for maybe 10 years, if they're in their early 30s, and they know they're not going to progress any higher than that, then it becomes a job like plenty of jobs do for plenty of people, but they just do it because they've got bills to pay, and no other reason. That just dives away. Keeper dives away to his left-hand side to take it as Walton allows it to go through.
And moreover, I think it's a sort of in the minds of the ECB that everybody, their aim is to play for England. There's a lot of people who are thrilled to play county cricket, who know that it's very unlikely they'll ever get that far, and are very happy with that. They just hope that they can have a full career.
Yes, indeed. I also wonder, that's just played solidly defensively, if every cricketer nowadays goes into the game with their ambition of playing for England, or is their ambition to be good enough at the one-day game to pick up an IPL contract or something like that.
Yes, and of course, as you would signify by that, or any other of the around the world many tournaments that spring up and generally pay very well indeed.
Yes, indeed. And I don't criticise players for that. We've all been in a position, as we still are, we have to make a living, and some of them have wives and families to support. And that's just nudged backward of square leg. And playing cricket is generally speaking, a much shorter career than being an accountant or being a bus driver or whatever. So, they have to make the most of it. And I don't blame them in the least, and I don't think you can take any high moral ground of, they ought to be playing for England and all that business.
And furthermore, there are those that have played for England now. Known to both of us, Dick Neville Scott, he wrote a book once featuring lots of the players that he'd done long interviews with in the course of the cricket call days. And I'm trying to remember the name of the Worcestershire opener, who's a very good county player, but just had the one cap for England. And the current Essex chief executive had one cap for England,
Yes.
John Stevenson. And it's
Kenyon?
No, it wasn't Don Kenyon. It was later than that. He went and taught at Worcester Grammar eventually, and my memory is so bad now. He was such a well-known player, but he lamented that he absolutely found it a nightmare experience playing for England. So not everybody who's achieved that ambition actually enjoys it. Here is the start of a new over from Craig Overton, played to backward point, and there's no run. And whoever it was, his point was that in those days, the days of boycott, for instance, he went into this England dressing room, no one welcomed him, no one shared any previous experience with him, and he was just basically hung out to dry. And he said, once was quite enough for me, thank you very much. I couldn't wait to get back to county cricket.
No, I can't blame him in the least.
And of course, New Road's a lovely place to play your county cricket. This ball is played to mid-on. It frustrates the hell out of me that I can't remember the name, Dick. But he is, he put many years of fine service to Worcestershire. But again, this thought, obviously you've got to want to play for England. Well, not everybody has got to, and not everybody enjoys it if they do.
No, quite. I'm afraid it's a little bit of the sort of, I don't know, the good old British Empire mentality, I think coming through.
Yes, if anybody listening happens to know who I mean, opener batting for Worcestershire through the 80s. Do let me know, as here is Craig Overton in and bowls, and nicely played by Paul Walter, who's looked very good out there, I have to say today, as indeed, I've been saying that Nick Brown, if he gets the extra run that he needs for his 100, or indeed whether he does or not, this has been as good an innings as I've seen him play since 2017.
Yes.
Slight pause while more ball polishing is done by Jack Leach, who seems to have that chore all to himself. Fielding at mid-on as Craig Overton comes round the wicket and bowls to Walter, who whips this away. Lovely use of the wrists here. 2 runs down to deep backward square leg, the long boundary out there. And he moves along to 37, 230 for 3, and I have to say I'm very pleased to see Walter having played so well today, because it just seemed to me that having had a great first half of the season and then switched and played some splendid big hitting innings in T20, that he just lost his former concentration back in red ball cricket, but he's played very stylishly today and very solidly. His Overton bowls and Walter shoulders arms.
Another Paul emails and says, do you mean Tim Curtis?
Oh, thank you so much. Tim Curtis, exactly who I mean. One cap for England and a nightmare he found it. Thank you very much indeed. Was that Paul, did you say?
Yes, another Paul.
Yep, thank you very much. It's always nice when we can't think of something, and we know if we just say, if anybody knows, well, they'll let us know. Yes, that's exactly who it was, and he's a very fine county player. Deserved to be picked for England, but found it a really intimidating atmosphere, as I think it was in those days. Nowadays, I think people are, there's more teamwork and more help given to players who come in. This ball is stabbed out, not entirely convincingly, into the offside. I think it got up on Walter more than the average delivery. There's no run, and the over ends. Second over with the new ball. 82 therefore gone. Brown still on 99. Walter on 37. 230 for 3.
So Nick Brown will be facing up to Peter Siddle. He's no doubt faced him numerous times in the nets, and would have faced him down at Somerset in the first away game as well. So they know each other's game pretty well.
Yes, I've got a feeling, I might be wrong, but I've got a feeling Siddle might have got him out in that first innings down at Taunton. Wouldn't be a surprise, because Siddle is still a very fine bowler, obviously no longer in his prime.
as moves in, bowls, and that's just pushed out on the offside, no addition to the score. Unlike us.
Well, up to a point, but of course neither of us actually would admit to having had a prime.
No, that's right.
We only had a sort of second.
At best.
Yes. I remember the first day of the 2018 Ashes series, Dick, and I was driving around Scotland, and England had Australia at about 120 for 8, and Peter Siddle came in to join Smith and did such a good job, and Australia of course went on to win the match. They put on a huge partnership.
Siddle to Brown, and that's it. Brown plays a sumptuous extra cover drive, and it won't go to the boundary, or will it? But it doesn't quite go to the boundary. They're going to take 3 runs for it, and I think the crowd, the Essex crowd, are of the same opinion as I am, that it's really good to see Brown get a century, and you can probably even hear in the effects microphone, that is a sort of applause that greets a really good innings, because he's played excellently, and he's a gritty, determined player, one of the nicest blokes in the Essex side as well, and Paul will have great pleasure interviewing him at the end of the day, I'm sure. And yeah, I'm very happy for him, and most of the crowd are, and well deserved, and well done, Nick Brown. As Siddle moves in now, and and that's outside the off stump, and now suddenly, you know, he's not even at the bowling end, so he can relax and enjoy it. And Nick Brown is suddenly thinking, oh, I'm there, I've got 102, I've passed that awful milestone. Well, no, it's a wonderful milestone, but getting to it, or getting near it, is not such a pleasant experience, and it suddenly has this enormous weight off his shoulders. Well, but nevertheless, although there's a weight off his shoulders, whereas some batsmen will just sort of swing the bat more, he will probably carry on playing exactly the same innings, still playing every ball on its merits. That's nudged down to third man for a single by Paul Walter. Oh, and Anthony is here. I'm sorry. If he's lurking at the back, I would have gone as soon as I'd heard him here. If he'd made his presence more obviously felt, like grabbing me by the scruff of the neck, I'd have gone. But after the end of this over, I will. There's another 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 deliveries to go.
Thanks also to Martin Levin for emailing that I was trying to remember the name of Tim Curtis. You're spot on, Martin. So thank you to both Paul and Martin for putting me right on that one.
As Siddle moves in, bowls to Brown, plays it back to the bowler. No addition to the score.
Clever bit of underhand wizardry there from Peter Siddle, because he fielded the ball to his own bowling, and without looking behind him, just flicked the ball back between his legs, hoping to hit the stumps at the bowler's end, with Paul Walter not realising what was on and not having regained his Brown. Only 2 things let the ruse down. One was that the throw missed, and the other that Walter had never left his ground anyway.
Siddle to Brown, lets that go through to the keeper. End of the over. Essex 234 for 4, and Brown's reached his century, and after a few more words from Paul, he'll be joined belatedly, for which I accept full responsibility, by Anthony Gibson.
Thank you very much, Dick. Nice of you to volunteer me for talking to Nick Brown at the close of play, but he'll be very disappointed to know that it's not you who will be wielding the microphone. Fortunately, you don't get a chance to answer that, because I've switched you off, which is the best thing to do with you. Welcome back, Anthony.
Yeah, Somerset just letting Essex get away in the period since.
Yes, good point.
The bowling has not been so tight. I wasn't entirely supportive of the decision to keep Matt Renshaw on, and Casey Aldridge bowled rather a loose over, which went for 11, and the initiative has just shifted. Here comes Craig Overton in and bowls to Paul Walter, who defends.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Anthony. When I came back up here and saw, I looked at the scoreboard about 4:30 and thought, oh, some good acceleration here. And I had that thought, you use a bowler like Renshaw, and for me, that type of bowler will either get your wicket straight away or not at all. And once he's done the job, rather like Joe Root we were talking about before, bring the conventional bowlers back.
Absolutely. Here's Overton round the wicket to the left-handed Paul Walter, one of a good many left-handers in this Essex batting lineup. And I think as a rule, right-arm bowlers prefer bowling to right-arm batters.
Yep, no, I think you're right.
It's and it certainly upset Craig Overton bowling around the wicket from the top end earlier on today with some trouble with the footholds, but he seems to be back to full fitness now as he's in and bowls. Dick Davis's phone is going off in the background. There's no Dick to answer it. At 2:34 for 3.
Yeah, so we've had another brief email back from Martin Levin saying, yep, the crowd's applause for Brown's 100 was loud and welcome. And as I've been saying for quite some time, it's the best I've seen him play for a good 4 or 5 years. He was the top scorer when Essex won their first of their recent titles in 2017, and it's the best I've seen him play since then.
Here's Overton to Walter. There's plenty of time to play that. He's not at full pace, Craig Overton. I've had a couple of tweets from Matt Cave about basically about why Renshaw was bowled in preference to Lewis Goldsworthy, who is, you would have thought, higher up certainly the spin bowling pecking order than Renshaw. And it's a good question. I don't really know the answer. He's yet to take a first-class wicket, has Lewis Goldsworthy, as Overton bowls a full-length delivery, which is dug out by Paul Walter. But he's been effective in T20 cricket, admittedly more in a containment role than in a wicket-taking role. But I did say at the time when Renshaw was brought on, I was slightly surprised that A, that they chose him in the first place, B, that they persevered with him for as long as they did.
Yes, I mean, they got the great bonus, but I think that's where you need to get out, and it looks wonderful when the bowler can have taken 1 wicket for maybe 1 run. Best left like that, I think, because he had bowled some rather poor deliveries in his previous over.
He did. Here's Overton then to Walter. Oh, and this is edged on the ground. Well, it bounced before it reached Matt Renshaw, bounced a couple of yards short of him. Neat take at second slip. But it went straight down off the outside edge of Paul Walter's bat. Maiden over from Craig Overton, 14 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 28. And the applause is for
Nick Brown, 100 off 228 balls with 16 fours. I think I've heard that correctly. We'll check it out, but 228 balls, 16 fours sounds about right. And very fine knock it has been as well. 234 for 3. And this partnership now has put on 68 rather quickly for Somerset's comfort, as Brown plays it down to mid-off, slight misfield, but it's not to matter. They were never going to take a run there. And Nick Brown on the 102 just does a little bit of gardening. But whether he really needs to after all his time at the crease, I'm not sure. Paul Newton here with Anthony Gibson on behalf of BBC Essex. And what's the proper name of...
BBC Radio Somerset.
Thank you very much. I always get them mixed up. BBC Radio Somerset. This ball goes through outside off stump. Emails bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, or you can tweet at @antgib.
That's it. Yes, it started off back when BBC opened its station in Somerset back in the 1980s. It was BBC Somerset Sound, and then it became BBC Somerset, and then about 2 years ago it became BBC Radio Somerset.
Siddle around the wicket to Brown, digs this out, kept a bit low, plays it down to mid-on. Yes, both the stations in question opened in the 1980s. In the case of BBC Essex, it was 1986. So, of course, before then, you know, there was very little or no local radio, and, of course, it's opened up all sorts of possibility to do things like we're doing.
Indeed. Indeed.
A little bit of evening sunshine. Siddle is into bowl to Nick Brown. Brown guides this down to long leg, picks up his 103rd run, a single, 235 for 3, and Paul Walter, who's made a pretty solid 38, is going to be into strike. We're in the 85th over, and this is the 5th with the second new ball, and it all means that there will be a further 11 overs after this one to be bowled today. Somerset's over rate is admirable, and I don't think we'll be doing more than the odd few minutes of overtime as Siddle's in over the wicket now to Walter and plays the ball to mid-off. Not a bad move for me to switch to over the wicket, slant the ball across the left-handers.
More on the subject of Tim Curtis. Barney Spender says, if memory serves, Tim Curtis, he batted on the first morning of his only test for about half an hour before Malcolm Marshall poleaxed him. That was the sum of his England career. But Frank Watson, our colleague from Worcestershire, says he actually played 5 test matches. Tim Curtis, yep.
Well, here's the next delivery. That ball goes through outside off stump. Well, Frank knows his stuff. Good to hear from you, Frank. Both Frank and Barney were colleagues of mine in the cricket call days. Frank doing a brilliant job for Worcestershire. And Barney would sort of come along and in those days be sort of third commentator, as people like Trevor Bailey were and Tom Graveney. Great days. Yes, I'm not quite. Frank will be right because, of course, it's his county anyway. But I'm sort of not sure where the other 4 came from. Be pleased if you let me know, Frank. But anyway, he did find Test cricket anything but a pleasurable experience. And the position at the end of the over, 235 for 3 with 103 to Brown and 38 to Walter.
Yes, five Test matches Tim Curtis played. The first one was against the West Indies when he was poleaxed by Malcolm Marshall as Craig Overton is in and bowls, and this is whipped away into the onside for runs. I don't think it'll be 4 of them. Tom Lammonby is in hot pursuit. He's backed up by Jack Leach, and they do a team effort to get the ball back to the middle to James Rew. A good long throw from Jack Leach, and they've taken 3 runs, 238 for 3. Yes, he played 2 test matches against the West Indies in 1988, and then 3 against the Australians the following summer.
Thanks for that. I hadn't realised he'd played that often, but very, very fine county player. Of course, if you get poleaxed by Malcolm Marshall, you probably wouldn't find Test cricket a big deal.
Is Overton in and bowls. This is pulled, and it was in the air for quite a long time. Wasn't timed properly, but it's gone for 4. Wasn't far away from Tom Lammonby at mid-wicket at 4 runs, which takes Paul Walter on to 42, and the score on to 242 for 3.
Yes, he's not the most convincing hooker, Paul Walter, and that shot's got him out once or twice in both T20, which is fair enough. You've got to go for your shots there, but the Surrey bowlers rather wised up to his vulnerability to short pitch stuff the other day.
Overton's in a bowl short, and this is pulled, and that is a much more convincing pull shot for 4 runs. And Overton just changed the bails around on the stops. I wonder if that's something to do with luck.
As you imply there, the first hook shot, he was through with the shot a little bit too soon and could easily have been caught, but that one was beautifully played, rolling the wrists and timed to perfection.
And there's no one out at deep square leg. We've got a long leg, but as Overton is in and bowls, this is run off the open face, but there is a third man. Lewis Goldsworthy's down there, so it's just a single. 247 for 3. Paul Walter on to 47 from 81 deliveries, which is the best scoring rate so far amongst the Essex batters.
Yeah, partnership now worth 81, and Walter has more than played his part in this partnership. Played really well.
Craig Overton pulls up after couple of strides. Tries again. Here he comes up past umpire Nick Cook in and bowls, and Nick Brown plays that into the onside. It's fielded by Jack Leach, Nick Brown, 106 from 236 deliveries. It is his second century of the season, I fancy it is indeed.
Yeah, got one in the very first game, put on the 200 partnership with Alistair Cook, and he too got 100.
Is Overton lengthening his stride as he up to the wicket and bowls, and this comes off an edge, and there's a roar of anger, frustration from Craig Overton. Having found the edge again, it just ran along the ground down to third man. It's another single, and at the end of the over, Essex 248 for 3. What were they at tea, Paul?
166 for 3.
Yeah, they've done well, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been a good session, this last one, from an Essex point of view. Even Craig Overton there, his over's gone for 13, with the first 3 balls going for 3 and then 2 fours. And it wasn't that it was a rank bad over or anything like that, and I think it was legitimate. Bearing in mind Walter has been out a couple of times going for the hook shot recently. Legitimate to drop a couple in short and see if it would bring any joy. It didn't. Lorna emails us at bbcessexcricket@gmail.com and says, did you note Peter Siddle acknowledging Brown's century? A really nice touch. I didn't, but it's no surprise. He's a great fellow, Peter Siddle, as the next ball Brown just plays defensively into the offside for no run.
All the Somerset fielders clapped him.
Yeah. No, very sporting. And Lorna continues, Peter also had a go at the crowd at Taunton who were abusing our batsmen. Thanks as ever for entertaining commentary. Yes, thank you for that, Lorna. And as Anthony was saying, the Somerset players all sportingly joined in the applause, because there are hundreds and hundreds, but this has been a good one from Nick Brown. Glorious evening sunshine. Greets Peter Siddle, approaching Nick Brown with 2 slips. That's a lovely shot, and for the second time Brown has played a shot that would have gone for 4, that's gone smack into the stumps at the bowler's end.
That was applauded by Peter Siddle as well.
yes, I think the stumps were being applauded by Peter on that occasion, because it's saved an absolute certain boundary there. Peter does make some very good stops to his own bowling, but he couldn't do anything with that one, and it gone through him and luckily hit the stumps at the bowler's end.
Unfortunately, ricocheted straight to Tom Abel.
Yes. Fiddles in again around the wicket to Brown, forces off the back foot into the cover region, nicely fielded by Lammonby, and there'll be no run there, and the score remaining at 248 for 3.
Yeah, Somerset fielding's still pretty sharp.
Yep.
Heads haven't gone down. It's been a long day out there, but just haven't been able to find something from this pitch that puts the batsman under pressure. I mean, if you think of the wickets, Alistair Cook was got by a good one from Peter Siddle.
Siddle it is, who bowls to Brown, and Brown drives ferociously and 4 runs through extra cover. Decent attempt by Lammonby, whose fielding's been excellent today, but even he couldn't stop that one. Was very close to it, but just couldn't reel it in. And it was always going to be the case that if a fieldsman didn't get a hand to it, it was always going to go to even the longest boundary on the ground out there at extra cover. 252 for 3, so Essex register a second batting bonus point, and Brown moves on to Nelson, 111.
Yeah, Tom Wester got a good one from Craig Overton, but Dan Lawrence's was self-inflicted.
Around the wicket goes Siddle to Brown, plays it back to the bowler, and the score remaining at 252 for 3. We're in the 87th over, so Essex, who very rarely picked up the 4 batting bonus points this season, I think it might only be on one other occasion, but they'll feel they ought to, really, from this position.
Yeah, what have we got? 13, 20, 23 overs. Well, we're going to have to go along at 4 runs and over, best part of, to pick up 4 batting points.
Siddle in again, bowls to Brown, nudges this one down to long leg, and they've taken 1, and they'll settle for that. And the score 253 for 3. Brown moves off Nelson on to 112, 47 to Walter, and what would suggest to me that they might be able to get that fourth batting bonus point is that runs have continued to come very freely since tea, so the scoring rate is good. Obviously it will depend a lot on whether Somerset can get further breakthroughs. Wickets do tend to lead to a diminution of the scoring rate.
They do indeed. Craig Overton's walking up to bowl another over while Jack Leach has a drink brought out to him by Tom Banton, who's one of the 3 Somerset 12th men, alongside Roller van der Merwe and Jack Brooks.
Yes, Martin Levin comes back again and says the 8th of November 1967 was the first local radio broadcast. It was Leicester. That's where I was at university at that time, but afraid I didn't tune in. Sheffield was next a week later, followed by Merseyside a further week later. Incredible knowledge. Thank you very much, Martin.
I think Radio Bristol dates back to 1970 from memory, and BBC Somerset to about 1983 or 4, something like that. It was one of the later ones. 253 for 3. Craig Overton's going to be bowling to Nick Brown, who's proved a formidable obstacle to Somerset hopes and aspirations during the course of the day. Just the one slip as Overton is in and bowls outside the off stump, and it goes through low to James Rue. It'll be interesting to hear what the verdict on the pitch is from the Somerset camp at close of play. I think unless something dramatic happens between now and the close, I'm going to talk to the Director of Cricket, Andy Hurry, not just about the day's play, but also about how difficult it is for directors of cricket to plan and to work out strategies when they don't know what sort of format they're going to be playing next season. This is a bouncer from Overton, and Brown just ducks underneath it.
Well, of course, there are such radical changes every year. And for me, how do you ever know whether an idea was a good one if you change it before you've had time to prove one way or the other?
Well, absolutely. I mean, you know, in this context, does it matter if Somerset are in the bottom 2 in the first division, if we're not going to have a first and a second division next season?
Absolutely. Yeah, the whole thing is crazy, but hardly unexpected, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Overton into Brown. This is short of a length and played into the offside. Tom Abel does the fielding because, you know, that if Somerset have to get into, at the very least, 9th in the table, that could very well affect the way they approach their remaining matches.
Absolutely, of course it does.
Whereas if you know, they could be settling for draws, and if it's not going to make a blind bit of difference. Overton in and bowls down the leg side, tucked away to deep backward square leg for another single. 254 for 3.
Which means, of course, that surely it would make a lot more sense, brackets, so why are we not surprised it's not going to be done this way, to postpone any decision that's as radical as the one that we apparently is going to be foisted upon us until 2024.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. But presumably the only basis on which you can plan is that to assume that things are going to carry on. Overton's in and bowls, and it's defended by Paul Walter, and Craig Overton threatens to hurl the stumps down, then he threatens to knock Bales off. Oh.
It's been one of the sort of ongoing themes throughout the day. Overton and various ways of throwing the ball or not actually letting the ball go.
You can almost see the steam coming out of his ears at the moment, can't you? Not a happy bunny. Here he is, bowls. Oh, and a bouncer, and well taken by James Rue. It was a fast bouncer, but a deeply inaccurate bouncer. And that's the end of that over, which was the 88th. Of the innings, so 8 overs remain in the day's play. It's 254 for 3.
Thank you to Christopher Forske, F-A-U-S-K-E, who's emailed us at bbcessexcricket@gmail.com to say I think you might have been thinking about Andy Lloyd. Well, he was actually Warwickshire, Chris.
Yeah, but I
thanks.
think he was. I think it was Andy Lloyd who was felled by Malcolm Marshall.
That's right. Yeah, perhaps rather than Tim Curtis. Yes, because Andy Lloyd, I do remember it. I think it was the first ball he'd faced, if I remember rightly, and felled by Malcolm Marshall. Still nice to remember Andy Lloyd, though. Thanks for coming by. You say enjoying the commentary as always. Chris Forsk listening in Ipswich, but then wait for it. Massachusetts.
Oh, right. Very good.
I must admit, I didn't know there was an Ipswich in Massachusetts, but it's just down the road from where I live, so nice to have the double entendre there, and we're just waiting for the next over to begin. It'll be the 89th of the day. We therefore have just 8 overs minimum remaining.
Looks like Casey Aldridge is going to bowl it.
Yeah, and we are still the better part of half an hour's play, so we are going to be very punctual in finishing. It could well actually finish absolutely smack to time, as here is Casey Aldridge then, replacing Peter Siddle at the Hayes close end, and Nick Brown plays this to mid-wicket, and Paul Walter had been backing up, and there was a momentary burst of excitement among the fieldsmen there, thinking that there might be a run out on hand, but in the end it doesn't happen, and the score remaining 254 for 3, with Brown 113 and Walter 47, and the pair of them have now put on 88. Here comes Aldridge, bowls to Brown, and they're going to take a quick single here down to deep mid-off, and provided they didn't hang about, there was always going to be there, particularly as I think Brown did note the fieldsman was the relatively ageing Peter Siddle, who wouldn't be quite as quick as some of these young Somerset fielders. I mean, Tom Abel in particular, I don't think they'd have dreamt of taking that single to him. 255 for 3, and Brown to 114.
No, Tom Abel would have been swooping in.
Yes.
But he'd have been 10 yards more advanced than Peter Siddle.
In fact, Brown just hesitated momentarily, and then seeing it was Peter Siddle, said, oh, come on, we can make it. As here Walter is taken on the pad, and it was just going down leg side, and they threatened to take a run, but it's not there, and the score remaining 255 for 3.
Matt Renshaw there feigning that he was going to hurl the ball at the stumps, but never did. He's having a great chat with Nick Cook.
Well, as you say, he's a bit of an entertainer, isn't he?
He is, yeah. He and Nick Cook have been having a great laugh together.
Next delivery is pulled by Walter, and that's disappearing summarily to the long leg boundary. For 4 runs, it was short from Casey Aldridge, possibly just tiring slightly. Hasn't bowled quite as well in his overs since tea as his excellent performance up to that point. 259 for 3, and that is Paul Walter's 51.
Yep, it rather sat up and begged to be hit, that one, but he did hit it very powerfully and very well. Kept it down.
Yeah, Walter would be very pleased at reaching a half century. He'd like to double that, as here is Aldridge in the bowls to him. Oh, and that was a good delivery, and he's played it into his boot and hobbles around a little bit. The ball goes out to Lammonby in the offside. There's no run, 259 for 3, but Walter, after an excellent first half of the season, had not been at his best since the interruption by T20 cricket. After championship cricket returned, he hadn't really made a worthwhile score, but it's been a very good knock from him so far. Walter, 6 foot 8 inches, settles over his bat. Left-hander, and this is a leave outside off stump. So at the end of the over, Essex choosing to bat, losing Cook for 44, Wesley for 4, and rather anticlimactically Dan Lawrence for 35, are 259 for 3, Brown 114 and Walter 51.
And I just wonder how fit Lewis Gregory is to bowl, given that Casey Aldridge came on first change and Lewis has only bowled 9 overs in the course of the day. That was Paul Walter's vital statistics: 86 balls, 7 fours and a 6.
Yeah, he's played very well. Most of the boundaries have been very well struck.
Craig Overton is going to bowl another over. He, by contrast, is into his 17th. This will be bowling to Nick Brown, a bouncer. That was a better bouncer, but it's still too short, so that Nick Brown barely had to duck, just could watch it sail over his head and into the gloves of James Rue. Tom Avell shouting encouragement to his bowler, Craig O.
Yes, he's done well to get through. Well, this would be his 18th over after his injury earlier.
He's up to the wicket and bowls, and that's a good delivery, which is well played by Nick Brown, who I think is determined now to get through to the close and start again tomorrow morning.
Yes, just talking of Overton, I mean, I think it was 12 wickets, wasn't it, down at Taunton in April? 13, I beg your pardon, or his pardon, and you're unlucky if you take 13 wickets and end up on the losing side.
Absolutely. He's in and bowls, and this is defended, and Tom Abel comes sprinting around to do the fielding. Yeah, it was a superb piece of bowling in both innings by Craig Overton, admittedly on a pretty helpful pitch. Ball was swinging and seaming around.
We hear from Darren Sibley at BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, saying thoroughly enjoyed the commentary today and the sideshow of Dick being unable to switch his mobile to silent mode. I know the times I've told him, Darren, some people are just incorrigible.
Well, it is, you know, it's a tricky thing to master that.
And Dick apparently then blamed the man calling him.
Here comes Overton to Brown. He's there, bowls, and Brown cuts away through the offside for 4 runs. Short and wide, and a thumping shot past backward point for 4 runs from Nick Brown, who moves on to 118, Essex 263 for 3, and this is turning into a good day's play for Essex. They won the first session. I think Somerset could be said to have shaded the afternoon session.
Yeah.
But this is emphatically the evening session has been Essex's. Here comes Overton. Up to the wicket now and bowls, and down the leg side. Optimistic shout of catch from Craig Overton, and James Rue did indeed catch it, but didn't touch any part of Nick Brown's clothing or body, let alone his bat.
Yes, particularly in this latest phase of Brown's innings, I've been saying it's the best I've seen him play for several years, and whereas he's made runs before, but they've been rather stodgy, today there are times when there's been real mastery in the way he's batted.
Overton, Overton is just giving Paul Walter a warning not to back up out of his ground. He didn't take the bail off.
No, fair enough. He's entitled to do that, and again, it's a good bit of alertness from Craig Overton, because I think we can assume that wasn't the first time he found Walter straying out of his ground.
Oh, well, Paul Walter this time very pointedly has his bat firmly within the crease. This is down the leg side again, and optimistic shouts from 1 or 2 of the Somerset fielders, but again, no contact with bat or indeed with anything else. It's taken by James Rue. It's the end of the over. That was the 90th over of the innings, so just 6 remain. It's 263 for 3, 118 to Nick Brown, 51 to Paul Walter, and Overton has figures of 17 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 46.
So, Nick Brown won the magnificent square cut in that over, hitting the ball with great authority. Lately, we've got an email from Andy Bagshaw about Essex place names in the USA, but your message hasn't actually come through. Thanks for the attempt, Andy, if you'd like to have another go. But it will continue to be Casey Aldridge from the Hayes close end. We're now 10 overs bowled with the second new ball, just 6 overs remaining of the day's play, and fully 20 minutes to close, so we're going to finish pretty much on time, and Aldridge is in, bowls. Oh, and Walter deceived by a slow, shorter pitch delivery, and I'm sure he was sort of anticipating the ball to arrive long before it actually did, and in the end it just about hits him somewhere around about the shoulder or helmet, and doesn't seem to have done him any damage. And 263 for 3 means that this partnership will have reached 100 if they get 3 more runs.
And that'll be 100 for the session as well.
Indeed, this next delivery takes Walter. Again, discomforted a little bit on the pad. It's going to be a leg by signalled by Chris Watts, and he's the umpire at the Hayes close end. 264 for 3, the partnership up to 98.
Yeah, good piece of bowling again by Casey Aldridge.
Certainly if he were to get a wicket, although he hasn't bowled as well since tea as before it, but for his earlier efforts it would be well deserved. Comes in again, bowls to Nick Brown. Brown plays it back down the pitch, be fielded at mid-off, and there will be no run. The 3 wickets today have gone Alistair Cook, LBW, Siddle for 44, Tom Wesley, Cork Gregory, bowled Overton 4. First wicket put on 105, then it was 110 for 2, then after a partnership of 56, Dan Lawrence, who played with splendid discipline up to this point, reached for a very wide ball from Renshaw and edged to slip. Gregory was out for 35 to what became the last ball before tea. Brown plays the next delivery from Aldridge. Again back to the bowler, there is no run. 264 for 3.
Elsewhere, Lancashire 109 for 4 against Kent. Late start to that game at Old Trafford. Rained off at Scarborough with Yorkshire on 158 for 8 against Hampshire. Hampshire's day there. Gloucestershire 317 for 9.
Aldridge to Brown, and Brown has got this ball away back past backward point and down to Overton on the 3rd man boundary. Single, 119 to Brown, 265 for 3, 99 for the partnership.
And finally in the First Division, Warwickshire 218 for 6 against league leaders Surrey. So who knows? Probably just about even Stephen at the Oval, with McAndrew and Danny Briggs putting a partnership together for Warwickshire.
Aldridge again to bowl to Paul Walter. Walter clips this to long leg for a single, and that brings up the 100 partnership. 266 for 3, the second touch in this Essex innings today after winning the toss. Walter will move to 52, and as Anthony was saying, it's also 100 runs in the session. Some real acceleration late in the day for Essex.
Yep. Somerset have just let the game run away from them after keeping it under fairly close control through the morning session, and in which Essex only scored 83, and again in the afternoon session another 83 in 32 overs and 3 wickets for Somerset. But it's been we've had 91 overs, so still 5 to go, so 27 overs so far, and 100 runs have been added without the loss of a wicket since tea. So big session for Essex. Somerset need to pick up ideally a couple of wickets in these last 5 overs. Jack Leach will bowl the first of them.
Yes, on your point of Somerset allowing Essex to accelerate since tea, I think point you mentioned before, I think persevering with Renshaw after tea sort of rather played into Essex's hands. It
sort of set the tone, and it was the wrong tone from the Somerset point of view. Yes, and the new ball, frankly, hasn't made much difference.
Just wondering if Dick is hiding from me, or if he's. I should have handed over to him. Perhaps he came and went.
Perhaps he's gone off to answer his telephone.
Yes, could well be. Just looking if I can see him next door. but certainly Essex have prospered since tea.
Jack Leach is going to see if Leach can get anything out of this pitch, which is presumably, well, I can see from here, it's showing signs of wear from its relatively pristine state this morning. Leach to Walter, and that one turns, and they belatedly set off for what's actually a pretty comfortable single, as Craig Overton has to come in from the long on boundary. No possibility of Lewis Goldsworthy cutting it off. 267 for 3. Walter on to 53. It's day's gone just about perfectly for Essex, starting with winning the toss this morning in the batting first, in the expectation that there will be some turn later on, as that's defended from the crease by Nick Brown. Not much sign of turn so far, just the odd ball. There was one that Jack Leach got to bounce at Nick Brown that went past his inside edge and ran away for 4 byes. But and play and a miss, going for a cut there, Brown, and nicely taken by James Rue, but no edge. There was an edge, in fact, on that shot I was talking about previously, the inside edge, and it unsighted and wrong-footed James Rue, who didn't get a glove on it. Leach bowls, back on his stumps again, and misfield this time by Lewis Goldsworthy, and that has cost his side a run that won't go down well with his skipper, who sets a very high standard and expects it from all of his teammates. Leach to Walter, plays defensively into the offside, and Abel picks up slip and a short leg. Leach bowls, Walter plays that comfortably enough again into the covers. Bring that over to a conclusion, the 92nd of the day. 268 for 3, 120 to Nick Brown, and 53 to Paul Walter.
We heard from Herbert Chinnery in Essex. He says, I'm listening to Essex Somerset match now and just remembered a wonderful day with cricket I enjoyed while on holiday in Australia a few years ago. I went to a country town of Bowral, south of Sydney, and spent the afternoon at the Don Bradman Museum, I beg his pardon. What a wonderful collection of films, pictures and original cricket history items from the greats. Would recommend a visit to any of today's listeners. Of course, this is the town where Bradman lived in Australia. It has a cricket oval at the rear. Thank you very much for that, Herbert. Great to hear from you. As here comes Aldridge beginning a new over from the Hayes close end, and Nick Brown tucks the first ball away to backward square leg, and there is no run there, and we just have this and 3 further overs to come this evening. Brown on 120 and Walter on 53 have put on 102 unbroken for this 4th wicket.
Yeah, Bowral, that's where the Don used to, as a boy, would practice with a stump hitting a golf ball into the angle of a wall.
Indeed, as here is Aldridge in bowls to Brown, and Brown has driven this for 4, and that again is another example of the authority with which he's batted. Lovely square drive, and he goes to 124, the score to 272 for 3.
Yeah, nice shot. Very nice shot.
Andy Bagshaw came back. His first email didn't come through properly. Thanks, Andy. You say, talking of place names, the Americans have taken with them across the pond. There's also, in addition to an Ipswich in Massachusetts, a Chelmsford in Massachusetts. Yes, indeed, we heard from someone there quite recently on our emails. Wouldn't be surprised if there was a Great Baddoes somewhere too, from Andy in Philadelphia. And here's Brown flicking this one away down to fine leg for 4 more. And he's moved up to 128, the score to 276 for 3 in the 93rd over.
Yeah, rather a downbeat end to the day this, I'm afraid, for Somerset. Runs coming quickly now. Just the one close fielder Lewis Gregory at first slip, and Casey Aldridge just losing his accuracy. Shouldn't be too tired. Was he bowled? This is his 16th over, so it isn't as if he's bowled 30 overs in a day or anything.
Aldridge into Nick Brown. Brown gets a much better delivery and plays it back to the bowler, and the board, unusually the board, which is so quick away to our left for quite a while, didn't put that latest boundary up, and I thought I might have overcalled the score previously, but it is, just to confirm, 276 for 3, with Brown on 128 from 265 deliveries, and Walter 53 from 93. Aldridge in fading light bowls to Brown, plays it into the covers, and there is no run, and 276 for 3, as the skipper shows a good example there, full of life still at this end of the day, bounding in from extra cover to prevent the single. But as Anthony was saying, this last session has seen Essex so far add 110 without losing a further wicket, having lost a wicket to the last ball before tea. As Aldridge is in to Brown. Brown flicks at this, and there is an appeal. The wicketkeeper goes to throw the ball up, but only in jest, and
he's just rehearsing, I think.
Yes, I think so. As I must say, I have been impressed with Somerset's young wicketkeeper, James Rue. He's kept very well all day. He's had a little bit of really challenging wide stuff to take as well. He's very agile. 276 for 3 and 93.
Gets an appreciative pat on the head from Lewis Gregory at as they make their way to their fielding positions for another Jack Leach over. Jack Leach, who's toiled manfully, but hasn't spun anything very much. 25 overs for 68 runs, sending a man back at deep mid-wicket. Bowls to Walter, short, and played with the utmost comfort down the ground to big Craig Overton, who sends in a long return to the wicket-keeper's end. Another run goes on the board, 277 for 3. Somerset would dearly love to take a wicket before the close, but I have to say it doesn't look likely. This is turned through the legs of George Bartlett at forward short leg, just for a single out to Casey Aldridge, who's doing that sweeper roll on the mid-wicket boundary. Two overs after this. Just talking about, he's moved George Bartlett out from forward short leg to a catching short mid-wicket. Leach. He's in and bowls. Oh, and this turns, an appeal for LBW, and I think the pad was outside the line of the off stump. But that did definitely turn.
Well, it did, and I think in the end the umpire may have considered it may have just missed leg.
Could have done. Could have done. Leach to Walter, covers that front pad, playing around it, beginning the full face of the bat. Onto the ball. Slightly worrying sign that for Somerset. Leach bowls. This is tossed up, and they're going to take a single, and Tom Abel makes a tumbling stop, rolling over several times, but because he was rolling over, he couldn't get his throw away, and they take a single, 279 for 3. Walter there onto 55. Abel bowls to Brown, and this turns as well, and Brown adjusts to it nicely and plays it to a backward square leg, and that's the end of the 94th over. 279 for 3.
We've heard from Brian, not the same Brian as emailed before, and he says it's a pity Cook dropped that catch from Jacks in the Surrey match. Otherwise, Essex could still be in the title race. Incidentally, it's raining here in Harlow. Thank you for that, Brian. And certainly, it's got pretty dark here, so we're going to get the full day's play, and I'm sure, even if it were to begin raining now, there's only 2 overs to go. But on occasion, there was an occasion in mid-afternoon where it went pretty dark, and we got away with it. So it's going to be Casey Aldridge to complete the day's bowling from the Hayes Close end, but that doesn't mean it's the last over. There'll be one more from the River end to follow it. And Aldridge is in and bowls to Paul Walter, and Walter plays it back to the bowler. And nicely fielded to his own bowling, 279 for 3, with Brown on 129 and Walter on 55, and partnerships put on 113. And bearing in mind Walter's got 55, we can be pretty sure that Brown has made a very similar contribution in this partnership. In other words, the scoring has been near enough equally shared as Aldridge is in and bowls, and Walter leaves the ball outside off stump. It was a good delivery and good decision to leave it. It slanted across, right arm over to left-hand batsman, and Gregory, the lone slip, returns it back toward the bowler. 279 for 3 in the penultimate over of the day.
It was quite sharp, that last delivery from Casey.
It was.
He's got a fast arm.
Bowls again. Play back to mid-on, and once more, score remaining 279 for 3. Thank you very much to all you who've emailed, and indeed just as much to people who've listened. Hope you've enjoyed the day's commentary, and look forward to you being with us from 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Once again, myself, Paul Newton, will be joined by Anthony Gibson and Dick Davis. As here, ball dug in short, nice rolling of the wrist from Paul Walter, plays it down to long leg for his 56th run, a single, 280 for 3 in the 95th over.
Yeah, weather looking a little bit threatening now. I think we'll be all right, but possible that we may get a shower just after close of play.
Yes, we might get wet getting our interviews. Just waiting for mid-off to Peter Siddle to throw the ball back to Casey Aldridge. Penultimate ball of the over. Bowls to Brown and digs this one in short, and the ever agile.
Now, why wasn't that given as a wide?
Yes, because no way he could reach it. Yeah, absurd. The agile James Rue once again does the honours for Somerset. Had to dive a long way to his right.
Yeah, it's been a long day for the young man, but he had a long day at Taunton last week as well against Yorkshire.
Gives me the impression he's enjoyed it.
Yeah. Yeah, he loves this cricket. He's been playing age group cricket for Somerset since before he was 10.
So to complete the over, Aldridge bowls. It's a good delivery, well played by Brown to mid-wicket, and the end of that over, 1 over to go, 280 for 3. And just a final email of the day from Lindsay says, hello Paul, just to let you know there is a Danbury in the US which are prominently featured on the John Oliver show, expat comedian. Thank you very much for that, Lindsay.
I bet there isn't a Billericay egg.
Yes, one of my Essex emailers, Roy Ludlow, who I've known for many, many years, was telling me how the guy who was both Roy's and my own tutor at Leeds University in the teacher training year, way back in 1972, I think it was, pronounced Billericay, Billericay.
Right, we're going to have an over from Matt Renshaw, Somerset's new secret weapon.
Yeah, but I think he should have been used as a secret weapon to bowl the sort of last over before lunch tea and close of play.
Yeah, well, Tom Abel putting his faith in the Renshaw golden arm. Not sure how justified that faith may be, but we will find out. I was querying the decision to bowl him, and then he got Dan Lawrence out. As this is pitched right up to Paul Walter, who I think is going to play for the close, unless he gets an absolutely horrendous long hop.
But those are the ones that he must be wary of, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Jack Leach just making a suggestion to his fellow spin bowler. Renshaw bowls down the leg side, turned into the onside, but fielded by Tom Lammonby.
This is brilliant stage management by Somerset, because they haven't sort of done anything to waste time, or for that matter to take up too much time earlier, and this over started before 6, but it will be the last of the day.
Renshaw bowls to Walter, lets that run off an open face out to Lewis Goldsworthy at backward point. Well, it's emphatically been Essex's day from winning the toss onwards. First wicket partnership of 105 laid the foundations. This is played into the offside. 2 balls remaining, and Nick Brown has carried on the good work as far as Essex are concerned. His highest score of the season. Renshaw in and bowls, takes pace right off. That's turned round the corner, and they'll pick up a single as Peter Siddle does the fielding. 281 for 3 as we approach the final delivery. Dan Lawrence batted nicely for his 35. Alistair Cook, very typical Alistair Cook innings, although a bit of a cameo by his standards, 44 from 118. And Paul Walter has provided the ideal foil to Nick Brown with his 57 from 104 deliveries. 106 deliveries, in fact. So here we go, last ball of the day. It's Renshaw to Brown, he pulls a bouncer. Which Nick Brown has nothing whatever to do with. So that's close of play, 281 for 3. Essex with 129 from 272 deliveries for Nick Brown. 57 from 106 for Paul Walter. The only successful bowlers in what's been a tough day in the field. Craig Overton 1 for 46, Peter Siddle 1 for 43, and Matt Renshaw 1 for 37. But it'll be Essex who are much the happier side as the teams walk off.
And just to make it worse for you, Anthony, I hear from Christopher Forsk. He says there is a Billericay in Massachusetts, but he says, albeit it's spelt with a Y and pronounced accordingly, which I assume he means it's Billy Ricky. But anyway, there we go. 281 for 3 at the close. Very much enjoyed your company today. Thank you very much to Anthony, to Dick Davis and Paul Newton, bidding you good evening at a very dark Chelmsford, let it be said. We could be in for a downpour, and things could have been as well timed, I think, as the Somerset over rate. Do join us tomorrow at 11 o'clock.